Hello everyone, it's Gabby, and it's time for some more Danganronpa 2, the last episode of Danganronpa 2. It's the finale of Danganronpa 2. I feel like it just kind of snuck up on me, even though it all just kind of, like, I knew it was going to happen. I knew we were near the end of the game, but I just feel like, oh god, I can't believe we're actually at 2-6. We're actually at 2-6. It's gonna be so weird and interesting. Because, okay, see, the thing is, I don't know if I've actually, like, properly explained this, but, you know, the final trial of Danganronpa 2 is my favorite part of the franchise, of really the franchise, what the franchise has done. I think this is my favorite thing. I think it all comes together so well. And on top of all that, it also just, like, it just fulfills my personal niches. It fulfills my preferences. It's just like, yeah, you know what? If I wanted to make a finale for this game, I'd probably do something like this. Or like, I wish I could have written something like this, because now I will write something like this. So anyway, last time on Danganronpa, we found out that everything was a lie. No, this isn't V3, this is Danganronpa 2. But we found out that everything is actually, they're in some kind of simulation world. And Hajime was having major existential crises, but at the same time, we know it's got something to do with, essentially what we know about the lore right now is that we are in some kind of, we, the survivors of Hope Peak Academy, were placed in this simulation for some reason. But then there was a virus showed up, and the virus basically infected the world and turned it into this killing game that we ended up in. The question is really, for us, we don't really know what their motivation was, why they're doing this, and really, we don't really know anyone's motivation, or what they want from us, or what we're supposed to do. All we know, as in the player characters and Hajime, are that everyone, basically, as we kept going through the school and everything got more and more glitchy, at the end of the day, all that really mattered is this graduation exam. Whatever it is. And in fact, it doesn't even, according to what Monokuma's told us, all the graduation exam is just we have to press a button over whether we choose to graduate, aka leave the simulation, or not. If it's really just a yes or no answer, you'd think it's going to be quite straightforward. But if that was the case, then we wouldn't have another whole, like, you know, final trial. Don't worry, of course it's going to be more complicated than just, do you press the button or don't press the button? Break the controller or don't break the controller? Do you choose to punish hope or punish despair? These things sound so simple at first glance, but they managed to take up an entire game, chapter, thing, because there's going to be more involved. But, God. I'm looking forward to it. You know what? Like, I could just do a giant preamble of gushing about it, but like, I feel like it almost would be better if I start gushing about it once I get through each little part of it and I explain why every little part of it is like, this is good, this is clever, this is kind of stupid, but I like this part. I don't really like this part as much, but oh, come on, guys, I'm fangirling so fucking hard right now. But you know, I think some of you people, well actually no, everyone here has played this before, but like, maybe, I don't know, if Robin shows up later or Ramses and they get to the VODs, but it's like, you know, the people who haven't played this before, I think you'll probably figure out why I love it so much once you finish it all. If I don't even do a good job communicating that. But, let's go! Well, actually the first thing is, so yeah, hello world. So I love it, you know, to start everything off, like, if you compare this to even all of the other pre-trial court preparation, like, this is just a general part of the game, but the fact that it's still glitching during this, it just makes it stand out, you know what I mean? Like, they're not just doing a normal, oh, you know, it's the finale, let's just do a normal case 6 thing. It's like, no, it's the finale, but we're still in the same situation that we were beforehand, where everything's glitching out on us, and we don't know what's real and what's not. So let's just make this thing glitch as well. An 11-year-old's lunch order, which I have no idea what that means. But in the meantime, first, let me check if I can actually, I don't think I can get any more skills. How many do I have? Yeah, I've only got 2, so I don't really need downship or upship, really. And I don't, apparently Moon Salt is not a good skill, so I'm not gonna get that. Oh, there you go. Fun fact, Hello World is every programmer's first assignment when learning to code. Oh my god! That's so... Get the computer to say Hello World. Holy crap, I did not know that. That is so clever. See, like, and this is what I also love. Like, in some ways, like, I'm almost spoiled with games like Undertale and Doki Doki Literature Club, that I'm just kind of like, in some points I almost wish there was more hidden detail of all these like little like fourth wall breaking Easter eggs, but the ones that they do have, especially for a game that only came out in like 2012, I think that's pretty impressive. It doesn't do it as well as Doki Doki Literature Club does, but it still does it pretty well. So yeah, okay, so so unfortunately I can't use, I don't want to use, I wish I could use Chiaki's thing, but I don't want to use Chiaki's skill, because you can't use Chiaki's and Gundams at the same time. So yeah, a final thing is Menacing Focus, Cool and Composed, Infinity Unlimited Flame, Neural Liberation, Delusion, aka the Broken skill, Melodious Voice and Vocabulary, Shred Guitar from Ibuki, and Maneuver. Alright guys, let's stop beating around the bush. Ozymandias, does 11-year-old's lunch order mean anything? Or happy birthday? But anyway, I think it said happy birthday. No, or hello world, or is it just hello world again? Never mind. I thought speech contest? It's almost, thank you? It's almost like I can't, I think it's that one said alter ego. I'm congratulations. Okay, that one's just 11-year-old's lunch order. Is there any new things? Hello? Okay. Alright. Enough beating around the bush. Let's go. Enough Easter eggs. Let's go. Ooh, 2-6 time!
外の世界を知ってほしいと言っておきつつ、この話題から始めるのもどうかと思いますが。
Shoot, I forgot one thing. Hold on 1 second. I need to put in my mouse. I'm normally just using trackpad also because I had to switch computers. Sorry, let me just plug in the mouse. I know, not really the best. But yeah, I remember we basically start off with Hangman, and I need a mouse for Hangman. I mean, I can do it without a mouse, but it's much easier with a mouse. USB mouse is in. There we go.
まずはお前らがいるこの世界の正体を聞いておきましょうか。
Yeah, I mean, I did play through the entire game with a trackpad, so it's not too bad, but yeah. And yeah, of course, because it's kind of neat that, you know, this time we're not actually having the usual Monokuma preamble of like, oh yeah, you know, if you get the wrong answer, you gotta work out who done it, and if you choose the black and I'll punish this person. So, right-click is, oh yeah, right-clicking is pretty bad, that's true. Luckily, I don't think you actually have to right-click as much in V3, so it's not as bad. Anyway, what is this world's true identity?
Huh? この世界の正体? なんだよそのふわっとした質問は?
This world's true identity. Damn it, I only just got here. We have to immediately confront the existential crisis. If I answer this, it will be true. And that lie will become the truth. God, I'm surprised how many references to truth and lies there are in this. I thought that was really mostly V3's thing. But there's no way I can leave it unanswered. So yeah, we start off with Hangman, guys. This is how you know shit gets real. We're starting off with Hangman. What kind of world are we actually in? Oh god, I forgot about this. Oh god. Ah, thank god I've got so much focus. Wait, I can... Wait, V. I've run out of focus. Crap. No! Why am I... Okay, they're actually making this difficult. Like, I didn't somehow know that before, but still. Oh god. Wait, R. Oh no, I needed a T. Okay, I'm actually after thinking about this. V, T, U, U. Ah, no. A. Where's the L's? Ha! Okay, that was a bit more difficult than I thought it was going to be. But I got it.
この世界は俺たちがいるこのジャバボック島は
And then Kokichi hacks his way in here and yells, "It's a lie!" I mean, it's Kokichi, I wouldn't be surprised. I wish there was a skill that would let you skip Hangman. Yeah, that's what you should have gotten by maxing out Chiaki's event. Be like, now that you have the power of the ultimate gamer, you too can skip Hangman's Gambit. Wait, I can skip Hangman's Gambit? Hell yes, sweet!
実際のジャバウォーク島をモチーフにして作られたプログラムの世界なのでした。
Oh, come on! Monokuma, stop stealing my thunder. I went through that entire brain. My brain had to explode like multiple times to come to that conclusion, and you just spoiled it.
だからね、ここは現実の世界じゃなくて、言うなればゲームの中の世界なんだよ。わかったか？こんなものはただのゲームでしかないんだよ。
It's interesting that, so that, lots of video game terms in Japanese they are kind of like weirdly they don't get Japanese equivalents. So, like, they just call games in Japanese. Also kind of something that sort of comes up in V3 as well. Saving the game is literally just called save. Like in Japanese, you call it save the game. Hey Robin, hi. You haven't missed too much. I just did one Hangman. And Monokuma told us we're in a video game.
ほら、なめてんじゃねえぞ。そんな妄想話を聞かせるために俺らを集めたのか。
Which is interesting because it implies that, like, Monokuma only showed Hajime the room with Alter Ego in it, I guess, because, I don't know, maybe he just thought it'd be funnier that way, that only Hajime finds out before it all started.
これがゲームなら俺のこのセリフもテキストウィンドウに表示されてたりすんのか
I had to screenshot that one. Danganronpa 2. Goodbye Fourth Wall. Of course.
アホ言ってんじゃねえよそんなわけねえだろ
確かに夢落ちレベルのひどい絶望かもしれませんが
And yes, I'm finishing it today. There is no, like the first game, there's no intermission in the final trial.
それがどうした全ての謎や伏線はこの一言で見事に回収されてしまうんだゲームだから
There it is!
じゃあ、俺らが殺し合いをさせられてたのは
ゲームだから
ジャバボック島でめちゃくちゃなことばっか起きてたのは
ゲームだから
島に俺ら以外の人間がいなかったの
ゲームだから
モノクマさんが意味不明な能力を使えていたのも
ゲームだから
ふざけんななんでもありじゃねえか
I love that bit of dialogue. That basically becomes a meme as well. But yeah, it's kind of like, so the reason why all of these weird nonsensical things come out, because it's a game. It's because it's a game. It's because it's a game. So anything goes. Get it? Get it? Get it? All right? Oh, I don't have to explain shit because it's a game. It's a very Monokuma thing to be like. And yeah, the English line of it's pretty good as well.
そうやって怒ってるお前らだって楽しんでたじゃんゲームだからこその何でもありな世界をさ
Yeah, we were talking about how Game Grumps started it in the we were talking about that beforehand. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting if they ever actually, if they don't give up halfway through.
というわけで無理やりでも納得してください
It's also nice to hear a Japanese bear talking about Kuma at the end of every sentence. Well, what Japanese bears are you listening to right now? I mean, because I think the way they did that in Japanese, he does the thing where he ends his sentences in Teddy, of course, Teddy, Persona 4, of course. But it's funny because I think the way Monokuma does it is he does do the Kuma verbal tick in that bit in chapter 5 of Danganronpa 1 where he's like getting all pissed and he's like talking in bear puns. I think the equivalent of that in the Japanese was he's just ending his words in Kuma, like almost kind of as a joke.
ゲーム内世界という閉ざされた空間が殺し合い修学旅行の本当の舞台だったのです。
Anyway, that's what at least what we think is the big plot twist out of the way first. So what else are we gonna find out?
いい加減にしろよ。そんな話信じられるわけねえだろ。
きっと昔の人が初めて飛行機を見た時もそんな反応をしたんでしょうね。でもすぐに違和感もなくなって慣れてくるよ。コンタクトレンズみたいにさ。
世界とコンタクトレンズを同列に語らないでください。
だいたいこれがゲーム世界っつうならここにいる俺らは何なんだよ。
Existential crises.
架空の存在とか言うんじゃねえだろうな。
Oh yeah, anyway, now the screenshot thing there.
この世界を作ってるのは新世界プログラムっていう未来機関のプログラムなんだけどさ。それはユーザーの脳に直接作用を及ぼすことで仮想現実世界を共有させる仕組みになってるんだ。
Oh yeah, man, you should my history with contact lenses. I have worn them twice in my life. Both times it took like somebody half an hour to get them in because my eyes are so twitchy that like the moment somebody got close to my eyes, I'm like, no, I'm blinking, go away. Like I'm trying, but I couldn't stop myself.
つまりお前らの本体はちゃんと現実世界にも存在してるってことだよ。
Just got back, we got to my words are in a text box, exactly.
ただし今はまるで夢でも見てるみたいにどっぷりとゲーム世界に浸っちゃってるけどね。簡単に言えばほらあれだよ。エクボじゃなくて
アバターか。本体の分身としてゲーム内で再構築された存在。
So yeah, like he literally says avatar in the English in Japanese audio. So yeah, seems like this made me wonder how technologically advanced Danganronpa world is. I mean, like, you know, Chihiro managed to build a fully functioning artificial intelligence program in the first game, so clearly it's a bit more utopian / dystopian. Well, and then, you know, you've got the robot bears and all the execution machines, so I guess they're somewhat more technologically advanced.
だけどただのアバターじゃないんだよな。
現実世界の本体からあるものを取り除かれた上に再構築されたアバター。
取り除かれたって何をだ。
The specific thing that was moved from our bodies. He's definitely talking about that, right? Oh, no joking answers this time. Oh, I raise a family. That's really sorry. Entering the school. Our school memories.
そうか。俺たちから取り除かれたのは学園生活の記憶なんだな。
つまり俺らは入学前の記憶から作られたアバターってことか。
だから私たちには希望が峰学園で生活した記憶がないと。
I mean, he pretty much said that from the very beginning.
めちゃくちゃ言ってんじゃねえよ。昔の記憶から作られたとかアバターだとかここがゲーム世界だとかなんでそんな SF じみた話になってんだよ。俺は絶対に信じないからな。
I mean, Danganronpa doesn't have an official timeline, I don't think. I mean, now that I've just finished playing, watching Game Grumps' thing, where like the thing says 2014 when Makoto enters Hope Peak Academy and that, but like obviously that was changed because the original game came out in 2011. So yeah, I'm not sure. And yeah, Akane is not taking this whole idea that they're not real and everything's a game very, you know, good because she likes literal things you can punch, none of this weird metaphorical sci-fi crap.
SF じゃなくてゲームだってば何度言えばわかるんだよ。
This world is a virtual reality created by a computer program. We can't proceed if we don't accept it. Is believing him really the only thing we can do? Well, apparently. Wow, look at all the space we've got between us. I guess because we don't have the dead portraits this time. Alright, what's about? Probably the list of subjects, because that's, you know, that's us.
ここがゲーム世界って証拠があんのかよ。
証拠はお前ら
I
自
can't
身
believe
だよ
it. Where the evidence?
どういう意味ですか？
今は入学
Our
前の
memories
記憶
before
から
we
作られ
entered.
たアバターでも現実にいる本体は違う今は記憶にない
There's no way
学園
that's
生
possible.
活の
Is
日
it
々も
memory loss? That's a lie.
本体はちゃんと過ご
There's
してるん
another
だよ
reality? Then she? Then she?
何がゲーム世界だよ。
Oh no, I think I know who said that.
何がアバターだよ。
Even if you show me.
俺はちゃんと生身の人間
You
だ。
still can't believe it? You aren't flexible enough? Wait, what? Flexible enough? What? Or is Monokuma saying that in terms of his... Yeah. Goku didn't like the androids and sci-fi stuff in the Cell Saga. Makes sense for Konik to trust this too. Yeah. This is a virtual world. We are avatars that were created for this world. I don't want to believe something like that, but...
こ
But...
こがゲーム世界って証拠があんのかよ。
証拠はお前ら自身だよ
どういう意味ですか？
今は入学前の記憶から作られたアバターでも現実にいる本体は違う今は記憶にない学園生
We
活の
definitely
日々
have no memories.
本体はちゃんと過ごしてるんだよ
そうかもしれない。
Damn it, I have to agree with Monokuma. Break.
さっき職員室みたいな部屋でさ、妙な新聞の切り抜きを見つけたんだよ。
It's not no. It's not mini Mekamaru because I just rewatched it the preamble to this earlier, and Monokuma specifically tells Akane to turn it off. So there's no mini Nekamaru in this.
そこには西園寺が映ってたんだけど、俺たちが知ってるあいつよりずっと大人っぽかったんだ。
I wonder what happens if your health bar gets depleted here. I actually don't know. I mean, it's probably something like, oh, you know, I'm like, you know, oh, is this the end or whatever? And then we say, you know, we won't give up or whatever. But I don't think it's terms of the like, oh, who's the culprit?
大人っぽかったってなんだよそれ。今の俺たちは入学時の記憶から作られたアバターだから、この体も入学時のままだけど、現実世界では俺たちはそれ以降の学園生活を送っている。
Gave Monokuma consent. Damn it, don't tell me that.
つまりその分だけ成長しているはず。中にはその間に見違えるほど成長したやつだって。
Yeah, this is the point where it starts getting kind of mindfuck. You were just like, oh shit, like we're just avatars. We might not even look like this outside of the program because it's been several years. Oh god. Oh man.
それが西園寺さんということですか？
入学後の西園寺さんは高度成長期に入ったようです。クズルー君のチビ仲間は卒業したんだってさ。
Oh my god. And of course, Monokuma then just starts just, you know, hey, I'm gonna go and pick on for you. Here you go now.
信じられっかよ。ただのデタラメだ。
でもお前らがただの記憶喪失だったとすると、その間も体だけは成長しているはずだよね。だったら体が急成長したように感じるはずだけど、どうしてお互いに誰も気づかなかったの？
It's like, I mean, no, I mean, obviously they're all still already teenagers before this, but like waking up being like, why did I suddenly, when did I go through puberty and I didn't realize?
記憶を失う前の皆さんを知らないからです。
学園生活の記憶をなくしちまった後にあっても、俺らは初対面と一緒なんだぞ。その前を知らねえんだから、いくら成長したって気づくわけねえだろ。
This part always confuses me a little bit, but I think I'm getting it now. Essentially, Monokuma trying to prove that they didn't just it's not just they took away their memories, it's that they're actual avatars of them from before school even started, as opposed to just like, you know, they lived through the life and they just erased those memories from their brain. No, hold on. If we didn't know each other before, and we wouldn't have known if we'd aged or not by looking at each other, then wouldn't he have noticed the difference? I like this part. That you're like, wait, it's the accusing screen, but it's not a normal kind of accusing screen. It's just realizing not all of us were complete strangers to each other before we entered the program. Fuyuhiko knew someone.
いない。
なあ、クズリュウって猫山とは昔からの知り合いだったんだよな。
そうだよな。言われてみりゃおかしいよな。いや、どう考えたっておかしいぞ。
おかしいって何がですか？
なあ、俺らが奪われた学園生活の記憶ってのはどのくらいの期間なんだ？
詳しいことは新世界プログラムを作った未来期間じゃないとわからないけど、だいたい2年とか3年とかそれぐらいのスパンじゃないかな。
Yeah, that's a long time.
そんなに長いのかよ。
It makes sense because they had to go through, given that, you know, the tragedy already happened a year before the event of Danganronpa 1, so yeah.
俺とペコは入学前どころかほとんど毎日面を合わせてたんだ。急に2年間の記憶が飛んだらさすがに外見的な変化に気づいたはずだ。
逆にさ、記憶喪失すらモノクマの嘘とは考えらんねえのかよ。
そうやって記憶喪失を受け入れないから大事なことに気づけないんだよ。記憶喪失は行われているの。そしてお前らは記憶を奪われたアバターなの。
Oh yeah, they can cut out all the high school years if there are any seniors. Oh yeah, high school in Japan only goes up to third years. Oh yeah, they not only could they like be seniors, they might even have already been graduated at this point. It really depends because it is. I don't know. I'm getting confused with the timeline. Danganronpa 3 kind of says some things as well. So anyway, Monokuma is just saying, just question it. Don't question it. You're just avatars. You're not even your real physical bodies. You're not even what you guys look like. You're just avatar interpretations of you guys.
ここが架空の世界で俺らは架空のアバターでそんな話を受け入れろっつうのかよ。
Way ahead of you, Kazuichi.
俺は自分の鼓動だって感じてるし、自分の匂いだってちゃんと感じてるぞ。じゃあ俺が感じてるこれは何なんだよ。これも全部嘘だってのかよ。
I didn't even think about it, but yeah, Akane gets a lot of interest, a lot of like good performance in this chapter.
ゲームだからって全てが嘘ってわけじゃないよ。ほら、催眠術でやけどを負ったって暗示をかけられると本当にやけどの跡が出てくるって話があるでしょ。
俺たちの脳がリアルだと感じれば、それはリアルと同じ意味を持つってことか。
そういえばそれと似たような現象の話を聞いたことがあります。
Remember earlier when Sonya, in the investigation, where Sonya just randomly starts talking about the placebo effect and the nocebo effect for no apparent reason? I think this is the reason why.
ある国で死刑囚に対して行われた実験らしいのですが、
This part's creepy. Oh, it creeps me out.
目隠しをされてベッドに横たわった死刑囚は血液を抜き取るために足の指先を小さく切開され、その血液が滴り落ちる音が鳴り響く実験室の中に一人で放置されてしまいました。しかし実のところ彼は血など抜き取られていなかったのです。彼はただ水滴の音を聞かされ、体内の血が失われていると思い込まされていたのです。ですがそれにもかかわらずその死刑囚は死亡してしまいました。
Only like you can imagine that. It's like, oh, And yeah, also it's almost as bad as imagining opening up the curtain and there's 5 spiders in the window. I am very sorry, Cass.
さすがソニアさん、オカルト的な知識が半端ねえぜ。
Sasuga Sonya-san! Wow, Sonya, you know so much about state-sanctioned torture.
たとえ嘘でもリアルな嘘なら本当にもなっちまうってことか。実際の俺らは機械かなんかにかけられて、そこから意識みてえのだけがここに飛ばされてて、でこのゲームの中の世界で感じてたものを本物だと思い込んでたってことか。
だったら俺らが今まで過ごしてきたあのジャバモク島ってのは。もちろんあれも架空の世界だ。
Remember all these
あの
fun
海も
places?
あの砂浜もあの建物も何もかもが新世界プログラムによって作られた架空の世界なんだ。それは今のこの空間だってそうだ。
Broken crying Hajime's pride, I can't.
俺たちの目に見えているのは全てプログラムで作られた架空の光景で、本物のように見えるのは俺たちの脳がそう感じているだけなんだ。
That's why, in the end, it was all just a creation. That's the truth. And then when Hajime realized that, he accepts that. He accepts this is just a fabrication. This is just a game. It's all a lie. The illusion, the environments, everything just breaks in his head, and he can see everything for what it really is. The truth is, it was all a lie. That is this world's truth.
何もかも嘘っぱちなら、じゃあ俺は何を信じたらいいんだよ。
I mean, none of us actually killed anyone, except sort of for Yuhiko, but not exactly.
嘘なら嘘で構わねえじゃねえか。
おい、しれっと何言ってんだよ。
だってよ、ここがゲーム世界ってことは、ここで起きたことも全部ゲームの中の出来事なんだろ。
I just realized this is the 16-bit version of All Stars Memories.
だったらもしかして。
Even Nagito and Chiaki.
そうだ、俺らがやらされてた殺し合いもただのゲームってことだ。
I mean, they basically kill people by voting correctly. I mean, I guess that's also true, yeah. And if the hexadecimal walls are actually something, or if they're random numbers, I mean, like, that would be real big brain, not big brain, but like real big brain Easter eggs of trying to decode every little thing in these games.
だったら、あそこで死んだ連中も現実世界ではまだ生きてるはずだぞ。
プログラムの世界で死んだだけで実際に死んだわけじゃねえんだもんな。
Unfortunately, Akane, you don't know the rule. The rule of memes. If you die in the game, you die in real life.
では皆さんは生きていらっしゃるのですね。
ああ、そういうことだ。そうだろ、モノクマ。
And you know why Fuyuhiko is so desperate to believe everyone's still alive.
何がおかしいんだ。
たとえ嘘でもリアルな嘘なら本当になる。さっきクズリュウ君もそう言ったじゃん。
まさかあれもそうだってのか。
新世界プログラムはただのゲームじゃなくて究極のリアリティを持つ超次世代ハードなんだ。 そのリアリティたるやプレイヤーであるアバターが死を感じれば実際に本体の脳までもが活動をやめてしまうほどなんだよ。
だったら死んだ連中は
God, Fuyuhiko, how many times do you have to watch Peko sacrifice themselves for you?
肉体が死んだわけじゃないから完全に死んだとは言えないかもしれないけど。
Well, see, the thing about, like, say, Nekomaru is obviously the idea was basically because his brain, it was like almost like, okay, the idea is you have to make them believe to make them believe that they're still alive. And I guess it was sort of like he realized that Nekomaru's consciousness would not believe that it survived unless he had to do something really drastic to his body. So I guess that's kind of why the whole robot thing worked. But that's just my sort of headcanon for it.
だからこそ逆に残酷だよな。空っぽになった肉体だけが残ってるなんてさ。
一生目覚めないということですか？
なんだよそれ。
Feel.
なんだよ。
Feel.
だって死んでも死なないゲームなんて誰も面白がってくれないじゃん。
Oh yeah, Fuyuhiko only got stabbed a few times. It's not as bad as getting blown up by a rocket launcher. So, you know, his brain didn't need as much drastic surgery for it to believe that he got better.
何がゲームだ。俺たちはそんなことのために命を削ってたんじゃない。
怒るなら未来機関にお願いします。お前らにこのゲームを強要したのは連中なので。
未来機関。
Monokuma likes roguelites, basically.
未来機関の連中が俺らにこんなゲームをさせたのか。何もかも未来機関の仕業ってことかよ。
I mean, no. I mean, it's not a true roguelike, because in a roguelike, you can just replay as many times as you want.
それではモノミさんとナナミさんは。
あいつらは俺らを助けるために未来機関を裏切ってそんで処分されちまったとか。
そうか。俺らの本当の敵は未来機関だったんだな。
The Future Foundation is our real enemy? Is that it? Is that really it? Oh shit! Now the trial music's gone 8-bit. 8-bit trial music. Oh, and look, even the white noise has started to get glitched up too. Which actually makes sense because I think this is the first minigame that we've gotten since the Matrix background happened. Since, you know, it's like now they know that they're in a game. Even the freaking even the white noise has just become game pixel programs.
その中に俺らを閉じ込めたのも未来機関の仕業なんだな。
Oh, you know, I wonder if these kind of look like hexadecimal codes, but they're not.
だいたい殺し合いのゲームを作る連中が正義の味方なわけねえもんな。
There's no way that they're good guys. Okay, I couldn't read that.
未来機関の正体とはズバリ悪の組織だったのですね。
Who's our enemy? Is it the Future Foundation? It was a program for creating hope, but it became filled with death and violence after the virus infected it.
未来機関なんだよな。
その中に俺らを閉じ込めたのも未来機関の仕業なんだな。
だったら敵は未来機関だ。だいたい殺し合いのゲームを作れる。
So we want you, Galzo! Yes! I'm glad I get to say that at least once this time.
本来新世界プログラムが作る世界には 暴力なんて概念は存在しないらしいんだ。だったらどうして殺し合いなんかが起きたんだよ。俺たちに殺し合いを強要したのはこのプログラムに侵入したウイルスが原因だ。
Oh shit, he actually says virus. See, well, it's not virus, it's virus because I don't think there is a V in Japanese. Or something? I think this is also where virus comes from. Comes from virus or whatever the hell. I think. Maybe? You know what, never mind. Let's stop talking about name puns.
もしかしてそのウイルスというのは
You see that they say like virus, that's what they say. I mean, if it's the virus that's making us kill each other.
だよな。モノクマが現れるまではこの島は平和そのものって雰囲気だったもんな。
Yeah, because yeah, like, you know, this is when you remember the prologue.
ああ、ウサギが物見に改造されたあたりからおかしなことになっちまったんだ。
It's what makes going through the game a second time really interesting, because it's like, you know, when you know this, you go through the prologue again and you notice, yeah, the entire time there are no actual red flags. It's the only red flags are just Usami being terrible at being a teacher and hiding some of the truth from everyone. But like, you know, she's very much like, yeah, no, you guys just need to go around, make friends with each other, and then you'll get off the island, and it's fine. It's great.
モノミ、懐かしいあの子にはこの世界においてどんな役割があったのかね。
おい、露骨に話をそらしてんじゃねえよ。
But that's also something we need to clear up. Monami or Usami's role that she had in this world was... Okay, I'm sorry, I have to choose the wrong one just for this time. She was a magical girl. Don't believe what she said. Wasn't there something else? Okay, like a role. Okay. Alright, it wasn't a funny one. Damn, I thought it'd be funny, but no. Okay. She was the observer.
そうか。あいつはこの新世界プログラムの監視者だったんだよな。
That's not in English though, I guess that's a Japanese. They're just translating that term.
そう、未来機関から監視者という役割を与えられたノンプレイヤーキャラクターだね。
You see, here, like Monokuma says in English, they're non-player character. Who are you calling an NPC, you ASS?
ノンプレイヤーキャラクターってなんだよ。
誰にも操作されてねえキャラだ。俺らみてえなアバターとは違うってことだよ。
モノミはお前ら15人を監視するだけの完全なるプログラム上の存在でしかなかったんだよ。
Essentially, she's like an artificial intelligence, or like robot.
ちょっと待ってください。モノクマさんは15人とおっしゃりませんでしたか？
おめえは数の数え方を忘れちまったのか。俺らは全部で16人だったんだぞ。
きっともう一人の監視者を除いてってことだろう。は？もう一人の監視者？
The Future Foundation's other observer has to be referring to that person. The traitor, the person who worked for the Future Foundation, Chiaki Nanami.
そうか。そもそも新世界プログラムには15人の参加者の他に2人の監視者がいたんだ。その片方が物見で、もう一人は
もしかしてナナミさんですか？
ああ、そうだ。
ナナミがノンプレイヤーキャラクターだと？
Wait, you trying to tell me my waifu was just an NPC? She wasn't even real? No!
じゃあ、あいつはただのプログラム上の存在で、実際はどこにも存在してなかったってことか。
It's bad enough having to see my waifu die, but now you're telling me she's not even real?
だったらあいつは人間じゃねえのかよ。
Fun fact, observer is a programmer term. It refers to a set of code that reacts when something else happens in the code. So you got two threads running. Oh my god. Okay, you know, it's funny. Okay, you know, now that I'm hearing about this, so it's great. So essentially, Chapter 6 has all of these like programmer jokes that I just never knew about because I'm not a programmer. That makes so much sense. I mean, they're all game developers. Of course, they're going to put in game development lingo. She didn't exist at all? Not human?
違う。そんなことはない。ナナミはちゃんと生きてたじゃないか。
No.
たとえ架空の存在だろうと、あいつは確かに生きてたじゃないか。忘れたのかよ。俺たちはそのあいつに命を救われたんだぞ。
Aww. It's like, you know what? Even if she was just an IAI or something, I still acknowledge her existence. She's real to me, damn it.
ゲームキャラへの感情移入はほどほどにね。
黙れよ。
Thank you, Hajime. I love you.
しかもあいつはただのゲームキャラじゃなくて憎き世界の破壊者の手先なんですぞ。
World's Ender?
そういえば、あなたは以前から未来機関のことをそんな風に呼んでいましたね。
要はてめえのハったりだったんだろう。俺らに未来機関が敵だと思わせるためのよ。
So right, an observer in one thread will be watching to see if a specific function runs in the other threads, so basically can be set to moderate a function. Alright, moderating makes sense because, you know, that's essentially what Usami was there for. She was essentially like the moderator, making sure that things happened in the right way. There you go.
何が世界の破壊者ですか。冗談はよしこちゃんですよ。
未来機関は間違いなく世界の破壊者だよ。少なくともこの場の僕らにとってはね。
Oh yeah, I just realized it also, yeah, like it says like Sekai or Hakai or something. So yeah, like they're like, you know, the people who destroyed the world. For everyone who's here?
おい、この場の僕らってなんだ。どうしてお前と俺たちを一緒くたにするんだよ。
どうせハったりだ。
モノクマ、お前は一体何なんだよ。
What are you, Monokuma?
もうそろそろ正体を明かしたらどうなんだ。
Show us your true form.
なんだよ言えねえってのか。
ここで無視なんて卑怯ですよ。
僕の正体を明かす前にどうやら例のメインキャストが来たようですね。
メインキャスト。
I guess we'll find out soon.
噂をすればなんとやらその世界の破壊者の一員だよ。
何が世界の破壊者だよ。
Why did that sound like Megumi Ogata? Is that you?
悪くない。むしろ悪いのは君たちの方だ。
Makoto! It's Makoto Naigi!
いや待ってました。ナイジ君やっと来てくれたんだね。
Naigi-kun! Yay! Makoto? Here you go! His old sprites back! It's like, it's fan service, and they also don't need to make new sprites for him, they can just use the old ones!
僕の名前は苗木誠だ。君たちと同じように元希望が峰学園の生徒で、今は未来機関に所属している。
未来機関の方なのですか。
I don't know, why would Monokuma be happy he's there? You wonder.
そんな奴がどうしていきなり現れたんだ。
そうか俺らを助けに来たんだな。だったら早く助けてくれよ。おいどうしたんだよ。
Makoto? What is this? Isn't he acting a bit strange? This guy's attitude, it's as if he's being cautious of us?
もちろん助けるのは構わない。だけどその前に君たちは自分たちが置かれた状況をしっかりと理解しなくちゃダメだ。
situation we're in. I thought we already accepted that. We already accepted this is a computer game, okay? We get it. We can leave now, right?
ねえ未来機関はどうして君たちを新世界プログラムにかけたんだと思う
Does it matter? Can we just leave now? I mean, I'm not saying this. It's like in your head. This chapter just slowly breaks you down, and it's great.
そんなことはいいからさ
So it's, like I said, okay, never mind. It's like, once again, I try to make a point. Kazuichi then makes the point. He's like, Kazuichi doesn't care about the details. He just wants to get out of here because fair enough.
新世界プログラムは別名希望構成プログラムって呼ばれているんだ
Hope Restoration Program?
そこまで言えばわかるだろ自分たちの本当の正体がさ
本当の正体？俺たちは未来機関に保護された希望が峰学園の15人の生き残りじゃないのか？
Kudo?
君たちはここに来るまでの間にモノクマからいろんな手がかりを見せられたはずだそれらを全てつなげて考えてみるんだ
Put it together and think. Makoto, are you telling me to play a minigame? Logic dive, guys! Logic dive time. So, you're going around... I'll tell you right now, this part I didn't necessarily realize my first time. In fact, I think it wasn't until I played this minigame where I finally pieced things together. We are definitely the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, but we were also placed in this program. The 15 survivors of Hope Peak Academy were us, Hajime and the others. Hajime Tachi or Hinata Tachi. I don't know. I am such a fucking weeb. Holy shit. Anyway, so. Whee! I remember this. I think this last logic dive actually gets a bit difficult sometimes. I think near the end. Damn it. These things. Yes. Alright. Whee! Okay, that didn't matter. Question 2. Who are the remnants of despair? Now, I'll tell you right now. I thought it was Monokuma. But the actual answer is, it's not Monokuma, it's not Makoto. And it's not Monokuma. Monokuma is the virus. The only people who could be the remnants of despair are us? Ah! No! This isn't time! This isn't the time, pixel things! I'm trying to figure out if we're the remnants of despair or not! If we're the remnants of despair... Oh yeah, this part. This is the hard part, I think. Oh no, this isn't too bad, actually. Okay, that's not too bad. Why were the Hajime and the others put in the real world program? Fill them with despair. Recover from despair. Is that why we're here? Okay, I must be getting things wrong. I think there must be another logic dive in this, I think. Oh, listening to the stream while trying to catch legendaries and Pokemon's unique experience. You know what? I mean, that's a pretty good thing to do because you don't have to think too much about catching legendaries. Just throw another Pokeball. But yeah. So, we're the remnants of despair? And they tried to sort of undo being despaired by putting us in the program. And that's the truth. That's big, mind-blowing plot twist.
まさか希望が峰学園の生き残りと絶望の残党って。
どちらも君たちを指す言葉だ
Big plot twist number 2. So, you know, plot twist number 1, this is all just a video game. Big plot twist number 2, us in the real life are actually not only survivors of Hope Peak Academy, but also members of the Junko's cult called the Ultimate Despair.
そうなんだよ。君たちは希望ヶ峰学園の生き残りであると同時に
超高校級の絶望の生き残りでもあるのです。
俺たちが超高校級の絶望。
We were the Akatsuki.
当初僕らは君たち15人を希望ヶ峰学園の生き残りとして保護したんだ。だけどそこから取り調べを進めていくうちに信じられない事実が判明した。僕らが保護した15人こそが恐るべき絶望の残党だったってことがね。それが俺たち。
I'll be honest, the game never really tells. Well, I mean, the game and the other material don't exactly explain how exactly that all went down. Whether it was like they were pretending to be just survivors of Post Peak, and after that they like, you know, saw through their ruse, or they were like, you know, maybe it was like they legitimately were just survivors, but then they noticed that like they still believed in Junko, and it's. I don't exactly know what the timeline of it all is. I'm trying to sort of make a proper headcanon that explains it all properly.
ですけど超高校級の絶望といえば
Yuri, are we the bad guys? Listen, just because we have skulls on our helmets.
ああ、テロとかクーデターとか戦争を起こしたヤバい連中って聞いた気が。そうだ、人類史上最大最悪の絶望的事件を引き起こし世界を混乱に陥れた張本人たちだ。
Yeah, it's saying how powerful they were on their own since they survived longer than Junko. Now, see, well, I mean, the thing about Junko is that she also kind of self-sabotages herself a lot because she knows that she can get despair that way. Maybe they had a bit more, since they didn't believe as much in despair as Junko did, maybe they didn't self-sabotage themselves as much and basically expect to get defeated, so... Yeah, the anime implies the turn to despair and survival of Post Peak happens around the same time. Okay, yeah. The anime is weird though. Like, the first episode of Danganronpa 3 has members of the Future Foundation, like, fighting the remnants of despair. Like, proper, like, war. So in that one, that's weird because, like, that implies that they already knew that they were remnants of despair. I mean, why else would they have to fight them off as opposed to just rescue them? So, I don't really know exactly how this all played out, but it is what it is.
人間らしさなんてかけらもない人の形をした絶望。
Also, if you've
それが君たちの本当の姿なんだ。
also watched Danganronpa 3, this image of people falling down under a fire also might look familiar.
超高校級の絶望は主義や主張なんか関係なしにただ周囲に絶望だけを振りまく。それが日常であるかのようにいたぶり尽くし焼き尽くし殺し尽くすんだ。俺らがそんなヤバい連中だってのか。
嘘に決まってんだろ。
I mean, you think Danganronpa 3 is crazy, but like, I mean, Danganronpa 3... I think those scenes were them being rescued from themselves. Well, okay, like, that is an alternative interpretation that makes sense, but like, if you looked at the emails, essentially, the emails in the investigation, they basically say, first we found them, and we found out they were survivors, and then we found there were 15 of them, we've succeeded in placing them in our care, and then we've sent them off to Makoto Naegi & Co. And only after that point do they apparently find out that they are remnants of despair. Because otherwise they wouldn't just, they wouldn't just hand off remnants of, these very dangerous members of the remnants of despair off to Makoto Naegi. So, obviously, they only figured, that's why I assume they only figured it out after they all got rescued.
そうだ、俺たちが超高校級の絶望だなんて、そんなの信じられるかよ。
Yeah, some of the Danganronpa 2 cast is pretty interesting, dangerous potentially, makes sense for the mole and Chiaki. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, yeah, if they all got corrupted by Junko, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they could use their talents to spread despair.
その信じられないような事実を知ったからこそ、小前田君はあんなことをしてしまったんだろうね。
And now we're explaining why exactly Nagito did what he did.
お前だってどうして急に小前田の話が出てくるんだよ。
実は彼だけはその真実を一足先に知ってたんだよ。ファイナルデッドルームのクリア特典でね。
Now we finally find out. We can finally find out this is what Nagito knew all the way back in chapter 4.
俺たちのプロフィールが集められたファイルのことか。でもあそこには
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any details. Details? Details about our missing memories? Information about the time we spent at Hope's Peak Academy? If it's not written in there. These profiles might have been written before we entered the academy.
いや、本当は入学後の情報もあったんだ。ただ、君が見たときは駒枝君が処分した後だったんだ。
Yeah, Danganronpa 3 is weird too. I imagine Kodaka meant to keep the minutia and details obfuscated since they didn't matter in the end, at least for this game. I guess so. Yeah, it's just really hard to tell what's a retcon, what's not a retcon, what matters, what doesn't matter. I mean, actually, no. It only matters in my stupid fan fictions that I'm writing of all of the fan fiction of this whole situation because it's fascinating. I love how it's all done. And yeah, the anime people were stuck with writing things that were kind of meant to stay a mystery in 2. Same way Metal Gear Solid 4 had to explain things from Metal Gear Solid 2 that weren't meant to be answered. Oh, really? So was Metal Gear Solid 2 also similarly just supposed to be really vague about this stuff? That's really interesting. Damn, where's Ramses when you need him? We're talking Kojima again. Huh?
どうしてお前にそんなことがわかるんだよ。
とにかく、あのファイルに入学後の情報があったのは間違いのない事実なんだよ。で、それを手に入れて真実を知った駒枝君は君たちをどうしようとしたんだ。
Oh, yeah, shit, this is now the hangman, isn't it? Nagito learned the truth. What did he try to do to us? I mean, he just wanted us. I think he was bullying Hajime all the time. Is that it? Are you telling us to answer that? Anyway, it's now the hangman. Okay. Is this the one where? Is this one? Yes, it's this one. Okay, this one. Whoa, this one's interesting. I know. Okay, the answer is what did he try to do? Well, it was Kamida the bastard. He tried to. That was awful. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I am terrible. Oh no. Oh god, I am no. He tried to kill us all, the insane bastard. Oh, this is the final hangman. Okay, that's why this one's so hard. I need an L. I need another L. You. Crap. I need an S. S. Kill us all. Because this is fucking Nagito Komaeda. What else would he do? Kill us ass. Yes, please. L. And another L. There we go. The final hangman.
あいつがやろうとしたのは裏切り者以外の全員を殺すことだった。
That is what Monokuma said was his motivation. That's what he said he wanted to do. And now it makes sense.
そう。彼はあのファイルを見たことで、自分を含めた全員が超高校級の絶望だと知って。
Free for new and improved Hangman's Gambit. Yeah, now I will say, you know, the Hangman's Gambit in V3 is actually good. That being said, I don't like their version of Logic Dive as much. It just takes way too long.
そこで裏切り者以外の全員を皆殺しにしようとしたんだ。
前田さんが私たちを殺そうとしたのは私たちが超高校級の絶望だったから。
Plot twist, he was doing something good. Question mark. Something good? Because yeah, after all, it's... Do you remember what he said was, if I can wipe out despair from this island, then I become ultimate hope. When he said wipe out despair, he meant wipe out us. Because we're despair.
希望を愛して絶望を憎む彼らしい行動だよね。なんだか他人とは思えないな。
Yeah, because he's your evil, crazy foil. That's why.
ふざけんな。俺らの方が悪者扱いかよ。
何かの間違いなんじゃないのか。俺たちが超高校級の絶望だなんて。
そんなどんでん返しはいらねえっつの。
We already had one plot twist. We can't get another one. We can't handle another one.
入学前の記憶しかない今の君らには信じられない話かもしれないね。
Also, if he knew everyone was ultimate despair, wouldn't he know that Chiaki was? No, as in that's the whole point. Okay. See, he didn't know that Chiaki was because Chiaki's what you call it? Her student profile that had fake information in it. Monokuma put that in. So obviously he must have also put in fake information about Chiaki being in ultimate despair as well, just to make sure that Nagito wouldn't know.
全ては希望が峰学園で起きたことなんだ。君たちが超高校級の絶望に染まったのは希望が峰学園での彼女との接触が原因なんだよ。
Also, yes, this also explains Mikan, doesn't it? Why did Mikan become like that when she remembered? Because she became what she is. Ultimate despair.
彼女。
真の超高校級の絶望。江ノ島
Enoshima
純子。
Junko. Enoshima Junko.
君たちは在学中に彼女から強烈な影響を与えられ、そのせいで超高校級の絶望に落ちてしまったんだ。そしてその影響を取り除くために今こうして希望構成プログラムにかけられているんだ。
Ultimate despair Chiaki. She gets good in visual novels and thus only plays games like Bible Black and Euphoria. She plays games to spread despair. If she just told them everything, none of the other 3 chapters would have happened. Well, that's the thing. See, the thing is about Chiaki is she physically is not able to because she's just a program. That's the whole point. She is just a computer program, and she is not programmed to be able to tell them anything, or tell her that, or betray the Future Foundation, or say that she's the traitor. The very fact she explained. I mean, they actually explain this in chapter 5. The very fact that she's even able to hint enough, talk like the traitor enough to get Hajime to realize. Oh, Mika. Yeah, to get Hajime to realize that she was the traitor. Monami herself pretty much says that that's a miracle. That is something that she should not have physically been able to do. Even if it was going through a loophole, she shouldn't have been able to do anything that put her in danger and put her at risk. So, anyway, that is why Chiaki couldn't explain to them the truth, even if it would make this whole killing game scenario prove itself. Because she was just a program. Ultimate despair Chiaki, just the fall guy is just waiting at the finish line, standing there, menacingly. Oh my god, yes. She is that member of in Fall Guys where if she's on your team, she tries to sabotage your own team for no reason.
それが私たちから学園生活の記憶を奪った理由。
君たちが今みたいに普通でいられるのは新世界プログラムの中にいるおかげなんだよ。でも外の世界にいる本体は違う。外の君たちは家族や仲間や自分の体さえ容赦なく破壊するような連中なんだ。
家族や仲間や自分の体なんてさすがに盛りすぎじゃねえのか。
そうだ、俺たちがそんなことをするはずないだろう。
God, Takayama, you're so good. It's like, okay, it's like when in chapter 616, like Megumi Ogata just suddenly just lays on the emotion of just like loudly yelling like a shonen hero, and here we've got Takayama just like loudly yelling because the character is slowly getting mentally broken from all this horrible truth.
目を背けちゃダメだ。
Ooh, what was that just now? Memory? But that person, that was Nagito, right? Vision of Nagito has been added to the truth bullet sections of your handbook.
どうやら少し思い出せたみたいだね。
Okay, this is something we're gonna keep doing probably every time they give us a new what do you call it? A new truth bullet. I want to read their description. A memory of the past. Nagito's arm seems unnatural somehow. Okay. Okay, what does the shutdown sequence anyway say? Yeah. Huh?
さあ、自分のしたことと向き合うんだ。それでようやく希望への第一歩を踏み出せるんだ。
Oh, okay, well the music's kind of back to normal, at least. What do you mean? Excuse me, Nagito just might have really nice nails. Yeah, he might just have had a pedicure, it's fine. We don't need to use this as a truth bullet. Oh god, oh god, oh god. The white noise has gotten even more glitchy.
超高校級の絶望だからこそ家族や仲間を平気で殺すし
It's just self-care.
自分の体さえ破壊してしまうんだ。
It's just self-care, he's fine.
俺らがそんなことをしたってのか。騙されてんだ。俺らは未来機関に騙されてんだ。希望を信じられないなんて。君たちはどこまで絶望的なんだよ。
This isn't about death. Where? Ultimate despair? That's not possible. I need to organize the information. If I organize it, I'll probably be able to...
何かの間違いに決まってる。俺らは超高校級の絶望なんかじゃねえよ。
超高校級の絶望だからこそ家族や仲間を平気で殺すし自分の体さえ破壊してしまうんだ。そうかもしれない。
Oh, it's the two protagonists, and they're agreeing with each other, and that would be really cute if it wasn't. We're not talking about
さ
fucking.
っきの記憶が外の世界の記憶なら狛枝はそこでやってたことって自分の腕を切断してそこに女の腕を移植してたのか。
It's like, what the fuck?
女の腕というより信頼江ノ島純子の腕をね。なんだと
Fuck!
江ノ島純子と一体化することで自分の中で彼女を生かそうと考えたんだろうね。
To be fair, being the ultimate despair means you're objectively better than everyone. Oh yeah, everyone just has normal despair. You have super high school level despair.
わけわかんねえよ。そんなわけのわからないことのために平気で腕を切り落とすのが超高校級の絶望なんだ。
I mean,
ごめんなさい。気分が。お手洗いはどちらでしょう。
I will say, oh god, I will say, did this line definitely, I remember this line getting to me the first time I did it, because I'm like, yeah, no, if I heard about this stuff, I might be feeling physically sick as well. And yeah, okay, and yeah, Aussie man, yes, yeah, don't worry, there's still a plot hole, don't worry about it. Yes, we don't know how they salvaged Junko's arm, because she should be squashed to death. We don't know why. They see this, just say it's a plot hole and don't worry about it. But yeah, no, if I found out, oh yeah, in the real world you guys terribly mutilated your bodies, I might probably want to throw up too.
どうせゲームなんだし出しちゃえば。そういう需要もごく一部にはあると思うよ。
It's a few people have noticed that plot hole, yes.
気分が悪くなるのはまだ早いよ。超高校級の絶望がやったことはこんなもんじゃない。
Makoto, can you be a bit more empathetic here, please? Nope, I guess we just have to hear the real
目に見
truth.
る絶望を得ようと絶食し続けて骨と皮だけになったやつもいれば殺し合いの実験のために江ノ島に自分の家族を差し出したやつもいた。
I just realized now, I was like, wait, what kind... When they say killing experiments, I just suddenly thought maybe they meant like experimenting all of those death machines that they used in the killing game.
もしくは死んだ江ノ島の後追い自殺を強要し一般市民を大量に虐殺したり
Okay, I'm sorry I'm laughing at this part, but it's just like forcing them to commit suicide, and then you just have somebody shooting a bunch of people like, I'm forcing you to kill yourself. Like, no, you're not, you're just shooting us.
あと江ノ島の目を自分に移植した人もいたっけ彼女の絶望を見ようとでもしたのかな他には江ノ島の子孫を作ろうとして死んだ彼女の体から
Oh yeah, I have to. Okay, I'm obligated to tell you guys this part. This part is a mistranslation. What they actually said was that somebody took implanted Junko's womb into their own body so that they could have Junko's children. Yeah. So that's a mistranslation. Don't worry about it. Everybody is told, like, it's almost like a rule that you have to tell people that part because basically not even for any reason. But yeah, also yeah, they don't directly state that Fuyuhiko was the one who took Junko's eyes and Mikan was the one who took Junko's womb, but they would make the most sense just because Fuyuhiko's already lost an eye in the virtual world and maybe he's lost an eye in the real world. And I mean Mikan is Mikan.
もうやめろ
God, Takayama nails it, this voice.
作り話だそんなもん全部作り話に決まってる
Oh, I didn't even realize that after Columbine, after the killing spree, they committed suicide. Oh, that's awful.
外の世界の自分に絶望しちゃったんだねその気持ちはわかるよでも心配しなくても大丈夫僕が指し示す希望に進めば必ず救われるからさ
救うおめえが俺らを
He did say he wanted to save us.
当然だよそれが僕の目的だからね新世界プログラムだってそのためのものなんだ
このプログラムに俺らを入れたのも俺らを救うためってことか
そもそも新世界プログラムでの共同生活はシミュレーションだったんだ君たちから希望が峰学園の記憶を奪えば本当に超高校級の絶望の影響はなくなるのか
Yeah, technically making children with Junko's body isn't incorrect, it just gives off an incorrect impression. Yeah, true. But yeah, if you remove the if you remove the memories of your time to the academy, would remove your ultimate despair. Like I said, it's this whole idea that, essentially if you've got post-traumatic stress, if you remove all of the traumatic incidents and the things that made you that did your traumatic stuff, then yeah, would it remove your ultimate despair?
それを試すためのテストってことかそのテスト自体には見事合格したって言えるんじゃないかな
Yeah, that's what I mean. But do you think it was fate because Fuyuhiko, lost his eye? That's the thing. Yeah, it's weird. It's not weird, but it's like you could imagine it. I mean, you could imagine the idea that it's almost like the moment you see Fuyuhiko showing up with one eye, like everybody everyone in the Future Foundation who saw what was going on, they're like, oh no. They're just gonna turn back into ultimate despair again, including Fuyuhiko only having one eye, which is a really powerful idea. Obviously, that's not necessarily confirmed, but it's just such a neat idea to put in my fan fiction. Never mind.
希望のかけらを集めた後で卒業試験という本来のルートからは大きくそれてしまったけど、それでも予定外のトラブルを乗り越え、君たちはこの場所にたどり着くことができた。だからあとは君たちがここで卒業を選ぶだけだよ。
そうすれば俺らはここから出られんのか。
But weren't we gonna do that? This is when things start being like, wait, but weren't we gonna do that anyway?
ただしこっから卒業したらお前らの学園生活の記憶は完全に消えちゃうけどね。
Huh?
この卒業試験で卒業を選び、そして監視者が問題ないと判断した者だけがこの世界のアバターを本体に上書きした上で希望構成プログラムを完了できるんだ。
So essentially what's going to happen is the idea of this is essentially that we're going to overwrite the old versions of ourselves, the versions of us that were ultimate despair and have all this trauma, and Junko basically brainwashed us. We're going to override them with a version of ourselves that instead doesn't have didn't even meet Junko and has got all these friends, and I mean, it has trauma from the killing games probably, but it's way better than being ultimate despair trauma. It means by uploading our avatar's memories into our bodies, we're also forcibly erasing our past selves. That's why it's called the Hope Restoration Program. So that is the Neo World program. That's why we were putting in here. It's the idea, yeah. To save everyone from ultimate despair is by basically trying to sort of undo it all, undo all of the horrible influences that Junko did, and see if they can end up as normal people, and then just replace their ultimate despair selves with them.
なあ、その場合ってよ、死んだ連中はどうなっちまうんだ。上書きするためのアバターが消滅している以上はどうしようもないよ。やっぱり目覚めねえってことかよ。そうか。
And you just.
とりあえず今の条件まとめてみたので、こちらのフリップをご覧ください。
Yeah, you might start getting confused from all of these details, so we prepared a helpful diagram.
卒業を選ぶとゲーム内の記憶のみが引き継がれ、奪われていた学園生活の記憶は完全に失われます。
So essentially, okay, so the blue is where we started as, and the yellow is what we're going to end up as.
一方、死んだ皆さんに関しては残念ながらお目覚めになることはありません。
No, not wrong button. What's it? Q? There we go. Oh look, you've got a nice little bear and bunny at the bottom there. Monokuma and Monomi.
ちなみに卒業を選ばなかった場合はどうなるのですか？
To be fair, since you guys are the memories of when you were good, you're basically separate people from the ones who are evil. I mean, yeah, in a way, they kind of treat it almost as like, you know, their ultimate despair selves, just their evil alter egos, and this is their good alter egos and whatever.
このまま南国生活を続けてもらうだけだよ。
おい、なんでそんなこと聞いてんだよ。
だって外の世界に出ても私たちはめちゃくちゃな状態なんですよ。
Messed up is kind of an understatement.
それならむしろこの島にいた方が。
何言ってんだよ。
This is when we start getting the conflicts.
俺らはここから出るためにずっと頑張ってきたんじゃねえのかよ。
We just, you know, when we started here, we thought it'd just be easy. We just gotta get out of here. But now we're like, wait, do we even want to go back as these horrible, messed up people?
でも無理して辛い現実に出なくてもいいんじゃない？ここでずっとゲームしていようよ。
When you think about it anyway, living an eternal tropical life honestly doesn't sound too bad. I mean, the issue is, obviously, all of their friends who are dead. It's kind of like, oh man, we sort of kept saying we were gonna escape this island for them, but if we never escape, are we shitting on their memories? What are we doing?
バカ言うな。これ以上こんな狂った世界にいたらマジで頭がどうかしちまうって。
けどよ、あいつらを犠牲にして俺らだけ助かっちまっていいのか？
You can just tell he's just thinking about Peko the whole time. So it's what makes Fuyuhiko such a great part in this. Like, obviously everybody cares about their dead classmates, but it's like for Fuyuhiko, you know that it's like he's just thinking of everything that's going on in terms of, so then what happens to Peko?
今さら何言ってんだよ。
Sonia, ultimate despair, a nightmare princess. Ultimate despair, Sonia does a worse job running her country than Trump. Yeah, probably. No, well, I mean, she probably just, like, you know, purposely makes everybody go to war because despair and shit. You know, so yeah, now you can probably watch no, you can't, not yet, but, like, in the first episode of Danganronpa 3, it basically has everybody's got these kind of silly, almost over the top, like ultimate despair outfits where they just look all, you know, like horrible and nightmarish and whatever. And it's a bit over the top, but you know.
ここで俺らが出なかったら今までやってきたことは何だったんだよ
You're right. We've been trying desperately to survive until we can finally leave this place. If we don't get out of here now, all the death we've endured will be in vain. I know this, but something's not right. How come Monokuma isn't trying to stop us? Is he just gonna stay quiet and overlook us getting out of this game world? Then everything Monokuma did would be pointless too. Not only that, is it really okay for us to believe him? Should we get out or... I mean, Hajime is very heavily doubting it, so I guess we just ... it? That's the right answer, I guess.
ちょっと待ってくれ決めるのはもう少し待ってくれないか
Also, to be fair, yeah, this is an important life decision that it has to do with our, like, very existence, so, yeah.
おめえもソニアみてえにおじけついたのかいや、そうじゃないだけど、何かおかしいと思わないかおかしいってなんだよねえ、君はまだ分かってないの
Danganronpa rule, never trust Monokuma. Also, if Monokuma's acting all excited and, like, looking like we were here doing what he wants us to do, it's probably bad.
君たちみたいな超高校級の絶望なんて本来なら見せられて叱るべき人間なんだぞそれを救ってやろうって言ってるんだ未来機関の懐の深さに感謝するべきじゃないのか
苗木さんどうなさったのですか
And suddenly that comfort, that thing that seems comfortable, that thing from the first game is suddenly not exactly as nice as we were expecting. It's just being twisted.
いいからおとなしく未来機関に従えよ未来機関は世界の希望なんだぞやっぱりだやっぱりお前はおかしいぞ
I wonder if that's supposed to be the exact same dialogue here, because that's the same thing he says to Nagito back in chapter 1. I wonder if that's intentional. Anyway, we've got another argument. Okay. Subjects, probably this one, but anyway.
せっかく助けてやるって言ってるのにどうして言うことを聞かないんだ
とりあえず外に出してもらおうぜだって未来機関は正義の味方なんだろ
むしろ悪いのは私たちらしいです
信用してもいいんだよな未来機関は世界の希望だ誰も未来機関には逆らえないそれもわからないなんて愚かだよ
There's something wrong with him. Okay, so I guess that's your hint that it's got something to do with there's something wrong with him, as in the real Makoto Naegi wouldn't do that. He wouldn't say these things. Not from the evidence we've got.
とりあえず外に出してもらおうぜだって未来機関は正義の味方なんだろ
I was again just froze for a second.
むしろ悪いのは私たちらしいです
信用してもいいんだよな未来機関は世界の希望だ誰も未来機関には逆らえそれは違うぞ
Oh, I love it.
ちょっと待てよ未来機関に逆らうのが愚かだってだったらお前がやってたことは何なんだ
Yeah, I do think they intentionally use the same line because now we got the true ultimate hope and there's still something off. Oh man, oh yeah, no, my favorite thing of playing this game is just fucking yelling "Sorewachigauzo" at the same time as Hajime. Of course, Sorewach. Like, see, because the thing with Danganronpa 1, I did it as well with Makoto, but he doesn't yell it as loudly as Hajime does, and then later, like Kaede and everyone in V3. So.
何がだよ。俺は見たんだ。未来機関からお前に当てられたメールをな。
To Future Foundation 14th Division, Makoto Naegi. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason. Do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a hope-filled future.
そのメールでは、苗木誠は未来機関に逆らって絶望の残党をかばったことになっていた。
And this is what I love about this. So, okay, like, I think they're going to explain in a bit more detail probably later on in the game. But it's like, okay, essentially it's this idea that Makoto finds these people and finds out that they are members of Ultimate Despair. And thus, as such, according to the rules of the Future Foundation, they need to be killed. But Makoto sees a way to save them, a way to, you know, make a way to remove the despair from them so they don't have to die. And so he defies his Future Foundation, he defies his organization for the sake of protecting them. It's such a fun, it's such a great like storyline. I love that.
そいつが言ってることとは明らかに矛盾している。
つうか、そのメールってなんだ。未来機関が俺らを殺そうとしてたって。マジか。
ちょっと待ってろ。それは後回しだ。
I mean, yeah, actually, of course Kazuichi brings that up.
なあ、モノクマ。確かあそこにあった手がかりは全部本物なんだよな。
And that's not the only contradiction. What this Makoto person is saying also contradicts what we've already been told. Essentially, I cannot guarantee that there are no issues with this program. To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you. I wanted to protect you. To me, those words seemed much more real. If so, the person in front of us is...
答えろよ、苗木誠。お前は誰なんだ?
And that's what I also love about it. It's like, okay, here we've got Makoto Naegi, this like symbol of ultimate hope and whatever, and being like, you know, you just need to reject hope and reject despair and follow hope and you'll be saved. And then, but the game starts telling you, no, wait, things aren't that simple. The real Makoto Naegi is not that simple. It's not that one-minded. It's not that black and white. Makoto Naegi had doubts. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do, but he decided, he'd made a decision. It's, you know, the real Makoto Naegi is not this one-dimensional archetype of just hope, 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 hope. Life's more complicated than that. This game's more complicated than just hope, 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 hope. Oh, so that's not helping.
お前には聞いてない。俺が聞いてるのは。
しょうがないな。ナイ君じゃないって言うなら、その根拠を言ってみろ。
Damn it! He's trying to interfere! Then, to prove whether Makoto Naegi is real or not, I'm gonna shove that in his face! It's time for a Panic Talk action. Rhythm game, guys! Will I ever figure out the timing for this? No.
また来週。何さ、何なのさ。
I'm still terrible at this.
そんなわけないじゃない。証拠証拠証拠。本当にいいのかな。買えないよ。ふわ。本当にいいのかな。
I still have no idea how to do this one.
見えない、聞こえない。また来週。何なのさ。お仕置きが待ってるよ。はしゃいじゃってそこだいな。
11037.
これで終わりだ。
I love doing that one. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Like, you know, four things.
苗木誠、お前が本物だって言うなら教えてくれよ。
Leon is a plot point once again.
お前はどうしてネズミ以上のパスワードを11037って数字にしたんだ。
Because remember when we were talking to Makoto in that whole conversation, for some reason Monokuma didn't hear it. This is information only we know.
なんだったっけ。
答えられないのか。
おかしいな。むしろ君はどこでそれを知ったの。
そんなことはどうでもいいだろう。どうなんだよ。答えられるのかよ。
Like, it's just great. Makoto Naiki, the protagonist of the first game, is showing up, and then like Hajime's like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna go around and tell you better fucking answer yourself. I'm not just accepting this because you're apparently the hero of the first game. So great.
ああ、バレちゃったな。
バレた。じゃあおめえは。
残念だよ。
結構いい線いってると思ったんだけどな。
And
消えた。
he's gone. That wasn't Makoto.
おい、人が消えちまったぞ。
今さらそんなことで驚いてどうすんだ。プログラム空間だから何でもありなんだろ。
It was just something Monokuma made up, or at least the version of him is. Because yeah, like you know that this is probably the most direct, like kind of almost like it's not self-critique, but it's almost kind of like this idea where like you know if you think that Makoto is just this one-dimensional, just hope thing, and this game's all simple and there's no complexities or anything, and it's almost like saying. Like, it's at the same time, it's sort of like saying, oh, maybe I thought the ending to Danganronpa 1 was a bit too simplistic, a bit too just like one-dimensional, whatever. And so we're kind of like openly critiquing that kind of like overly optimistic version of Makoto. It's great. I love this game, guys.
では今のもモノクマさんの仕業だったのですね。
So what you're saying is, it's a lie? Yes, it is a lie. And hey, Drifting Snow, you have missed a lot. I don't even really know I could explain it. We're trying to get out of this program. We found out, it turns out, we are actually really traumatized members of Junko's cult who got our memories taken away to try and, like, rehabilitate us. And we don't know if we want to leave then or not, because we don't want to go back to our old messed up selves.
あわわわ、自作自演がバレちゃった。こいつは自殺者の恥ずかしさですぞ。
どういうつもりだ。どうして未来機関の偽物なんかを出しやがった。
That's a good question, actually.
今の偽物は俺たちを外の世界に出そうとしていた。だったらそれがお前の目的か。そこにお前の罠があるのか。
You're trying to make us leave, because that's beneficial to you somehow.
ああ、見透かされちゃった。スケスケになるまで見透かされちゃった。
罠って一体どんな罠を仕掛けたのですか。
おい、早いとこ白状した方が身のためだぞ。
Yeah, we're getting there.
今なら半殺しで許してやるけど、さっさと吐かねえと全殺しだからな。
つうか、今すぐやっちまえ。そうすりゃこの悪夢も終わりだ。
暴力は反対。これはそういうゲームじゃなくて、もうちょっと知的なゲームだったでしょ。
See, now that's what he's like, okay, he's being meta here, but now, like, it's sort of like the Joker being like, yeah, you know, because you don't, the only ability you have in these games is to answer questions. You can't do any violence in it.
何がゲームだ。そんなもんはもう終わりだ。
このゲームが終わる。いやいや、まだ終わらせんよ。まだ変身すらしてないのに終われるわけないじゃん。
Oh, God damn it. Okay, now it's, I'm just gonna let it speak for itself.
変身？
ラスボス戦といったら変身がつきものでしょ。某ロールプレイングゲームもそうだし。ほら、例のゲームのことだよ。ドラゴンクエ。
Okay, alright. So, okay, no. This part I have to mention because Monokuma very clearly just says there Dragon Quest. He was about to say Dragon Quest. This is obviously, once again, a fucking Dragon Quest reference, but for reasons, I guess, because they thought that Western audiences don't know what Dragon Quest is. It's not famous enough, so they changed it to Final Fantasy.
余計なこと言ってんじゃねえよ。
You can't mention Dragon Quest, or else Square Enix is gonna copyright claim us.
さて、それではご覧に入れちゃおうか。第2形態も第3形態もすっ飛ばした最終形態を。
All I'm going to say is, okay, Frieza.
はったりかましてんじゃねえぞ。ぶん殴って仲間を引きずり出してやる。
It's a Dragon Quest reference and a Dragon Ball reference, and there's so many references. But it's mostly a Dragon Ball Z reference. I can't. I just can't. Akane is going super anxiety. That being said, I love this bit of dialogue here. What? I have a bad feeling about this. Like, the inside of my brain is burning, sizzling. A really, really bad feeling.
さあ、この巨大な絶望をしっかりとその目に焼き付けるがいい。
Is that also a Frieza reference? That's something Frieza says because it sounds like a Dragon Ball quote, except not that it's a spare part. Monokuma is transforming. That's a line, sure. Let's go, guys. What do you think Monokuma's form will be? Guess right now. You have 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. It's so good. It's so good. It's just perfect. Like, I couldn't imagine anything better for a final boss for this game. And she's got the fake nails, of course.
何が起きてるんだ。
It's just perfect. Like, in so many ways, this is just such... I love this bit. Because it's like, okay, first of all, it's just the whole, stupid irony of, I was literally just about to say Frieza transforming, but Monokuma transforms and his final form is a high school girl. But, like, okay. I mean, there are plenty of things I love about this, but one thing I love is that, it's a giant 3D CGI Junko Enoshima. Which, like, immediately makes her stand out, because obviously everybody else are just basically these 2D pictures, right? They're like 2D, she's just full 3D. Pretty much makes it show that, like, she is pretty much beyond this world, has surpassed the limitations of a normal human being or anything. And it is the fact that she's huge, and it is the fact that this just stupid, like, kind of dumb way of, like, okay, so if she's huge, how is she going to be in the class trial? Just make it... She just types in her cell phone, her Gyaru's cell phone. Wait, actually, can I? Yes! She types in her giant Gyaru cell phone with little hearts on it and accessories that shows the picture of her that has her personalities in it, so that they can actually really, like, properly see what she's saying, and she, like, can actually speak to them, like, face to face as opposed to just looking down on them. But it's so good! Like, and, also the fact that this situation cannot exist in anything else other than Danganronpa 2, the thing where reality is just a video game. So yeah, we can have a fucking giant teenage girl just show up like this. Although it's not physically possible, but it is in a video game where everything goes.
幻覚を見ているのでしょうか?
Also, hey, the ominous music's back.
なんでもありだからって。ここまではさすがになしだろう。
Anyway, this is what I'd like to call peak Junko. And not just because she's huge, I just think she's way better written in this game compared to the first one.
はあ LL サイズの女子高生を目の前にすると人ってそんなリアクションするんだ。でもそんなに大きいかな。むしろ小さいくらいじゃない？
でかいだろう。でかすぎだろう。
え？でも某アクションゲームのボスとかもっとでかいよ。ほら、例のゲームのことだよ。ゴッド・オブ・ウォーね。
Unfortunately, I don't know what this reference is, but clearly she's not saying Bayonetta in Japanese. So, anyway, I need to look that up, what her reference is here, but yeah. Being like, what? I'm not that big, final bosses in other action games are way bigger than I am.
結局一枚やがった。
バストは推定15メートルってとこかしら。絶望的に巨乳ね。
Of course, because this is Junko, and then she's just like, oh yeah, because I'm giant, I have like giant boobs that are 15 meters long. Okay, on the one hand, I love the presentation of giant Junko. On the other, I kind of wanted it to be a different final boss than Junko, especially after how well Nagito played the antagonist. Also, it should glitched out more. You know what? These are criticisms that are fair. I can understand this sort of having the final boss basically be Junko again is kind of a bit lame in a way. You kind of think it could have been something other than just Junko. But, this being said, I think it works well. And at the very least, it's like, I think having Junko here talking for the rest of the final trial, it's good, because it's got like Junko's personality just really sells it, and just makes everything way more interesting. If she was glitched out, that could have been cool, but yeah, like I said, I think the idea of having her be CG, where everyone else is just, those like 2D, well not sprites, but like, more two-dimensional images, I think that's kind of the equivalent of having her show, like she's completely different to everything else.
ねえねえ、挟んであげよっか。大きいのって気持ちいいよ。
Yes and no about whether or not Junko's always the mastermind. Yes and no. Even Kazuichi isn't into it.
きっとこれが美少女ゲームだったら今ので胸の谷間の CG が入っていたところだけど、でも残念でした。これは美少女ゲームじゃありません。
I mean, to be fair, I assume that's just them just trying to be ironic because they already did do that CG shot of Junko's cleavage, so I guess they're just being ironic about it. Like I said, okay, it's just so Junko, and like she's just making game jokes now because she's like, it's a video game. Let's make jokes about video games now.
もちろんアクションゲームでもないから巨大なラスボスとバトル爽快感もありません
Because it's not even an action game. You can't even fight me. It's not like, you can't like, aim the truth bullets at me and then I start getting hurt. There's no thing like that. That's not even coded into the game system. All you can do is answer questions. You're completely helpless.
絶望的だなおい。
これがモノクマさんの正体なのですか？
This is Monokuma's final form. A giant CG teenage girl with a cell phone?
俺らはこんなの相手にしねえといけねえのかよ。
こんなの呼ばれたなんてショックですひどいですよ先輩
Oh shit, I didn't even realize she called us senpai.
急にキャラクターが変わったような。
Sorry, I'm just a bit hungry / thirsty, so I'm just having something to eat / drink.
私って自分のキャラに飽きっぽいのという飽きっぽいキャラにも飽きてんだけどね
Essentially, this part is basically there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, seriously honkers, a real set of batonkas, packing some donbugahenkos, massive and she's gonna kill us all. Is that a quote from something? But it's good. And essentially, yeah, it's like, God, because there's a bit of ultra spare girls as well, and then it's just like, yeah, this girl called Junko Enoshima, and her boobs are huge.
そこでクズリュウ君は飽きたって早すぎだろっていうのね先輩たちのデータならたんまりあるから思考を先回りするくらいは楽勝です
The only thing more terrifying than Junko Enoshima is Junko Enoshima that has everybody's personality data, so she immediately knows what everyone's going to do and think and say.
飽きてないじゃないですか。
飽きるのに飽きちゃったんです。ああ、死んでも飽きっぽいなんて嫌になっちゃう。
Okay, the first part is a quote from a famous meme tweet. The part where she killed us all was added by me. Oh, okay, fair enough. Even when you're dead? Does that mean... Is this person's true identity? This is obviously something, if you played the first game, it's way easier to realize, but it's Junko Enoshima.
もしかしてお前が江ノ島純子か
Okay, who went to the damn effort to copy Junko like this? Like, seriously? Well, maybe we'll find out once we finish this entire game. And yeah, Junko knows them all, and honestly, the idea of somebody being able to act exactly like me is kind of the most terrifying part of this game. See, okay, this is another thing about... Well, it's kind of a spoiler. Okay, it's sort of a spoiler. I'll tell you that basically, Junko's real talent isn't actually being an ultimate fashionista. Her actual talent is actually just being really, really good at reading people. Basically, she's actually just really smart. And because she's so smart and so good at predicting what people will do, she's really good at being up and current with the fashion trends. Essentially, that's Junko's real power. Junko's real power is actually that she's just really smart, really good at reading people, and can basically manipulate everybody because she's so good at predicting what everyone's gonna do. The whole fashionista thing is basically just for show. Well, it's like her, I don't know, her red herring talent. I don't know, her words. I can't think of words, but yeah. So even without being an AI, Junko would still already be able to predict what everyone's gonna say. But she's got everyone's avatar data on top of that. Yeah, that's gonna be even more terrifying.
江ノ島純子だと死んだはずじゃなかったのかよ
確かにあの時は言っちゃったけどさ悪かったわねすぐに言っちゃって仕方ないじゃないああいうの初めてだったし
Junko being Junko. Like, she didn't exactly have this kind of personality in the first game. Kind of like, I guess you'd say, horny Junko is a new personality that it wasn't exactly in the first game.
もうバカ行かせたのはそっちのくせに
その時に行っちゃった人がどうしてここにいるのですか？
あんたらは人工知能プログラムアルタエゴって知ってる？
Huh?
そうなのじゃ。今の私様は人工知能なのじゃ。人類すら超越したのじゃ。
何が人工知能プログラムだ。次から次に高等無形なことばっか言ってんじゃねえよ。
ほら私ってこんな性格だからすぐに死にそうじゃん。
So, like, what would you call this? Would this be plot twist number 3? Or is this still kind of, like, not really much of a plot twist? Because, like, Monokuma's actual identity doesn't really matter. It's just, it's Monokuma, and it's forcing us to do these things. It doesn't really matter whether or not they're Junko and Ashima or not. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. No, I know. I don't know. I think... I'm just counting all of the times that the game you think you know what the situation is, and then the game throws you through another loop. Because it's so good. It just piles it on. It's so good.
だから生前にあらかじめ作っておいたんだよね。自分の人工知能プログラムをさ。で、そんな私を誰かがこの新世界プログラムへと繋いでくれて、こうして江ノ島アルタエゴがあんたらの前に絶望的に現れたってわけよ。
So yeah, this is kind of basically... Also, yeah, the other thing is that as well, the other thing is that, I forgot what's gonna... Oh yeah, because... So the other thing about Junko is essentially, like, because Junko is actually... So the whole point is Junko is actually surprisingly smart, and because she's so good at essentially, like, predicting people and understanding their actions and stuff, she basically, I guess, at some point in Host Peak Academy or something, saw Chihiro making the alter ego thing and being like, you know what? I can do that too. Junko basically has super smart superpowers as well, but we didn't mention that in the first game. It wasn't thought of yet, but she does essentially. That's insane. And yeah, wondering who uploaded Junko into the Neo World program. Maybe if we continue the game, they'll tell us eventually. This insane bitch is Junko Enoshima? She's responsible for everything. No, as in, well, I mean, yeah, she'll explain this, but no. See, Junko herself was the one who actually created the program. But she might, that doesn't necessarily mean she was the one who uploaded it into the Neo World program. She is responsible for everything. The destruction of Host Peak Academy, the destruction of the world. The one who took over the Neo World program and forced us to kill each other. It was all this bitch is doing? Even so, what am I supposed to do? Even if we know she's Junko Enoshima.
俺たちに何ができるんだとか警戒しないでよ。同じ超高校級の絶望同士なんだしさ。
There we go. See, she's already predicting what Hajime is going to say or think.
クラスの全員に優しい委員長からさえも道端の端を見るような目を向けられる者同士。仲良くしようよ。
絶対に嫌だ。嫌われた。せっかく皆さんのためを思って卒業プログラムを改ざんしてあげたのに嫌われた。
Huh?
卒業プログラムを改ざん？
So this is plot twist number 3.5. 3.5?
ほら、さっきの偽苗木くんが言ってた。ここから卒業する場合の条件があったでしょ?
Imagine if you could make a recreation of you while in a dystopian world while simultaneously trying to kill high schoolers. Junko is basically what the Joker wishes they could be. To be fair, I actually get the feeling the alter ego Junko was actually created during that, like before the actual, like she didn't create it during the killing school life. She must have created it beforehand. and then like sent it out somewhere.
でもあれだとせっかくの卒業なのにご褒美成分が足りないかなって思って、そこでゲーム世界ならではのしびれるような条件に改ざんしました。
And I love as well this that
ゲ
essentially
ーム内の記憶が本体に上書きされるのはいいとしても、死んだ仲間が死んだままなのは普通すぎるので、
like I think the cell phone adds an extra element of like I don't know irony slash style slash I don't know like just the fact that she's just using her cutesy cell phone to write all this stuff in.
死んだみんなは生き返ることにしました。
So this is the new program graduating. Essentially, that old thing that we had was what would have been the case if the Junko AI hadn't messed with the graduation program with her hacking powers, I guess. So she can apparently return all the dead people to life.
これが私からみんなに提案する新しい卒業プログラムです。
生き返るだと？
And of course, Fuyuhiko immediately.
おい、マジで言ってんのか？マジでそんなことができんのかよ？
すっげえ苦労したんだぜ。
Oh yeah, she's got a new personality.
卒業プログラムはこのゲームの根幹部分だから厳重に暗号化されて守られてやがった。
I mean, she did technically improve it. Yes, it just might not help our situation as much as we think it will.
さすがのオイラも時間がかかっちまったよ。危なく自分の大したことなさに絶望するとこだったぜ。
I think it might be a kind of like a country thing, a country like thing. I don't know.
ま、勝因は人工知能になったおかげでコンピューターに詳しくなれたことかな。前はパソコンがフリーズしたって聞くたびにレンジでチンしてぶっ壊してたもんだけど。
That's a very that was always such a weird line, but it's funny.
ちなみになのですが、その改ざんにどれくらいの時間がかかったと思います？
そんなの知るか！それより死んだ奴らが生き返るのはマジなのかよ！
Like I said, Fuyuhiko, he's always getting to what really matters to him, and that's Peko. He doesn't care about all this stupid, like, oh, there's a Junko AI and blah 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 computer. But he's like, is Peko? Are you going to bring Peko back to life if we graduate?
忘れちゃった？話を進めたかったら問題に答えるのがこのゲームのルールだったよね。
See, like, you know, remember how in the first game they did some meta jokes about like how, you know, you had to answer well what happened to Tagami's family, and then it was all the same answer, and then Junko answered it anyway. Like, so essentially this is essentially the same joke, but like properly. There's a reason for it. It's not just a joke for the sake because it's like being kind of funny and meta. No, like she's literally saying, because this is a game, you've got to answer questions because that's how the game works. And by the game works, I mean your game, the game that you're playing right now. And yes, for you, Kuzu Peko is a very beautiful ship. It's very wholesome.
ちなみにヒントです。皆さんはある場所でそれをずっと見てましたよ。
それを答えねえ限りは話さねえ機会。
We're completely at her mercy. But if we can't progress unless we answer, we have no choice but to answer. How long it took for Junko Enoshima to modify the graduation program? She said we were watching how long it took. If so, the certain place we were watching was... There was only one place where we were watching time tick down. And that was that timer. That timer at Jabberwock Park.
そうか。ジャバウォック公園にあったカウントダウンだ。それ以外に考えられないだろう。
Guys, just control alt delete. It's that simple.
なおかつ時間に関係あるものといえばあれくらいだ。
ではあのカウントダウンはプログラムの改ざんに必要な時間を指し示して。
So that actually explains why there was a random timer counting down. But besides the like to try and add more tension of it, there's a timer counting down. We're getting to the end.
見事に不正解よーい引っ掛け問題に引っかかってやんの
Or kind of?
不正解ってだったらあれは何だったんだよ。
なんというか遊び心みたいな
Huh?
だってなんかよくわからないものってなんかよくわからないけど盛り上がるじゃん
Also, I didn't realize that they moved everybody's positions, I guess, after Monokuma transformed. So everyone's sitting next to each other. Maybe they all like ran away when Monokuma started glowing and shit.
アメコミヒーローのコスプレっぷりとか地球外生命体のデザインとかもそうじゃん
ただのボケ脅しってことか。
Yeah, it's kind of a red herring.
あんだけ引っ張っておいて何も意味がないなんてゲーム落ちに次ぐ絶望っぷりだった
Honestly, this whole countdown thing, it's a little bit weird. I assume it's just one of those kind of red herring slash we're trying to cover our bad writing slash of like don't worry about it. It didn't actually mean anything. We just did it for the hell of it. Kind of like that whole like, you know how what you call it? Like, oh, why does Mukuro and Junko have different last names? I can't be bothered to give you an answer. It doesn't fucking matter.
だけど謎の一族が支配する島で不可能殺人が起こって最後のどんでん返しで探偵役が真犯人でしたとかそういうノリはとっくに終わってんだってこの後に及んで何を期待してんのさ
So it's like I said, this is so weird and meta. It's like, oh, I decided to make it a red herring because I for the hell of it, because like making it be an important plot point would be too predictable. Question mark? It's really hard. Like some of the details of this game are a bit vague. That being said, they're probably the most concrete that Danganronpa ever does with this kind of lore. Also, what is she doing?
こいつやっぱめちゃくちゃだぞ
Like the real life version of her was like dancing around. I couldn't really see because she's blocking the view.
でも強いて言うなら自分的ミッションみたいな意味合いならあったよほら横断歩道を渡るときに白線から落ちたらダメとか自分でルールを決めたりするでしょ私もカウントダウンがゼロになる前にあんたらを卒業試験に送り込めるか試してたんだけど
Whoa, lag game. Oh no, okay, that's what she's doing. Never mind. I thought she was dancing around, but no, she's just tugging her pigtails. Just to be fair, if I had pigtails like that, I'd probably just like fiddle with them all the time too.
もういいです。やめてください。
But I think Sonya's starting to break a bit from all of this Junko talk.
そう呆れないでよ改ざんに苦労したのは本当なんだからさみんなが犬親父みたいな顔でビーチで過ごしてる間も私は一人でシコシコと頑張ってたんだよ
おい、いつまでくだらねえ話してんだ。それより死んだ連中が生き返るってのはマジなのか。
Ah, for you, I love you.
だから楽勝だって言ってんじゃん所詮はゲームなんだからさ
Just a game? Oh, damn it. Hey, okay. Yep, Ramses is here. Awesome. Unfortunately, you've missed a lot. Well, he'll show up in a second, but he's missed a lot, but I mean, okay, if I started streaming later at like 3 or 4 or 3:30, like I wouldn't finish this until like 6 o'clock. And that would just be really long. So anyway, okay, to try and explain the plot twist as simply as possible. So yeah, we are in a virtual reality game world. It turns out we're actually members of Junko's ultimate despair cult. And Makoto Naiki put us into this place that was essentially a rehabilitation program, and it would rehabilitate us from all of the traumatized memories we'd had. And so that's essentially what happened. And also, Monokuma transformed, and Monokuma's true form is a giant CG AI version of Junko Enoshima. And right now, we're still trying to figure out if we want to leave or not. And we think that Monokuma wants us to leave, and Junko wants us to leave. And Junko's also saying that she made it to the graduation program, that if we choose to graduate and leave the program, then everybody who was already dead is going to come back to life. That's where we're up to right now. I mean, we've been going for like 2 hours, so fair enough. But we've got more to go. Don't worry, the best is yet to come, and I'm actually not joking.
この世界で起きたことなんてどれもこれもゲーム内イベントでしかないんだよね。ゲームの中で起きたことが現実世界に影響を及ぼすわけないじゃん。
I mean, yeah, you can watch the VOD after this. I think the Metal Gear question I had was essentially something about how like in Metal Gear Solid 2 there are all these questions, like all these very, vague things, and they get answered in Metal Gear Solid 4. But like in Metal Gear Solid 2 there was never really the assumption that these questions were going to get answered. That was the question essentially. So was Metal Gear Solid 4 just basically giving answers to things that never actually needed answers to begin with?
言ってることがさっきと全然違うじゃないか。さっきは嘘だろうと本当だろうと、それをリアルに感じた時点でリアルになるって。
So yeah, Ramsey's to catch you up. Basically, you were saying beforehand that because this is essentially a real-life an incredibly complex simulation, when somebody's avatar believes that it's dead, then their brain thinks that it's dead, and so then they become brain dead. But now Junko is saying that's not the case.
そうやって他人の発言に突っ込むゲームは終わったの。だから気にしないでいいって。
The game where you don't need your truth. All right, good night, Drifting Snow. He's like, the game is over. The Danganronpa part of the Danganronpa is over. You don't need to go around and use my own words as bullets and truth bullets.
分かった。気にしねえよ。
And of course, Fuyuhiko hears that Peko could be alive if they do this.
おい。
And Fuyuhiko immediately drops everything and tries.
理屈なんてどうだっていい。死んだあいつらが生き返るならそれでいいだろう。
ですが、どういった原理でそんなことが可能なのかもわからないのでは。
この世界は何でもありなんだよ。てめえだって散々見てきたろ。
Like you can feel this conflict, right? It's like they're kind of like. Sonya's like, but wait, we don't even know if that's possible. Fuyuhiko's like, no, fuck it. Anything's possible, right? We've seen giant women and transforming bears and a fake Makoto Naegi who disappeared into thin air. Like, maybe that is possible. I'm gonna do it, I swear.
ああ、女子高生が巨大化するくらいだし、死んだ人間が生き返っても不思議じゃねえ。
That's such a Goku answer.
そういうプログラムに改ざんしたって言われたら、そうですかとしか言えねえよな。
And it's true, we're not computer programmers. How are we supposed to figure that out? How can we rebut that and say that she's lying?
そうそう。だからこんなゲームなんて終了して、お外の世界で健全な生活に戻ろうよ。
そうすると、お前にどんな得があるんだ。
Hajime's still a bit suspicious though.
俺たちをこの世界から出して、お前にどんな得があるんだ。それを聞かない限りは。
Giant women are real. We can do anything. Next thing you're gonna tell me the fusion dance is real.
やれだ。僕がどうとか細かいよな。生活カツカツの主婦じゃあるまいし。
My God, Jinko's dialogue is so good. It's like, yeah, she's like, God, why do you have to like question me on any minor detail? Like, why are you being so strict and petty? Like, can't you just accept that that's what I did and just let's just do that?
私はただドラマチックにこの卒業を演出したかっただけなんだって。ま、別に疑うなら出なくていいよ。それでいいのね。出ないってことでいいのね。
ちょっと待てや。
She's manipulating Fuyuhiko like a fiddle right now, being like, if you don't do it, then maybe you won't get the opportunity to bring everyone back to life,
出るに決まってんだろ。 それで死んだ連中が助かるなら出るしかねえだろ。
This is what's so great about Junko in this game. The way she just manipulates everyone like a fucking fiddle. And you know she is, but you can't do anything about it because, like, you don't have any evidence to prove her wrong.
当たり前だ。ずっとそれを目標にして頑張ってきたんだぞ。
その目標があったからあんな殺し合いにも耐えられたんだもんな。
しかもみんな揃って帰れるんだ。あったら迷う理由なんてねえだろ。
そうですよね。
Sonya's getting convinced now.
今さらここに残るなんて選択を選べるはずありませんよね。
さすがは殺し合い修学旅行を勝ち抜いただけあって生き残りたいって気持ちも超高校級ね。素晴らしい。それでこそ装置としての役割を全うできるってもんよ。
Devices?
じゃあ時
Like
間稼ぎの
plot
解説
devices?
なんかやめにしてさっさとやっちゃおっか。それじゃあお手元のタッチパネルで回答しちゃってください。やっちゃうよ。本当にやっちゃうよ。早くしないとマジでやっちゃうんだからね。誰に言ってるんだとか聞かなくていいって。ザコのひなたくんには関係ないんだからさ。
And yeah, like I said, and once again, she's just reading our minds, telling us, saying what we were going to say before we were going to say it.
ザコ？
Also, she's calling us Zako.
気にすんな。どうせこいつを押せば何もかも終わりなんだ。
But yeah, interesting. It makes it sound like she's talking to someone, saying, "Hey, if you don't get here soon, they're gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it."
で、この卒業ってのを押せばいいんだな。
そうすりゃ帰れるんだな。
I can go back. With this, I can finally go back. He's right. With this, we can finally go back. This will be the end. And our friend who died will be saved. That's way beyond what we expected. Then it's safe to say this is the good ending, right? I mean, of course, we say we can't. No, actually, interesting. No time limit here. But we can't. But she just wants us to do that, right? Can we just do it like last time? Just don't press anything? Don't do anything? Well, let's talk about this a bit more. Hey, what are you doing? It's decided by majority vote, so just don't think about it and press graduate. Don't you want to go back home? I don't care if you want to stay here, but don't drag us into it. I can go back. With this, I can finally go back. He's right. It just loops. We don't have a choice. Even if we press repeat, I think? Hey, that's the repeat button. Don't you get it? If you press that, we're stuck here, you know? You better not start saying how we're better off staying here. There's nothing we can do. If we do that, we'll just keep looping again and again. So, the only thing we can do is, even though we're suspicious, everybody else has decided that's for the best. We can't do anything to question her. We can't say this is we can't say, you know, we can prove that she's got other intentions because we can't. We're not computer scientists. They haven't done this loop before, at all, really. The only thing was, like, previously they asked there was a fake Makoto Naegi who was telling them to graduate, and then like Hajime basically told them to wait a bit, and he realized he proved that it wasn't the real Makoto. But so this is just the first time they're doing this loop. This isn't really properly looping, but it can loop potentially. So pretty much, even though we know that Junko is basically luring us into a trap, we can't do anything about it because nobody else will listen to us. And we can't do anything to stop them. And we can't really argue it. We don't have any evidence. We can't argue against it. If Junko says that's the answer, that's the future that's waiting for us, what can we do to even, you know, do otherwise? We've got no choice. We're gonna have to do what she wants. Alright. If you say so, guys.
それは違うよ。しちゃダメだ。それは江ノ島純子の罠なんだ。
Oh, it's so good. They even have him yell it way more forcefully than he does in the first game. Just in the nick of time.
なんだまたさっきのやつが出てきやがったぞ。
またじゃないよ。だって今度こそ本物だもんね。
And of course, Junko is very excited. This is the real Makoto Naegi. Coming in at the last moment to stop us from making the wrong choice.
本物？僕は苗木誠。未来機関の苗木誠だ。
Yay! It's real Makoto! This guy? It's the real Makoto Naegi? Then, this is the guy I spoke to?
遅くなってごめん。本当はもっと早く助けに来てあげたかったんだけど。
Yeah, exactly. Her arch rival, the Batman to a Joker, the other ultimate hope, the good ultimate hope that doesn't think that we need to murder everyone.
新世界プログラムに侵入したウイルスのせいで、なかなかここに介入することができなかったんだ。
And this is what I love, another thing that I love about this, I guess, what would we call this, like plot twist number 4 or something? The Makoto, the real Makoto Naegi is now showing up. And what I love about this part is, you know, it's that, I love this, you know, like, this is what I love about this, is because it's, you know, you have the sequel, and then in the sequel, you have the main character from the first game showing up to save the characters from the second game when they're in a bind. It's such a it's such an obvious, predictable trope, but it's so cute. They're even bringing in this music that's used a lot in the first game. It's great. I love it.
それがザコどものピンチというタイミングでなぜか急に介入できるようになって。
That being said, Junko seems aware just how cool that trope is too.
こうして主人公がさっそうと現れましたとさ。
Like, she's literally calling him the main character, the main cast. She knows. She knows what this trope is. Although she might be a little bit turned on by it.
このタイミングもお前が仕組んだものなのか。
She might have. In all honesty, she might have, actually. The Makoto was trying to get in here, and she was waiting to bring him out. She could control it, and she basically made it he could only show up at the right moment just because it would be cool that way.
だとしても構うもんか。僕は絶対にみんなを助けてみせる。そしてお前との因縁にも決着をつけるぞ。
Yes! Anyway, Junko is also very turned on by protagonist's words, apparently.
ですけど、苗木さんはどうやってここにいらっしゃったのですか？目には目を。裏技介入の私には同じく裏技介入ってとこかしら？みんなと同じように入学時の姿なのに記憶が残ってるのはそのせいなんでしょ？
Yeah, Makoto used computer hacking. They hacked into the program to bring him in there. And that's why he looks like he does in DR1. It has nothing to do with the fact that we didn't want to come up with, like, new, older-looking versions of his sprites. Nope. He just specifically chose to look like he did in the Danganronpa 1.
そうでないとみんなを助けられないだろ。
I mean, she's even more wrong for not being horny for Hajime. I mean, all I'll say is Danganronpa 3 and leave it at that.
でも、分かってんの？どんな裏技で入ってこようと、ここに来た以上は、私の生徒扱いになるのよ。つまり、あんたは私の権限のもとに置かれる。
そんなのは承知の上だ。
相変わらずの捨て身の希望だね。そんなあんたが生理的に受け付けないくらい好きよ。
おい、それより罠ってどういう意味だ？何が江ノ島純子の罠なんだ？聞く必要なんてねえだろ。 やっとこれで終われるんだぞ。ここから出れば何もかも丸く収まるんだぞ。今さら邪魔されてたまっかよ。君たちがそう思わされていること自体が江ノ島の仕掛けた罠なんだよ。あ？死んだみんなが生き返るのって嘘だ。
嘘じゃないもん。
あっちだよ。
江ノ島純子の目的を聞けばそいつが嘘を言ってるってわかるはずだ。
God, it's so great. It's so great, Makoto. You can just come Makoto here and just like being so protagonistic and like I know it's the point. It's like it's partially the point. It's partially why Jinko's like so really turned on by this. She's like, it's so wow, you act like such a protagonist, Makoto. You're so cool, Makoto. But I mean, it is cool, okay? It is.
あいつの目的を知ってんのか。
ああ、江ノ島の目的は希望構成プログラムを絶望再生プログラムに変えてしまうことなんだよ。
絶望再生プログラムに変える？
この世界でアバターが得た記憶や意識は最後に卒業プログラムで本体に上書きされるんだ。ただ今回のようにアバター自体が消滅することなんて僕らは想定していなかったんだよ。江ノ島純子はそこにつけ込んだんだ。そいつは自分のアルターエゴを僕の仲間の技術を盗んで作った人工知能を消滅したみんなのアバターの代わりにその肉体に上書きしようとしてるんだ。
And that's the twist.
じゃあ死んだ連中は生き返るわけじゃなくて。
江ノ島純子に乗っ取られるってことか？
And this is what Junko was trying to do. This was Monokuma's master plan all along. By deleting the avatars of the player characters and making the graduation program, fiddling with the things in the graduation program, it means that if somebody whose avatar is deleted, they don't have anything that can be uploaded back into them. So Junko's going to use that AI and upload herself into them. And it's such a sequel story as well, right? Like, it's about we have to stop the main villain from the first game from resurrecting themselves, essentially. Resurrecting themselves into multiple bodies, if this is the case. It's such a sequel plotline, right? It's great.
なんだろうそれ。一度消滅してしまったものは元に戻らない。それは現実世界でもプログラム世界でも一緒なんだ。それが復活するなんてことはありえないんだ。
Wait, is that a fucking Kojima thing as well? Does Kojima do that stuff as well? Oh no. Oh no.
でも騙してたわけじゃないよ。たった言葉足らずだっただけだもん。
Oh, Metal Gear. Okay, it's Metal Gear Solid 2 again. There you go. It's fucking Metal Gear Solid 2 again.
それに私のアルターエゴが上書きされたからってまるっきり別人になるわけじゃないしね。
And see, that's the thing. Like, she wasn't actually technically lying to everyone. When she said the dead people will come back to life, yeah, she was actually telling them the truth. It's just they won't come back to life as them. They'll come back to life with her, as her AI, essentially.
死んだ連中のデータは私の中に蓄積されてるから今までと何ら変わりない人格を演じられるはずだよ。
ふざけんな。
むしろクズリュウ君のデータもたっぷりとあるからあなたが喜びそうなこともわかる。だから今までよりクズリュウ君好みのペコヤマペコちゃんを演じられちゃったりしてね。
ふざけんなっつってんだろ。
Oh, I love that. Like, God, that twisting in the knife, right? I don't know what plot twists are up to now. Like, what, five? Plot twist number 5 or something? And she just twists in the knife there. She's just like, like, if I get uploaded into everyone's body, because I have all this data under for Yukiko, I might as well I could just be Pekko. I could be the Pekko that he really wants me to be. Isn't that right? Isn't that right for you, Hiko? Like, God, it's so good. The way she just manipulates them. I love this version of Junko.
人類総江ノ島化計画はここから始まるのよ。
Junko fight all mankind?
死んだ連中にアルターエゴを埋め込んだ後は未来機関の施設をちゃっちゃと制圧して、そんでゆくゆくは世界中を私だらけにしちゃったりしてね。
Because also keep in mind, I'm pretty sure like Junko's entire goal essentially is to spread despair to everybody in the entire world. And if everybody becomes Junko, then yeah, in a way that succeeds in her goal of giving everybody despair, because they'll all have Junko's despair.
こうして絶望したい放題の絶望ユートピア名付けて江ノ島ランドが完成するのよ。
Enoshima Land, of course.
これぞ人類総江ノ島化計画の全貌です。夢が広がりまくりステ
その無茶苦茶な計画がおめの目的なのか。
It also fucks up the world with Junko's sleep agents. Nobody wants that. Yeah, that's the other thing. Exactly. Everyone, it's like, you don't know who has been turned into Junko. As well as also considering that, Junko's so good at, predicting what people will do and acting out their personalities, that yeah, they could act completely normal, but they're actually just Junko pretending to be them. So that's a pretty messed up dystopia.
どうして俺たち全員を殺さなかったんだよ。
That's actually true. If she did kill all of us, then it would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? She could just upload herself onto everybody's bodies, not just the few who died.
俺たちを殺していれば
Oh, yep, sorry.
全員の体を乗っ取れたはずだ。
Sorry, they're pointing out the
その方
the
が
plot
好
holes
都合だったん
and
じゃないのか。
ィ
explaining it.
ナ。むしろそうしてほしかった。それって今からでも遅くない？
いや、江ノ島にはそれができない理由があったんだ。だからみんなに殺し合いをさせたんだよ。
The reason she wasn't able to do that? Question, is this all from Nagito stapling Junko's hands on him? Okay, no, it's not. It's not. That would be amazing if that was. They did actually. It was actually a plot point, kind of. Well, not a plot point, but it was basically it was basically used as their proof that yes, that's what they look like in the real world. But no, Nagito stapling Junko's hand onto his didn't actually cause him to become Junko. No. And so Junko could, in theory, take control of people and fuck herself, and yet from the outside they are different people. Also, yes. I think that's called self-cessed. And yeah, to be fair, does she really think she can get everyone these Hope memory erasing machines? There's like 1 billion people. I mean, she caused the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. I don't think we should say that anything's beyond Junko's limitations. Anyway, so the reason why she wasn't just able to kill everybody, like, which would be more convenient for her, was it because there was something she didn't do? If so, the reason is... there was one thing. There was one thing, perhaps.
そうか。そうか。修学旅行のルールがあったからだな。
そんな化け物みたいなやつが修学旅行のルールなんかに縛られてたのかよ。
江ノ島は教師役の監視者である宇佐美の権限にのっとっていた。だけどその宇佐美にも守るべきルールはあった。それが修学旅行のルールなんだ。
Aw, it's cute how they're like working together now.
だからその立場を乗っ取った江ノ島もそのルールには従わざるを得なかったはずだ。
And one of the rules says the lead teacher cannot directly interfere with the students
私たちは
unless someone
こ
broke
の
the
ルール
rules.
に守られていたのですね。
That's what was stopping Monokuma from directly being able to kill everybody he wanted.
参った参ったルールの追加の権限はあったんだけどルール削除の権限がなくてさ
I will say, it's actually reminding me, well, I came up with this, it's like a shit thing. I had this other idea for a fan fiction. It's essentially like an alternate universe version of V3. And it basically has a similar twist of like there's like essentially like this hard-coded rule into the world where you just know. Oh right, yeah, that's the giant Jinko. I'm sorry, you can't really see her very well because she's hidden behind her cell phone. That's her cell phone that he put out there. It was a very good scene. You should watch it in the VOD. There she go. There she is. Giant CG Junko.
自分で直接手を下せねえから俺らに殺し合いをさせてたのかよ
But she just has grey eyes. A lot of characters in Danganronpa have grey eyes. And yes, definitely giant woman from Steven Universe. Exactly. No, you're right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and so what's also really great about this, what I love about this plot point, is it means there's actually a plot reason for why there's a killing game. It's not just for the sake of despair and because it's despair. It's because she wants to try and get everybody to die so she can take over their bodies, but she is not physically allowed to interfere with anybody unless they break the rules. So she thinks the easiest way to get everybody to die is to convince them all to kill each other. I mean, yeah, technically she was probably lying about the whole, the person who's the blackened and gets escaped is able to escape the island. That part she was lying about. But, all the other stuff, like the Twilight Syndrome murder case, that she wasn't necessarily lying about. The, what was Chapter 3? Well, Chapter 3 was Despair Disease. Despair Disease, that was a bit of a weird motive. But, like, yeah. She essentially, it's really, like, for once, the fact that this is a killing game actually has a plot reason for why it's a killing game. It's not just because, for the despair lols. Like, there's a plot reason. That's what I love about this. They take some of these elements from the first game and try to sort of create a universe where they all have a logical reason as to why they're happening. I love this game.
そうやって後で乗っ取る体を増やしてたのか。
だから私的には殺し合いの結末がどうなろうと実は関係なかったんだよね。
Yeah, like, also, not to mention, yeah, there's one point, I think in chapter 1 or 2 or whatever, and Monokuma just kind of says, this class trial is basically just for killing time anyway. Like, the fact is, she actually doesn't really care. What is confusing is that she can clearly make new areas and buildings in this world, as seen in chapter 4. That building had no food, which meant they were going to starve to death. Doesn't that mean she could have just locked them in rooms and they can't leave and just starve them to death? Okay, that... I'll give you my headcanon reasons as to why. I think my headcanon reasons as to why is, first of all, she didn't... Oh, that was a... Sorry, that was a... I just got a text. Anyway, what was I going to say? Right. The plot reasons as to why, as to how chapter 4 was, I think one reason is that before chapter 4, she didn't actually, the virus didn't actually have enough power to create things like that on their own. It wasn't until chapter 4 that she had the power to do that, and by chapter 5, it was kind of like, basically by chapter 5, she was basically just watching to see what Nagito would do because she was interested, and that's why she didn't do anything or make anything there. That's the first reason. The second reason is she was also buying for time. She wanted to drag this out for as long as possible for reasons that we'll find out soon. So she didn't want to do the safe and easy option. And yeah, having her say like, I don't really care who lived and died, just as long as people died. Hey, the JoJo pose is back.
許さねえぞ。絶対に許さねえからな。それがお前の罠だったのか。卒業プログラムでみんなの体を乗っ取るために俺たちに卒業を選ばせようとしてたんだな。
どうしてそんなひどいことができるのですか?
Yeah, so yeah, Monokuma / Jinko 2.0 just saw them as pawns literally to an endgame. Yeah, basically. She'll talk about it more here.
それが江ノ島純子なんだ。 それが真の超高校級の絶望なんだよ。そいつはどんな未来も望んでない。関わった全ての人間を絶望させてしまうんだ。
さすがは苗木くん、私のことをよーく理解してくれてるんだね。そう、私にとっての絶望ってのは目的でも主義でも生き様でも本能でもなくて、私が江ノ島純子であるための定義づけなの。要はそういう設定ってことよ。だから私はこうして絶望だけを純粋に追求できるの。
ただ純粋に人を絶望させることだけがお前の目的だっていうのか？
例えばね、秋っぽい私が今でも思い出すとっても美しい光景を教えてあげようか。私を狂気的に愛してる何千ものゴミくず集団が殺虫剤を浴びた虫けらみたいに死んでいく姿。しかも連中はそれを自分でやったんだよ。何千もの人間がドミノみたいにバタバタ倒れて、あの光景は脳みそが溶けるほど美しかったわ。
なあ、その話ってさ、思わず笑っちまうオチとかあるのかな？
Could it be? Is she talking about them right now? Thousands of people. There's only one time where we heard of thousands of people dying.
そうか。今のって予備学科の集団自殺の話か。
日向くんは予備学科の生き残りだったっけ？じゃあお悔やみを申し上げとかないとね。
It's you, the one who made it happen in the first place.
集団自殺ってなんだよ。予備学科の2357人が集団自殺した事件のことだよ。きっとそれをやらせたのも江ノ島だったんだ。2357人だと？そんなの現実的な数字じゃねえぞ。
そんなに驚かなくたっていいじゃん。両親と恋人と親友がいっぺんに死んだみたいな顔でさ。出現しちゃいました。皆さんにそんな人間関係が残ってるわけ
See,
な
like,
いですよね。
it's also like, it's like as she's, even now, she's just twisting in the knife with everyone, being like, oh yeah, right. Hey guys, do you remember that like all of your friends and family are dead and you probably killed them? Man, oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. I'm so sorry. Like, God, she's so sinister. I love. She's a great villain.
超高校級の絶望の皆さんですもんね。自分の絶望なんてとっくに味わい尽くしてますよね。
何をおっしゃりたいのか私にはよくわからないのですが。
江ノ島は関わった人間全ての未来を奪ってしまう。超高校級の絶望に落ちた君たちも犠牲者なんだ。
Yeah, I mean, given that she's been manipulating us this well this entire time. Yeah, imagine if like we spent like at least a whole year with her in the school, with her as our classmate.
でもそんなオイラを生み出すってことはよ、きっと世界ってのは絶望を欲してやがんだぜ。
違う。世界は絶望なんて望んでない。だからこそお前を外に出すわけにはいかないんだ。
Yeah, go Makoto. And yeah, you're right. Yeah, she has a new personality this time. I don't know why, but she's got a new personality. I guess she got bored of her other one, so she had to make a new one. And this is when things start getting complicated.
俺たちがここから出るために卒業を選んだら卒業プログラムが起動してしまうんだろう。
そうなったら江ノ島さんのアルターエゴが死んだ皆さんの体に埋め込まれてしまいます。
Surely it'd be easier for an AI to make new personalities up on the fly, but sure.
そいつを出さねえようにするには俺らがここに残るしかねえってことか。
なんだよそれ。なんでそうなっちまうんだよ。
Their only way of escape.
みんなにとってはひどい話だけど、 未来機関にとっては都合のいい話だよね。これで私を含めた超高校級の絶望をまとめてゲーム世界に閉じ込めておけるもんね。
Yeah, you like I said, it's not necessarily twisting knife, but it kind of like been like a, yeah, you know, a situation like this where I'm in the program and you're all in the program and we just all have to be stuck in the program forever. That'd be the kind of situation the Future Foundation wants. Maybe that's what they were intending in the first place. Maybe it was all their fault.
違う、そういうことじゃない。
I mean, Makoto's trying to argue against that though.
でも超高校級の絶望が世界中から疎まれてて、未来機関からも命を狙われてるのは間違いないし。
I mean, they could just kill the body he resurrects in. I mean, if they can. Like, if you even think about it, like that, okay, that's how many, think about how many people are dead at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 of them. 10 of them and 5 survivors. Right now, the Junkos outnumber them. I don't know if they'd even be able to kill them.
苗木くんがそんな風に思っちゃうのも仕方ないっちゃ仕方ない。
LOL, it apparently was obviously a dub thing.
笑いじゃないですよ。
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think Akane could take on Nekomaru alone, let alone, like, and she's the only really physically active mind, like, the physical one out of all of them. So, yeah. Who's to say they didn't inject a Sister Mukuro, too? I'll tell you right now they didn't. She didn't because she hates Mukuro. But, yeah, as well, it's true.
でも皮肉だよね。ここに来て卒業することが間違いだって突きつけられるなんてさ。せっかくこのゲームを勝ち続けてきたのにね。せっかく仲間を犠牲にして勝ち続けてきたのにね。
You guys had to sacrifice your friends this whole time just to keep thinking that, you know, you can get out of here. You can get out of here eventually. The trip will be over. You'll get out of here. You can escape the island, and then you find out trying to escape the island is just going to basically resurrect the embodiment of chaos and despair into the world, who will try to destroy the entire world.
ずっと目指してたゴールが間違いだったなんて、そんなの絶望的。
やめてくれ。
Ones by one, like I said, she's just completely breaking them. It was all a mistake? Was this really just a mistake? Was it a mistake to think we'd go home alive all along? What about the killings and the class trials? Was this just a meaningless killing game where the ultimate despairs killed each other off? This is just too...
諦めちゃダメだ。
Aww. Thanks, Makoto. Like, God, it's just such a roller coaster. It's such a roller coaster, this whole trial. Like, the moment you think you know what's going on, something happens, and you're like, oh, we're in despair. No, don't give up yet. And here's fake Makoto, and here's the real Makoto, and... yeah. Anyway, yeah, thinking about all the other dead ones, the only one potentially dangerous would be fake Byakuya. Oh, yeah. She could be like a G.I. Joe bad guy, Sabato, just an amalgamation of every ruler. Or it's something from Junko from just doing the same and just getting all the ultimate abilities into a cocktail. Well, okay. I'll tell you right now, yeah, basically, I explained it earlier, but essentially Junko already kind of, she doesn't exactly have ultimate abilities, but she already basically is smart enough and competent enough that, like, she doesn't need everybody's ultimate talents. She's, like, actually very, like, she's basically super smart, and she can do a lot of this stuff and, like, basically become her own talents on her own, so... Yeah. And would fake Byakuya be brainwashed and repurposed by Junko? Yeah, and yes, he would. Oh, you mean Ultimate Imposter? The best non-binary? Yes, Ultimate Imposter would also be then brainwashed and repurposed by Junko. And, you know, Ultimate Imposter could probably just end up then, well, being an imposter as anybody they wanted to be. Junko Nagito would go down in one hit. I mean, yes, but if Junko Nagito still had Nagito's luck, well... things would get a bit more complicated. I will also say, my other fanfiction idea, my other 5 gazillion fanfiction ideas, it is what happens if they do actually choose the graduation program. Makoto arrives too late, and they do convince Hajime to press graduate. I will say, it gets a bit more interesting than you think, because they actually kind of have a chance, kind of. We'll get there. We're getting there. We'll get there eventually. There's more plot twists to this game.
みんながここから出られて江ノ島だけを出さずに済む方法があるんだ
Huh?
いやいや、そんなに都合のいい方法が。マジであるの？そんなの初耳なんだけど。
First she's heard of it? Then it's a way that even Junko doesn't know, right? The way to get out that Junko doesn't know about. It might be that. A special command that can be used during the graduation exam. If you use this, you can override the observer and forcibly escape from the Neo World program. Not even the teacher observer can prevent that.
そうかそれって強制シャットダウンのことか
We've still got hope, remember? We've still got one more weapon up our sleeves.
強制シャットダウンって何ですか
僕が新世界プログラムに仕掛けておいた一種の裏技みたいなもんだよ裏技そもそも僕は新世界プログラムが完璧だなんて思っていたわけじゃないんだもしかしたら教師役のウサミの希望が逆に君たちを追い詰める可能性もあるかもしれない
Yes, because like it makes sense, yeah. Like, I mean, first of all, this just makes it like first of all, you know, it's great to see Makoto. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. It's great to see Makoto be like, yeah, you know what? I don't think, you know, things might just not just work out, just be easily just, hey, it's you know, Usami has hope, we have hope, hope is spread, hope is infectious, and hope is going to fix everything. It might not be that easy. So if that's the case, we're gonna find a way that they can leave, that they can just like shut this whole thing down without the teacher being able to stop them. And what was the other thing I was thinking about? I can't remember. Oh yeah, maybe just the fact that like, I mean, yeah, like the fact is Usami, as we could see, maybe she's good at being a rehabilitation doctor, but I don't think she was doing a very good job of convincing us to really, you know, that there's nothing suspicious and everybody just needs to make friends and whatever. I'm sorry if Usami was condescending, exactly.
そんな万が一の時のために僕はこの強制シャットダウンを用意しておいたんだ確か教師役にも止められない命令って言ってたよなじゃあ江ノ島にも止めらんねえってことか
ですが残念なお知らせですあなた方に強制シャットダウンは使えません
Of course she's prepared for this. Huh?
お前強制シャットダウンを知ってるのか
そんなことよりなんでかわかるなんで強制シャットダウンを発動できないかわかる
The reason the shutdown sequence can't be activated is... Huh, like now that I'm thinking about it, they don't really like it's... I remember this because they mentioned it, but they said something that they need more people for it.
そうか人数が足りてないからか
Yeah, I was pretty sure Usami might have kept you guys. Good thing I made a backup plan. Being like, no, these children are too precious. I don't want to give them up to the outside world. They're mine now.
私が知っている情報では強制シャットダウンを発動させるにはプログラムの定員である15名の過半数がせーので卒業と留年を同時に押さなければならない
So yeah, this is the other reason why Junko was like, I'm gonna make everybody kill each other, but doesn't really care about killing everyone. Because the fact is, they can't do the shutdown sequence as long as there is... God, I mean, I even actually explained this in... So, in chapter 4, essentially, so out of 15 people, hang on, what did you say? More than half of them must press graduate or repeat. So essentially, you needed to have 8 people alive. The moment there was less than 8 people alive, they can't do the they can't put in the do the shutdown sequence. And if that actually happens, they have 7 people after Nekamaru is killed. So yeah, after chapter 4, essentially, after chapter 4, by the end of chapter 4, Junko has won. She knows that they can't do the shutdown sequence on her own. So technically, she could ended the whole thing after chapter 4. But, well, there were a few reasons. Maybe 1, she hadn't finished time frame with the graduation program. 2, she was waiting for Nagito to, see what the hell Nagito was gonna do. And 3, we'll get part 3 later. Wait, is my cam gone? The hell? No, I'm still here. I'm still here according to OBS, so...
よろしいのですよね。
ですけど15人の過半数ってここにはナイニさんも含めて6人しかいませんよ。
ずるしよったってそうはいかないよ。ちゃんと別々の人間が押したと認識されないと強制シャットダウンは発動しないから。
Also interesting that they're saying, out of 15 people that you need everybody to, half the amount of people. It's not including Chiaki. Probably just because, well, Chiaki's not allowed to make a decision because she's just an AI. She would just choose what the right option is. It doesn't really matter for her. Whatever Chiaki chooses, it doesn't reflect on whether these people have truly been rehabilitated or not. I haven't even watched JoJo Part 3.
お前はその裏技ってのもお見通しだったんだな。
So even Makoto's last plan. What are we gonna do? And now the plot twist! There's so many fucking plot twists! If they had 7 and had Chiaki, they would have been fucked. Monokuma could have done that, like revealed Chiaki as a traitor that way. It's true. But at the same time, yeah, like he could have, but yeah, also, I guess Nagito, like, let's put it this way, Nagito was clearly trying to erase all despair, and she thought, hey, if he really does do that and kills everybody, all of them as ultimate despair, that just makes my job just way easier. So she just kind of let Nagito do what he wanted, and if they failed, no skin off her back. When everyone is screaming like Kazuichi, we have an issue. I mean, it's been a long 3 hours for them and me.
心配ないよ。強制シャットダウンが使える
Oh, thank God.
僕にだって分かってた。
勝ち目がねえって分かっててきたのか。
勝ち目がないわけじゃない。いや、むしろあるからこそ来たんだ。
では、私様に申してみるがいい。 お主の勝ち目とは何なのじゃ。
I love it. It's just these two giant plans of hope and despair and future foundation and romance and despair that are all clashing with each other and like, I've got this hidden plan, I've got this hidden plan, I love this game.
信じてるんだ。
何？聞こえない。チビなんだからもっと大きな声で言ってくれるかな。
Oh, cute. Does Nagito have a little trip up his hoodie sleeves? Or do you mean Makoto? Either way.
僕は彼らを信じてるんだ。彼らならきっと来てくれるはずだって信じてる。
Who do you believe in? Them?
そんなことわざわざ言われるまでもないわね。
It's Kyoko!
何が信じているだ。付き合わされるこっちの身にもなってみろ。
And Byakuya!
キリギリさんに戸上くん、やっぱり来てくれたんだね。
We're all here! The cast of DR1 are coming back! I'll tell you right now, the others don't come back. There isn't really any reason, I don't know actually why, like plot-wise, but they're not there, but whatever. Kyoko? Byakuya?
忠告も聞かず勝手に先走るようなやつは放っておいてもよかったんだがな。
I love their interactions here. It's just like you know the kind that you can tell what's going on here.
ごめん。
Aww.
二人いっぺんに侵入するのにちょっと手間取ったけど、どうやら間に合ったみたいね。
Yeah, I will say, yeah, there's a reason. No, actually, okay. So, Ultra Despair Girls essentially gives a reason as to why Toko and Hiro aren't here. Asahina, I don't know why she's not. I guess they just didn't really feel like it. They thought, you know, we technically only need 8 people, so we only need to really bring 3 of the Danganronpa 1 cast, so let's just bring the 3 main characters.
おい、どうなってんだよ。なんかまた増えちまったぞ。
Yes, Asahina is busy eating donuts. She's eating all of the donuts she can, and she's happy. And she doesn't need to risk her life for this.
ワクワク、懐かしい顔だ。卒業アルバムを10年ぶりに開いた気分。
Like, what plot twist are we on now? Like, 6, 7?
それにしてもこうして間近で見るとまったく同行したデカさだな。
I love this Byakuya. Like, he's still a selfish asshole, but like, he's definitely on our side this time as opposed to just tentatively on our side, so it's great. He can just snark and it's not directed at us.
でかい女に燃えないなんて男レベル低すぎ。もっと経験を積んで次のステージに進めばわかるよ。でかくなった女にはいろんないやらしい可能性があるってね。
黙れ。
戸上、生きてたんだな。そんなに痩せちまってかわいそうに。
お前も黙っていろ。
I think that's one of my favorite parts of the entire game. I think that's one of my favorite exchanges. It's so good.
もしかしてお二人は未来機関の方なのですか？
Never change, Byakuya.
いや、多分それだけじゃない。
Like, I loved it. Yeah, Akane's just like, no, Byakuya, why are you so skinny now? That's so sad. It's not that Akane loves big men, it's that Akane loves eating, and she loved fat Byakuya because she assumed he ate all the time. So she's like, what? You haven't been eating as much as you should. You need to eat more. The 6 of you also joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Tragedy. If the killing school life is referring to that.
お前たちは前に江ノ島を倒したっていう殺し合い学園生活の生き残りなんだろう。うん、そうだよ。そんな奴らが3人も集まったのか。
Okay, now I know why I like Byakuya. He's Phoenix Icky. Oh, there you go. I need to get around to that. An asshole of me as well. I actually was reading a bit of the Saint Seiya manga, and because one of my friends convinced me to. I didn't finish it. I should continue that. Real Byakuya is probably on some weird rich person diet, probably. That being said, I love how Ultimate Imposter justified the fact why he eats so much as Byakuya. He's just like, he's like, you know, since I am the ultimate affluent progeny, only I can take on this amount of food. A mere plebeian like you would die after all this food. Only I can handle something like this. Oh, it's beautiful. No, I haven't been talking. This is another friend, but yeah.
かつての勇者たちが自らの危険も顧みずゲーム世界に飛び込んでくるなんて。もうバカ。そんな自殺行為をしてまで私に会いたかったの？
Like I said, Junko is aware of the tropes, but it's still cute, okay?
仕方ないわ。その自殺行為しかあなたを追い詰める方法がないんだから。
It's so great to see Kyoko and Byakuya like this as well. And they're so like cool and mature and aware of all of this. It's like we've got to stop Junko and Nishima from causing the tragedy by any cost. It's so beautiful.
どうだ、これで8人だ。強制シャットダウンの起動に必要な人数は満たしたぞ。
It's all coming together. Like, it's literally, this basically does feel like we're in the middle of a war, even if it's just a war of people showing up and saying, I will press the button, and I will not press the button. Oh, that's a new sprite.
なぜそこで泣く？
That's great that the same voice is the back as well.
しくしくそんな風にかっこよく登場されたらますます超高校級の絶望でみんなが雑魚キャラ扱いになっちゃうじゃん。
雑魚キャラってまた言ったな。
取り合う必要はない。どうせ強制シャットダウンを発動させれば、そいつはこの狂った世界もろとも終わりなんだ。
And this messed up world?
なあ、ちょっと聞いてもいいか。ここで強制シャットダウンっていうのをしたら俺たちはどうなるんだ？
Good point. No one said that point yet.
安心しろ。悪いようにはしない。
そうじゃなくてもっと具体的な説明をだな。
強制シャットダウンで新世界プログラムを終了させるとプログラム上にある全てが消去されるんだ。江ノ島純子のアルターエゴはもちろんそこにいるアバターもね。
And that's plot twist number 58. So, yeah, the shutdown sequence will stop Junko from escaping into the real world, but it'll delete everything that happened here. All of us, all of the killings, all of the Jabberwock Island, all of our memories about the killing.
俺らも消えるってことか。
消えるわけじゃないわ。ただ卒業プログラムという正規プロセスを通らずに
And yet,
プ
not
ログラムが終了するだけよ。
technically we won't be deleted, but we will.
その状態で外に出るとどうなるのですか？アバターの記憶は上書きされずに消え、あなたたちはプログラムに入る前の状態に戻ることになる。
Huh?
そこまで言う必要があるのか？
Like, I love, like,
でも全てを知った上でないと彼らだって納得できないはずだよ。
this is why I love it. It's like, and you can see how everybody reacted to this situation. Like, you could tell that essentially Makoto was the one who like led this whole thing, and then Byakuya is kind of like a bit hesitant about it, but he's still following it because he still believes in Makoto, and Kyoko's just kind of like, we've got to protect them at all costs kind of thing. And so Byakuya's just kind of like, oh, did we really need to tell them the truth? And he's like, no, and Makoto's like, no, they need to know everything or else they're not going to agree to this.
ちょっと待ってくれ。プログラムに入る前の状態に戻るってことはさ。
If we're going to revert back to our original selves before we enter the program, I have to do it, guys. I have to do it. If we go back to our original selves before we enter the program, then I'll lose all my mono coins. Wait, who cares about that? That's not what this is about. Okay, you get a big penalty for that. Worth it. Worth it. Okay, so we're gonna revert back to our original selves before we enter the program. That means we're going to revert back to ultimate despair.
そうか。俺たちは超高校級の絶望に戻るってことか。
This was essentially their rehabilitation program, and they are deleting the entire rehabilitation. They're gonna have to, if they are rehabilitated, they'd have to start it like from scratch.
そう、私に絶望的に操られて絶望に絶望してた頃のあんたらにね。
And this is why Junko didn't try to stop them from telling them what's going on, because she knows she can manipulate this too.
そんな。
マジかよ。そんなのなんとかなんねえのかよ。
God, they're just so helpless. Like, you feel so much because they can't do anything. They're just people. They're not computer programs. They're not programmers. They're not members of the Future Foundation. They're the fate of their existence is hinging on this, and they can't do anything about it.
不安な気持ちはわかるけど、江ノ島を止めるにはこれしかない。
辛い選択かもしれないけど、みんなならきっと乗り越えられるはずだよ。だから絶望を打ち破るために僕らと一緒に戦ってほしいんだ。
戦えってのか。もうこれで終わりじゃなかったのかよ。
Oh, yeah, you just think, Kazuishi's being like, he was just thinking that, this is all gonna be over, we'll get home, it'll all be over, we don't have to worry about it. But, if they go back to being ultimate despair, there's still gonna be a lot of fighting against despair they're gonna have to do for the rest of their lives.
心配しなくても大丈夫よ。外に出た後も私たちが精一杯サポートするわ。
Of course, Kyogo and Makoto are being so nice, they're being like, don't worry. You'll wake up as ultimate despair, but we'll do everything we can to help you.
でもさ、未来機関の皆さんって超高校級の絶望を抹殺したがってたんだよね。
And then Junko brings up the good point. I thought the Future Foundation wanted to kill them. For this reason, the remnants of despair must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered.
もしかしてそのサポートって苦しまずに殺してあげるとかそういう意味で？
そんなわけないじゃない。抹殺なんて絶対にさせないわ。
Yeah, I know you guys have the strength to be depressed again. In a way, that's kind of what it is. Yeah, I know you guys have the strength to do this choice, even though it's going to lead to you guys being depressed.
大丈夫だよ。外の世界のみんなは洗脳されているだけなんだ。だからすぐに今みたいな状態に戻れるはずだよ。
洗脳という表現は安っぽいのでやめていただけますかね。なんか脳を洗うとかグロいですし。
でもよ、洗脳が解けたとしても今の記憶は完全に消えちまうんだよな。
この島に来てからのことを全部忘れちまうってことか。そんなの俺は嫌だぞ。
That's the other That's the other problem.
嫌でもそれが現実。ここで起きたすべてのことは誰の記憶にも残らずに意味なく消えていく。
Meaningless. Vanish? Oh shit! It's a spam bot. Hold on. Where's the button? Lock. Where's the button again? Sorry. Okay, got it. Anyway, so, what were we saying? Every meaningless thing that will happen here will vanish from your minds. Meaningless, vanish. Does that include her too? If we lose our memories of this world, we're also gonna forget she ever existed, right? If that happens, does it really mean that she, an existence confined to this world, is really going to disappear? We're going to forget about her. Because everything about her only existed in this world, and we're going to erase all of it. Even if, say, Makoto or Kyoko or Byakuya tell us about her, it wouldn't mean the same thing because we don't remember it. It'd be hard for us to even believe it was real. She risked her life to protect us, and we won't even remember she existed.
ちなみに元に戻らないのは記憶だけじゃないよ。狛枝くんみたいに V 欠損してた場合も元には戻ら。
Yes, we are talking about Chiaki, yes.
やめてください。
And of course, see, because basically Junko essentially saying that, Junko right here, she wants them to graduate because that's what lets her take over everyone's body. She doesn't want the shutdown sequence to happen, so she's basically explaining to them, hey, look at all the horrible things that are going to happen if you decide to use the shutdown sequence. Do you really want to do that?
そんな状態で外に出ろとか悪い冗談だろ。
冗談ではない。それがお前たちの過去だ。誰も自分の過去からは逃れられないんだよ。
その過去を俺らは知らねえんだぞ。
なあ、 どうしてなんだよ。
That's the thing, yeah, it's like, you can't escape your past, but we don't remember any of this. We don't, we don't remember doing any of those crimes. Why do we have to take up that burden? It's not us. It's like another person who might as well be somebody else completely.
どうして俺らは超高校級の絶望なんかになっちまったんだよ。
僕も外の世界で君たちに同じことを聞いたよ。でも誰も何も答えてくれなかったんだ。
私の教育が行き届いていたようですね。ですが私から言わせれば、希望だの才能だの憧れにしがみつくやつほど脆い。高みに登ろうと必死なやつってさ、そこから突き落とされた時のことを全然考えてないよね。きっと見晴らしのいい場所から他のやつらを見下ろすことに夢中なんだろうね。そんなやつを突き落とすだけなら簡単。その方法をざっと17082通りは知ってるわ。
And so here we have basically Jinko explaining, at least before the Danganronpa 3 anime happened, explaining how she managed to make them all ultimate despair. People like that, these kinds of elites that are so single-minded on these, one thing and have limited interests and have all this kind of stuff. Yeah, she already knows there are easy ways to push their buttons to manipulate them. And yeah, she knows it is a very specific number because she probably has that exact number of plans. She's just very smart.
要はあんたらが才能と希望を抱いた時点ですでに絶望は始まっていたのよ。
説明になってねえぞ。
It's all the explanation you're gonna get until the Danganronpa 3 anime. And some people don't even like the explanation of the Danganronpa 3 anime, so... Is it the same number of Monokumas on reserve? Really? I thought Monokumas was like the 10 to the power of whatever it was. Unless it is that. I'll have to look it up later, that's really cool, if that's the case.
だったらこう考えれば、あんたたちが超高校級の絶望だったのもこのゲーム世界の設定でしかないんだって。実はそこの未来機関の連中もそうだったりして。
And then she starts bringing this up. She's like, but you know what? You don't even know if this is true. Maybe this is all just part of the game world. Maybe none of this is true at all.
あんたらに絶望的な希望を突きつける役割を持ったゲーム世界の登場人物にしか過ぎない。
You just see me playing D&D, just messing up their basic math all over the place. Maybe I'll show up to one of your D&D streams if you're streaming it. I mean, maybe like it's obviously mostly just comes up with this in my time as well, but you know.
なんて言ってるうちにどこからどこまでがゲームなのか私もよくわかんなくなってきちゃった。
And as annoying as this is, as obviously she's trying to confuse us, she has a point. There's no way we can tell if any of this is real or not.
ふざけてるのか。
Byakuya punched Makoto to prove he's real. It's like, I would like I don't know, somebody says that, Byakuya's like, I didn't need you to tell me that. No, tell you what, we'll be like nobody actually tells him. Byakuya just punches Makoto. He's like, ow, what's that for? Like, oh, I had to punch you to prove to them that it was real. It's like, you didn't have to punch me for that. I was like, no, that was the only way. There was no other way. Oh man. I wish Byakuya was in more of Danganronpa 3. He's great.
もういい。これ以上付き合ってられるか。さっさと強制シャットダウンを押すぞ。
And that's the thing, Byakuya is the least patient one, as the more villainous one. He's the one where he's just like, ugh, guys, stop being obviously traumatized about this horrible decision you have to make and just do the right thing and start the shutdown sequence.
じゃその前におさらいしとかないとね。
He is an ultra despair, girls, it's true.
強制シャットダウンをするとみんなは超高校級の絶望と呼ばれてた頃に逆戻り。
So, this is the final thing of what happens if you do the full shutdown. You guys return to despair. Those who die will be left as empty shells of an actual body, and me, Junko-sama, will be erased. That's the other option. So that's the forced shutdown option. The graduate option is you guys stay as you guys. Those who died will be taken over by my body, and I will be them. This is their choice.
そして死んだ仲間が生き返ることもありませんが、私という絶望的な存在は消滅させられるので、外の世界の希望は保たれます。
Yep, this is the Kobayashi Maru. No matter what, you're fucked. Pretty much, yeah.
さて、未来機関の希望が勝つのかな？それとも私の絶望が勝つのかな？
So, just like in Danganronpa 1, the final end of the trial, the end of the game, comes down to you guys making a choice. But before, in the first game, where the choice is basically between choose hope or choose despair, both options don't really end very nicely for us.
よっしゃー、盛り上がってきやがったぜ！
And would you believe me if I told you there's more? There's more plot twists coming. If the Future Foundation is as good as job as they should be, killing these Junko clones wouldn't be that hard, right? That's true, but also, well, I mean, like I said, first of all, keep in mind that they are still outnumbered. It's 8 to 10. They're still outnumbered by the Junko clones. Also, the fact that, do you really think Fuyuhiko's just gonna sit there and let them kill Peko a second time? I'm not sure about that. Even if it is technically still Junko's consciousness in that body. Do you think he's gonna sit there and let her die? Again?
これはゲームじゃない。
Anyway, this is when things get very meta.
いやいやゲームだよ。殺し合い学園生活から続く希望と絶望のゲームだよ。だからこそ前の時にいなかったザコどもは脇役ポジションに追いやられちゃったんじゃん。
She's being very meta right now. Yeah, don't you know, at the end of the day, all that really matters is the conflict between hope and despair. That was that big thing in Danganronpa 1. Like, everything that happened in Danganronpa 2, that doesn't matter. Like, these guys don't matter. They're just pawns that I use to attract you guys over here. They're pawns that I use to try and cause despair by showing, you know, that you guys are going through another killing game. These guys don't matter. Because they're the protagonists of the sequel. They're not the cast from the first game. The cast of the first game are always the most important.
また俺らを雑魚扱いかよ。
Akane doesn't like that though.
だって本当のことだもん。そもそも殺し合い修学旅行だって先輩たちのためじゃないし。
Oh yeah, she's gonna explain this a bit more. Huh?
あそこにはもっと大事な目的があった。ある連中をおびき寄せるって目的がね。
So yeah, this is her other goal of the killing school trip.
あ、ちょうどいいからそれを問題にしよっか。
問題？
ここがゲーム世界である以上はたまに問題を挟まなくちゃいけない決まりがあるの。
See, like I said, she makes this joke in Danganronpa 1, but there it was just kind of a meta joke. Here, it's a meta joke, but it is also it makes sense in the context of the world, which is why I love this game so much. I am too much of a fangirl, and I haven't even gotten to my favorite part of this thing yet. I'm not even at my favorite part. Still, in a way, I'm glad I can just like gush about it as well. It also means that, you know, I'm not just hyper fixated on like one thing, one moment in the game. That's why I love it. No, I just love the way this whole game ends. Ironically, technically, there are more people alive in the second class than the first one. Yeah, yeah, because they're brain dead, but yeah.
というわけで問題です。私は誰をどうやっておびき寄せたのでしょうか。
Oh yeah, and also, right. Also, yeah, because if the other three were here, but then it would be different. But yeah, the other survivors of DR1 aren't here. I I think basically just because it wasn't necessary, essentially, in the plot to bring them in here. But, like, Ultra Despair Girls tries to sort of say, oh, they're off busy doing something else, and that's what they did.
ヒントは秋っぽい私としては殺し合い学園生活と同じパターンは普通でしたのマッキー
but basically by that she means is, no, that she wasn't making the killing school life to broadcast despair to the entirety of the outside world. It's something different than that.
さあみんなで考えよう
The same outcome as the killing school life. Do I just have to remember what occurred there? The people Junko lured, the methods. I should try connecting those dots. There should be an answer there. Right! That's it! I forgot. There's a second logic dive, guys. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're saving the world from traumatized children, so is it really that different? Alright. Okay, so this is I think this is the last logic dive in the game. I don't know. I also realized I think at some point Yoshi Cass left, which is kind of sad, but well, whatever. I guess she's probably sleeping, maybe. But she can always watch the VOD if she wants to watch the rest of it, to be fair. Also, the Gimster isn't here either, which is obviously a bit sad, but oh no! See, okay, like I said, this is the hardest, I think this is the hardest logic dive in the game, so I have to actually pay a bit more attention, maybe. Or at least get my jumps right. My jumps are apparently terrible. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, that's precarious. Well, at least there's a checkpoint there. Woo! Oh, okay, so that can actually... Alright, interesting. Alright, question 1. Who did Jinko and Ishima want to lure? Hope Academy Hessmaster, no, he's dead. Ultimate Despair, no, we were there. The Future Foundation. No, okay, I'm sorry. I looked at the chat and I didn't realize. This is what I love. This last one, they try to trick you a few times. So this one, for once, the path isn't actually straight. There's a little curve there that you need to remember is there, or else you're gonna fall off again. You have to do it all again. It's kind of nice. I kind of almost wish that they did this a bit more often, where I mean, they do it a bit, but not as much. Where they just kind of, they change up the mechanic there just to trick you. All right, what's next? Oh God. Okay, yep, I remember this kind of. Okay. Come on, Hajime, you can do it. All right. Oh, yep. I remember this part. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. I'm not fine. I am fine. Oh my God, how did I do that? What bait we used to lure the Foundation? The killings. Junko herself a glitch. The killings. I can't really think of a logical reason why I can say this is the answer, but I just know this is the answer. Oh God. Okay. Okay. No. Stupid spinny diamonds. That's their official name. It's canon because I said so. Oh God. Okay. Whoa. 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 I will say for the final logic dive, this one's pretty fun. I remember at one point one of them tries to trick you by going in the opposite direction there. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! See, now I have to do that all over again. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, I remember this. This is like the hardest part of the whole thing. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, I did it! Woo! That's the hardest part of the whole game. What did they use to force to watch the killing? The surveillance cameras. But this time they try to trick you by misspelling it. There's surveillance camera and surveillance camera. But you need to make sure. I think this one tricked me the first time. I was like, I didn't realize they were misspelled. But oh no. Okay. I think this is it. I think this is the last big mini game. Yes! Oh, jeez. I did it. I did it. I'm pretty sure, like, there's some more game after this, but it's a bit more plot than game from this point onwards. Ugh.
そうか監視カメラを使ったんだなお前はあの映像を未来機関に見せつけることで未来機関をおびき寄せようとしてたんだな
あの監視カメラってそのためのもんだったのか
And so, this time, the surveillance cameras are here for a purpose as well. And it's not just, oh, we want to show the outside world despair. There's a reason for that, the fact they were filming this.
以前の殺し合い学園生活では監視カメラの映像が学校の外に放送されてたらしいそれと同じようにお前は島中の至る場所に配置したカメラを使って
Remember the Titty Typhoon? That was fun.
ピンポーン殺し合い修学旅行を未来機関の皆さんに生中継でお届けしてたのです
Okay, this line specifically confuses me a little bit just because in Danganronpa 3, they act like, at least you see other members of the Future Foundation and they don't act like they had seen what happened in the killing school trip. So I guess I'm assuming that when she says she's broadcasting it to the Future Foundation, she just means the people who are on Jabberwock Island, which is basically just Makoto, Kyoko, Byakuya, and their friends, and not like the rest of Future Foundation. Or maybe it was just Danganronpa 3 at a retcon. I don't know.
監視カメラで撮影した映像を未来機関の方々に見せていたのですかどうしましょう油断してはしたない格好をしまくっていました
確かにしまくっていたな
連れてくださいお急ぎに行けなくなってしまいます
We may... Oh god, Ramses, you figured it out, yes. Even Sonya in the toilet? Yes. Even Sonya in the toilet. And yeah, so, we may be 3.5 hours into this and near the climax, but it's never too late for comic relief. And the fact that it's Byakuya saying it just really helps. He's just so good for comic relief like that, because he's just such a straight man.
未来機関をずっと見てたのかよだったらなんでもっと早く助けに来なかったんだ
何度も侵入を試みたけどずっとプログラム内のウイルスに阻まれていたの
しかも新世界プログラムは外部からのシャットダウン命令すら受け付けなくなっていた最後の手段として電源自体を落としてしまう方法もあったが
So here we go.
プログラム起動中に電源を完全に落としてしまうと被験者がどうなるかわからなかったの
That's yeah, see that's the thing. Like, cause you can imagine this, right? You can imagine them being like, there is a Junko virus inside the Neo World program, and it's forcing these kids, basically, although they're all probably like, 18 now, forcing them in this horrible killing game situation. And yeah, sure, they could cut the power and shut the entire thing down, but that might actually kill them, or make all of them brain dead. Like, can they really... is that really the option, the solution that they want? If there's a way they can save them?
そんな賭けみたいな手段を取ってあなたたちを危険にさらすわけにはいかないでしょ
それでも何度も試し続けてようやく介入が可能になったのがついさっきのことだったんだよ
そして罠だと気づきつつもやってきたそれそっか放っておけるわけないよねかつて自分たちが経験したような殺し合いでバタバタと人が死んでいくのを見せられたら今度こそなんとかするぞって意気込んじゃうのが正しい希望のあり方だもんね
Like I said, she's just so meta about this. Like, yeah, she knows. If I just try and make another killing game happen, and I make them watch it, then they're obviously going to be like all determined and be like, I'm definitely going to stop it from happening this time. So like, she plays them like a fiddle. She kind of wants them here. And like, And that's kind of why she basically does this. Why she does the killing game. She drags it out for as long as possible and shows it to them. She's just kind of like, hey guys, look, if you don't stop me, look at what I'm gonna do to these people. Don't you want to try and stop me? And so yeah, that's the other reason why she doesn't care too much about like the whole technicalities of the killing game rules and killing everyone as fast as possible. She's really just putting on a show for the survivors of DR1.
おい、まさかそのために俺らにあんなことをさせてたって言うんじゃねえよな。
もちろんそのためにあんなことをさせたのじゃ。
And that's the reason why she's calling them chumps.
ただの殺し合いではなくてゲームに仕立てたのはそれを未来機関に見せつけるためなのじゃ。
So yeah, this is reason number 3 as to why Junko didn't just like find a better way to make them all kill each other immediately. Because if she did it immediately, she decided, well, you know, she wants to show it off to them. She'll explain.
未来機関に見せるためだけにあんな謎解きまがいのことをやらされてたのか。
だからあんたらは雑魚ってわけ。未来機関という獲物を釣るための餌に過ぎないんだから。
And it makes sense. At the end of the day, what would she care more about? About a bunch of kids who are just some of her lackeys who she could, you know, easily find more lackeys? Or does she care about her actual arch enemies and the people who are trying to stop despair in the first place? She cares about them more. She doesn't care about her ultimate despairs. She caused 2,000 people to kill each other. She can make people do whatever she wants. It doesn't matter if they die. If these kids die, it's no skin off her back.
でも仕方ないんだよね。このゲームが未来機関と私の戦いである以上は、あんたらは仕掛け役であり、背景役でしかないのよ。
Like yeah, like once again, this whole thing, you know, the Danganronpa lore, the deep Danganronpa lore is between the Future Foundation representing hope and Junko Enoshima representing despair. These guys have nothing to do with that. They're not members of Future Foundation, while they're members of Ultimate Despair. These avatars of them aren't. They have nothing to do with the wide lore, so they are basically useless. And the game, it's not. The thing is, the game is acknowledging that, and that's the plot point. But that's not the end.
でも、あんたらだってそれが分かった上でこのゲームに参加してきたんでしょ？
ちょっと待ってください。それではまるで
自分から望んでこの世界に入ってきたみたいだ。でもその通りなのよね。
That's the other thing. Huh? And what's worse is so far, the Future Foundation has been losing to Junko in this mind game so far. Yeah, exactly. The Future Foundation... yeah, exactly. This is the fight between hope and despair is kind of winning. And no, so basically the reason why the Future Foundation took them in is because they legitimately thought that they were just survivors of the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy, and they didn't want anyone from members of Ultimate Despair, you know, finding them and using them to spread despair. It was only after they rescued them all, and through whatever reason that we don't know, is that they realized they're not just survivors of Ultimate Despair. They are Ultimate Despair. They are members of basically Junko's despair cult. And that was when they're like, well, when they realized that Makoto had them, he had custody over them, and he's like, oh shit, if the higher-ups find out about this, they're going to want to kill them. I don't want to let that happen, because I can see that they're just, you know, deep down they're just normal people, and they don't deserve that kind of death. So I know that there's this program on Jabberwock Island that can be used to rehabilitate people. If we put them in there and remove the despair from them, then hopefully they won't have to die. That was Makoto's plan, basically. And of course, the Future Foundation didn't like, well, the Future Foundation I don't know if they've exactly figured out what Makoto was planning, but basically they noticed Makoto basically went AWOL off with all of them, and once they figured this out, and so they're like, what are you doing? You're committing treason. And he roped Kyoko and Byakuya into committing treason with him because they obviously believed in him too. That's the lore, essentially. in hindsight, now I'm thinking about it, this is quite a lot of things to explain, but that's also probably why this trial has been going on for 3.5 hours and it's not over yet. I mean, it'd be less than 3.5 hours if I didn't keep stopping to explain things and gush about it, but then it wouldn't be my stream.
あんたらは自ら仕掛け役となる道を選んで自ら新世界プログラムにかけられたのよ。
And see, that's the thing. How did they find out that they were survivors of Host Peak Academy in the first place? Apparently there was some kind of tip-off, and it makes it sound like perhaps they all knew that if they pretended that they were survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, that they'd be taken in by the Future Foundation, and they might have known that this whole Neo World program existed. They were going to test it out on them, and then somebody uploaded the Junko virus, just so they could go and then stamp out all of the other members of the Future Foundation who tried to help them. We don't know, of course. We'll find out. All I'm gonna say is we'll find out mostly what happened with this whole plan. There's still a bit of ambiguity in it though, which I love.
もう一度私に活躍の機会を与えて希望と絶望の戦いの延長戦を演出するためにね。さあここで超高校級の絶望が殺し合ったのは超高校級の絶望自身が仕組んだことだったのよ。
Basically, just put it this way. Somebody had to have physically uploaded the Junko AI. Hi, Mace! Somebody had to have physically uploaded the Junko AI into the program to make this happen. And it probably wasn't Makoto or any of his people.
そんなのお前の想像だろ。
まんまと罠にかかった甘っちょろい苗木くんが素敵な絶望顔になっちゃった。
そら絶望だよな。助けに来たはずの連中がこの事態を仕組んだ張本人だったんだもんな。
Yeah, I do like how Junko is explaining all this information to them, and then the three Future Foundations are like standing there like, can we do the shutdown yet? Well then, like that's the whole point. I mean, well first of all, the more they try to pressure the DR2 cast to shut down, then they get, the more they do that, the more stress they all get and being like, stop forcing us to make these choices. This is a hard choice. We can't just do it straight away. So there's that, and then there's the fact that, like, yeah, if they don't know the full truth, they're not going to just accept it blindly. Or at least Hajime won't. Fuyuhiko probably depends on Peko, and Kazuichi, I don't know. Akane probably wants to figure out what's going on. Sonya as well.
勝手に俺らのせいにしてんじゃねえよ。
Speaking of Fuyuhiko, the vocal performance in this game are really good, in both languages to be fair.
ありがとう先輩たちのおかげだよ今度こそあいつらを絶望させられそうだよ
Oh, we're getting so close. We're getting close to it. To the moment. The moment. The cherry on top of all of this fucked up situation.
絶望なんかしないわよ。
Oh, Kyoko, I love you.
たとえ全てが罠だったとしても、私たちはここに来たことを後悔しない。
それにお前を止めるにはこれしか方法がないんだ。なあどちらにせよこれで終わりだ。強制シャットダウンして全てを終わらせてやる。
必死だなおい。ま、そりゃすっか。強制シャットダウンできなかったら未来機関はこの世界に閉じ込められちまうんだからな。
Okay, I didn't know Derek Stephen Prince has Twitch streams watching Digimon with commentary. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me.
閉じ込められるってどうしてそうなるんだよ。
Oh yeah, plot twist number, what are we up to? Like 8 now? Plot twist number 8?
うっぷうっぷ最初に僕が説明したじゃんほら卒業試験のルールだよ
There are 2 options. Graduate and repeat, right? You just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you are cast to vote, and whichever has the majority will be considered your final decision.
で もそれだけじゃなかったよね。卒業試験で卒業するにはもう一つ条件があったよね。
The other requirement to pass the graduation exam is the teacher's final decision.
そうか。確かその後に教師役の最終決定が必要なんだったな。
I assume, okay, I assume what the repeat button would do. I don't think it would necessarily, I don't know if it would erase your memories. I think what it would be like is you would just have to collect more hope fragments. Because like that's the thing. In canon, when Hajime wakes you up, I mean that as well. But like in the game, like remember, we can still collect hope fragments. So I assume the idea is that once you max out everybody's hope fragments, the whole point is when you max out. No, Nagito's not alive. You can see he's dead there. But yeah, no. Basically the idea was that once you filled out the stars on everybody's report cards, that would open the ruin naturally. But no, it wouldn't reset everything, I don't think. I think it would basically just tell... I mean... Yeah, at least I don't think so. Because, like... I assume that's what would happen. You'd have to wait until you got everyone's... as many of the hope fragments as you could. And then the door would open. Or you know what? Or it might actually just be that... essentially, you just leave the... essentially, you can just leave like normal. But you're just staying in the island. And you pretty much just go back into the ancient ruin the moment you decide you're prepared to leave. Otherwise, you just stay there forever. Pretty much. I think that's what it is. It's like, if you're not prepared to do it, you'll just go back to the island, continue living your tropical life, until you decide you guys have the courage to go back to the ancient ruin and escape. I think that's what you're supposed to do. To participate in the graduation program, you need my permission as your acting teacher, you know. Oh, does that mean it won't just end with a majority vote? After the vote, I'm gonna judge every single one of you to see if it's okay to graduate or not. Which kind of makes sense. Like, if you think about it in terms of... essentially, it's a rehabilitation program. So basically, the therapy AI... obviously, you know, after this happens, they pretty much look through, see if, according to them, they have been adequately rehabilitated. And if they have, then they'll say, okay, yes. But if they think they're not actually ready yet, then they'll say, no, you have to keep... I'm not going to let you graduate yet. So even if we vote, you're saying we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it.
もちろん僕が未来機関の連中の卒業を認めるわけはないので、もし強制シャットダウンが発動できなければ、未来機関は永遠の留年生活に突入となります。
So yeah, essentially, this is the 7th or 8th plot with whatever it is. But yeah, if they don't do the shutdown sequence, if they choose graduate, even if they choose graduate and leave, these guys, Makoto, Byakuya, Kyoko, they will be trapped here. And we can't do anything about that, because the virus will control that part of the game. The virus won't let them leave. Their consciousness is going to be stuck in this virtual reality forever.
そんなのは強制シャットダウンが発動されなかった場合の話だろう。
Yeah, Byakuya is very confident in that, huh?
けどそれはありえないのよ。あなたを外の世界に出すのがどれだけ危険かはこの場の全員がとっくに理解しているもの。それはもう嫌というほど。
I mean, that just makes more of a reason to do the shutdown sequence. That doesn't help you, Junko. Well, no, that the idea here, obviously, yeah, it doesn't help Junko, but it does in a way because it basically just puts more pressure onto them. In saying, look, see, you have to do it or else they're gonna die. So, what do you think? And, you know, because the more pressure that they get about, you know, you have to make this choice or people's lives are in the balance, the less certain they get, the more confused they get. The harder it gets to make that decision, the more that's on the line. That's essentially Junko's idea here.
散々本人の 口から聞かされたからな。
I mean, that too, also, right, Akane?
あらら調子に乗って喋りすぎたみたいね。口は災いの元ってやつよ。
確かに僕らはまんまとおびき寄せられ帰れなくなるリスクを背負わされたかもしれない。けどそれがどうした？そんなことで僕らがひるむと思ったら大間違いだぞ。
Yeah, go Makoto, I love you.
それはこっちのセリフよ。強制シャットダウンが成功すると思ったら大間違い。
It really is just a fight between them. It's so good. I love this game.
そこの雑魚どもを買いかぶりすぎ。そいつらに強制シャットダウンができるわけないって。
できないってなんでだよ。
そんな風にね。婚活になった母親を夕食に出された小豚みたいな顔してるようなやつにね。
強制シャットダウンで超高校級の絶望に戻るなんてしんどい選択はできこねえんだよ。
And this is it. This is the big rub, the big issue, the big choice they have to make. The fact is, Junko, everyone getting a, happy, or at least relatively happy ending, defeating Junko involves forcing them to make this really horrible, difficult choice that's going to actually hurt them a lot. All choices are going to hurt them, but this one, the right choice, is also going to hurt them. They're going to have to erase everything that happened here, and they're going to become these horrible, traumatized people, and they don't really know what to do. Hajime, Kazuichi, and Sonya seem in, though. Well, I guess it's time that these guys have a little bit more mental breaking to do, am I right?
それはそう。
That's what Junko does best!
江ノ島、お前が何と言おうと僕はみんなを信じることに決めたんだ。
There's more to go! There's more to spare. There's more reasons for them to not want to do the shutdown program.
確かに以前の彼らは道を誤ったかもしれない。でもそれは過去の話だ。僕が信じるのは彼らの過去じゃない。僕は彼らの未来を信じるんだ。
Yeah! I don't believe in their past, but their futures. Yeah, they may have been traumatized, but I think if we can get them out of there, everything will be okay. We'll be able to solve this all. We'll be able to recover them from despair without this rehabilitation program. And no one will have to die. It's that kind of optimistic thinking that Makoto is known for. And he's so good in this situation. Like, it's not just like blind, naive optimism, but it's hope with realism. Hope with realism. This is true hope. It's not what Nagito thought hope was. It's not that twisted version of hope. This is real hope. There's some shitty stuff here, and things are not going to be easy. But I still believe in their futures, that things will turn out better. And Junko and Ashima just fucking... Ugh.
そういう主人公っぽいセリフを待ってたのよね。それを絶望に叩き落とす瞬間が快感なのよね。
And she is just so excited about crushing Makoto Naegi's giant hope boner. Well, she is the one who's getting the boner.
お前に何をされようと僕は絶対に絶望なんかしないぞ。
Yeah! Go Megumi Ogata! Yell that as much as you can! Huh? Why is Junko not worried?
違う。あんたを絶望させるのは私じゃなくって。
So guys, you thought this was over? Nope! We've still got at least another half an hour. Because now it's time for the cherry on top of all of this. Like, yeah, sure, there are some stakes around here, but some of them are like weird and vague and don't really understand. There's one thing that she's been hiding from us the whole time. And she knew the whole time. But she's been keeping it from us the whole time because she knew if she just revealed it randomly, it probably wouldn't have been you probably would have been able to deal with it. But having this as the cherry on top after everything else is just what we don't need.
この後に登場する黒幕さんなんです。
The mastermind.
黒幕ってまだ誰か来んのか。
そんなはずはない。どうせただのハッタリだ。
Ah, don't worry, it's time. I love this. I love this part.
推理物で絶対にやっちゃダメなのって最後になって登場した人物が黒幕ってパターンだよね。
God, this is going for 4 hours. You know what? I don't regret a thing. I'm glad I started this early. Is Junko the mastermind, though? Is she?
でも私っていつもそのパターンでの登場でそれが悩みだったりするんだけどね。
いい加減にして何の話をしているの。
Even Kyoko doesn't seem to know what's going on.
いやじゃあ張り切って登場していただきましょう。鎌倉いずるさんです。
You were wondering why that name kept being mentioned? So, Izuru Kamakura is also an important part of the lore here. How? We'll find out soon! That name, I've heard it before. That person was called Ultimate Hope. But that shouldn't be all he was. That's right. I've seen a person called Izuru Kamakura somewhere else. As I recall, that person was... I'll Google that one. I'll Google that one.
そうか。鎌倉いずるって希望ヶ峰学園の創立者の名前じゃなかったか。希望ヶ峰学園の創立者肖像画のネームプレートに書いてあったけど、
He was on the Funhouse too.
あの名前鎌倉いずるって読めるよな。
The Funhouse that apparently Junko helped create.
ですが私の知っている情報では鎌倉いずるという方は
Did Izuru do this? Let's find out.
確かあらゆる才能を身につけた天才中の天才で超高校級の希望って言われてる。
Chokokoku no Kibo. I'm such a fucking weeb.
その創立者と超高校級の希望ってやつは同姓同名なのか。
そんな偶然がありえんのか。
未来機関なら何か知ってるんじゃないのか。
I mean, you know, Junko just randomly came up with, just like randomly gave us this one file that mentioned Izuru Kamakura, like briefly, like very vaguely. Do you know anything more about this? Because obviously she's saying this is plot relevant.
桐木さんどう。
Kyoko, I don't understand. I don't know. You're the one who does all the investigation stuff.
鎌倉いずるという人物は希望ヶ峰学園の中ではほとんど知られていなかった。
Okay, this is the point I also mentioned in Danganronpa Zero. Kyoko is actually in it, and she has a mission essentially from the headmaster, who, as we can also say, you know, as we remember, is also her father, to find, you know, to investigate Izuru Kamakura and find out where they are. She doesn't end up figuring it out. And the reason why she doesn't end up figuring out is because other parts of the school were actively hiding their identity. So she basically couldn't go up, really do much when she was going up against the bureaucracy of the school itself, who were actively trying to thwart that.
本当にそんな人物が実在するのかすらずっと謎のままだったの。そしてその件も例の事件のせいでうやむやになったまま終わってしまったから。
わからないのであれば私にお任せください。私は解説が絶望的に得意な得意体質なのです。なぜ鎌倉はずっと謎の存在であり続けたのか。それは学園側がその存在を隠していたからです。
Sorry, I'm spoiling 2 minutes ahead.
なんで学園がそいつを隠すんだ。
確か人類の希望ともいえる優れた才能を守るためだったわよね。
だけどそんな優秀すぎる生徒が希望ヶ峰学園生徒会13人を殺す惨劇を起こしました。鎌倉は希望ヶ峰学園史上最大最悪の事件の犯人でもあるのです。
仕向けた張本人がお前なんだろ。
そして鎌倉の消息はその事件以降ぱったりと途絶えてしまったから。
江ノ島純子に殺されたと思ってた？そんなひどいこと言わないでよ。
Here we go, guys. It's time.
鎌倉いずるはちゃんと生きてるよ。
Let's meet the real mastermind.
そうだよね、ひなたくん。
Huh?
なんだよ。俺がなんだって？
だからさ、あんたが鎌倉いずるなのよ。
Okay, I'm just like, I just want to see everyone's reaction because it's such a shock that Ramsey's out here with the fucking Kojima emotes. This is it. The final plot twist on top of plot twists. And don't worry, it's more complicated than you think.
Huh?
Like, that's such an earnest, huh?
よーし、理解できないなら理解できるまで言ってあげるなら。
あんたは鎌倉いずる、あんたは鎌倉いずる、あんたは鎌倉いずる、あんたは鎌倉いずる、あんたはちょっと待てよ。何の話をしてんだって。
And of course, like Jinko, and she's like, she knew she had this information the whole time, and she's just, basically aiming pretty much to mess up and confuse Hajime as much as possible.
そうだ。平田君が鎌倉だなんてそんなわけないだろう。
And Makoto doesn't understand it either. Makoto doesn't have any clue of any of this. Doesn't think that's true at all.
鎌倉ってやつは超高校級の希望なんだろ。だけどひなたは。
そこにいるひなたくんはなんの才能もない予備学科の落ちこぼれ。
Yeah, Hajime's like the polar opposite of Izuru Kamakura.
でもね、そんなひなたくんが鎌倉いずるだからこそこの話は絶望的なんだよね。
I'm Izuru Kamakura? Brain starting to hurt a little. Good! Good! I think that's the point. Okay, what have we got? Oh shit, is there a reason why that went slower than usual, or is it just because... I don't know.
ひなたくんに朗報です。予備学科と散々バカに
Sorry, I'm just getting my health back.
超高校級の希望って才能があったのです。
どうして予備学科の人間に
Don't look at
そん
Wei.
な凄まじい才能があるんだ。
To continue thinking about you.
学園が鎌倉の素性を隠すために。
Where's Yasuke? I won't make fun of that. Our hope. So this is the despair of losing your beloved. Reserve department? So you, something that face, I was worried about you. Decision made by the consultation committee. Ryoko, or to something, didn't exist from the start. Hope's Big Academy? Could it be the parade? I am more psychopop? Psychopop? What? I'm the ultimate hope? Then the current me and Izuru Kamakura are... Okay. Hajime did speak to the... Okay, alright. Let me just explain right now. Half of that white noise... Psychopop is the aesthetic they call Danganronpa. They call it Psychopop, but... I'll tell you right now, half of that white noise was actually just fucking Danganronpa Zero references. In fact, the only reason I think this entire debate exists is so they could make white noise that was all just Danganronpa Zero references. You know, they mentioned Ryoko, they mentioned Yasuke, they mentioned the reserve course and the parade. They call it consultation committee. It's called the steering committee in some translations. That's all stuff from the Danganronpa Zero. Except it's kind of hard to read some of it because it's all glitched and whatever. But anyway, I've gone through all that, so let's actually figure out what the fuck is going on. Let me actually read. What did Hope's Peak Academy do to me?
ひなたくんに朗報です。予備学科と散々バカにさ。
Actually, let's just check the... Okay, so the ones we haven't used, it's not that's just the reserve department, the tragedy, investigative research to create, Izuru Kama create. Tragedy, I'll expect school life survivors. The list of subjects. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy attempted to create true hope by consolidating the results of all their research. That one hasn't been mentioned yet. You jealous?
学園がカムクラの素性を隠すために
Where is it?
予備学科に潜ませてたのか。
じゃあひなたってのは偽名か。俺は間違いなくひなたはじめだぞ。生まれた時からずっとその名前だ。だったらカムクラってのが偽名なのか。
なあ、俺らを騙してたりはしねえよな。
No, of course not!
まさかの叙述トリックなんて嫌ですよ。
もしかして作られた希望。そうかもしれない。
Created hope.
作られた希望って希望育成計画のことを言ってるのか。
希望育成計画となんだ。
前に未来機関が保管していたファイルを見たことがあってさ。
I do not want any last minute plot twist. I saw that. Yeah, well, it's another plot twist. What's this? Number 9? 10? I'm getting confused by all the plot twists. But they all make sense. That's the thing.
それによると希望ヶ峰学園は長年にわたって画期的な人材育成計画に取り組んでたらしいんだ。
確かに画期的な人材育成計画だと言えますね。完璧な天才を自分たちで作り出そうという計画ですから。
作り出す。
希望育成計画はね、希望ヶ峰学園の長年の悲願だったのよ。むしろその計画のために希望ヶ峰学園は設立され、その計画の一環として超高校級の才能を研究し続けた。そんな重要な計画だからこそ、希望育成計画は学園創始者の名前を取ってカムクラいずるプロジェクトと呼ばれていたのよ。
カムクラいずるプロジェクト。
そしてつい最近になってその計画を実験段階までこぎつけることができた。
I've never actually seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, so I can't understand what the context of that is. But let's continue what the hell is going on, right?
そこで彼らが実験台として目をつけたのが落ちこぼれの予備学科だった。
どうして予備学科が実験台になったんだ。
人工的に才能を作り出す計画なんだから、才能のない人間が実験台にならなきゃ意味ないじゃん。
It's like a control.
そしてその予備学科の中から実験台として選ばれたのがそこにいる日向くんだったのよ。
Oh, he goes crazy and his diagrams like it's a conspiracy only for him to realize it isn't and get everyone fired. Well, the thing is, this might not be a conspiracy.
誰よりも希望が峰学園に憧れてたから。
Huh?
わかんねえのかよ。あんたは希望が峰学園につけ込まれたんだよ。希望や才能に憧れる気持ちにつけ込まれて、そんで実験台にされたんだよ。
Hajime, who are you?
言った通りでしょ。才能と希望を抱いた時点で絶望は始まってる。
嘘だ。そんなの絶対に嘘だ。
Why were you here, Hajime? Why were you in the remnants of despair? Why would they even consider you that?
そんであれよあれよって間に日向はじめは鎌倉1号に作り変えられちまったんだい。
And of course, Junko, trying to twist in the knife, does not try to empathize with Hajime's situation or say, oh, it's not that bad. No, she explains it. Explains everything. Including things that maybe nobody would actually want to have known.
作り変えられただと？
彼らは一体何をしたの？
What did they do to him? That's what I want to know. Who killed the rest? Okay, no, the rest of the rest of the reserve corps all killed themselves, supposedly. Basically, Junko seemingly kind of convinced them all to believe that, you know, their entire existence is worthless and they should all fucking die. And they believed her, basically. But this would also explain why Hajime was a survivor. If they no longer considered him part of the reserve course. Because he was something else altogether.
結局さ、普通の人間を完璧な天才に作り変えるなんてよっぽどのことをしないと無理に決まってんだって。だからよっぽどのことをして。
Like, it's funny the way she phrases this. Like, even she's kind of disgusted by just what they actually did. And she's the ultimate despair, and she's kind of disgusted by how far they went. And this is what they did!
希望が峰学園は脳内に直接干渉することで日向くんを羽倉譲という才能のみに特化した別人に作り変えたの。
So yeah, they did highly experimental, perhaps potentially dangerous brain surgery on Hajime. Also, fun fact! So, do you guys want to read the English text? Because the English text is amazing. In fact, it looks like it's a clip from a newspaper. And there is a thing there that says Sydney. And there's a thing there, it looks like, you know, by somebody. Okay, look at this shit. Okay, you know, the warning comes to the South Korean ceremony escalating tensions between the government has been. Sydney? See, it says Sydney there. Monday, shareholders, Goodman, Fedder, Australia. Holy shit, if they, I swear to God, is this an Australian newspaper? I don't know. But they probably, I swear they actually, hang on, I mean, it says Hamish Bisk or Risk or there or something. I swear, I'm going to look this shit up because it sounds like it comes from an Australian newspaper and they just fucking copied and pasted the English text because, like, I'm sorry. Anyway, but that's enough about the thing that looks like it comes from the Sydney Morning Herald. Because it does look like it comes from the Sydney Morning Herald and they just fucking copied and pasted the stuff in there and said like, hey, it's English, we don't know what English is. Anyway, I mean, it's not nonsense. Like, it's not like gibberish. It's obviously taken from something. It's a real text, but they just like copied and pasted bits and pieces of it without actual context. So, right. Anyway, now time to tell you that they fiddled with Hajime's brain.
その後、羽倉は私によって超高校級の絶望になっちゃったわけだけど、でも私が鎌倉にやったのって所詮は精神への干渉程度だからさ。希望が峰学園がやったこととは格が違うっつうか、ステージが違うっつうか。 ほんと研究者の執念ってやつは恐ろしいよね。人の脳をそんな風にいじくっちゃうなんてさ。
Like I said, even she's kind of disgusted at what they did to him.
こんな誰にもできない非人道的な行為を平然とやってのけるなんて、そこにしびれて憧れちゃう。
Well, she admires it and is disgusted.
ちなみに頭を触っても傷口なんて残ってないよ。今のあんたはただのアバターだからさ。
And when she says it like that, when she says that, it makes you want to touch your own head, right? You're being like, wait, did I have a scar? Did I go through experiment? Like, obviously it's not us, but it's like, did I also, as in like from Hajime's POV, it's like, did I really get brain surgery like that? Something that drastic? I don't know. Did I even have a scar? Did I have a scar before I entered? I don't know, because I'm just an avatar. What am I? Suddenly Hajime's entire existence is put into doubt. Even I didn't go this far, and I made the boss into a Vocaloid. Hideo Kojima. Wait, did that actually happen, or is that just like a Metal Gear Solid spin-off stupid thing? Anyway, yeah, is it time to break Hajime? It's time to break Hajime Hinata. In Peace Walker. Okay, there you go.
本当に彼らがそんなことを。
Even Kyoko's shocked.
でも逆に考えりゃ、ひなたはここから出たら超天才になってんだよな。
I mean, maybe if we look on the bright side?
だからひなたくんじゃなくて才能のみに特化した別人なんだって。
別人ってどのレベルでそうなんだ？
才能の獲得に邪魔な感覚や感情や思考や思想や趣味は全て取り除かれ、それまでの過去の記憶の一切も記憶の奥底に眠らされてしまっている。
はあ、感情やら思考やら趣味やら記憶までねえってのか。
At first, you thought the Academy was looking good for the good that make everyone people feel better hope. Actually, they wanted hope for mankind and essentially making us superhuman. Kind of like Captain America was seen as a hope for humans for his superior abilities. Essentially, yes. And in fact, that was the entire point of Hope's Peak Academy. They wanted to find the most talented person alive, and if they couldn't find one, they'd make one themselves. They'd make one themselves by erasing everything else that made them not perfect. Which for Hajime, a pretty normal person with flaws and not good at lots of things. That pretty much means his entire existence is wiped away.
そんなの完全に別人じゃないですか。
だから驚きなんだよね。いくらアバターとはいえ、ここにひなたくんが存在してることがさ。
Well, see, this is the thing. This is a bit like the reason why this is different to something like in Winter Soldier or even brainwashing, is because it's physical changes to his brain. They can't really undo it. I mean, they'll like Junko will mention this later, but you can't undo the things they did to his brain. Even if he wakes up, he's still going to be Izuru Kamakura.
新世界プログラムが脳の奥底から記憶をほじくり返して感情や思考を以前のデータから再構築したっぽいけど、そんな離れ技をやってのける新世界プログラムには理系の念を抱かずにはいられません。
Exactly, you can't uncut his brain. It doesn't work like that. And the fact is, this Hajime then, this Hajime that we've been talking to, we've been playing as the whole time, is basically just like this weird... Well, I mean, he's an avatar. He's essentially just an amalgamation of Izuru Kamakura's deeply, deeply suppressed memories and identity. Things that shouldn't have even existed. Hajime should not have really existed like this. He should have come as Izuru Kamakura, maybe. But no, the program managed to find those scraps of his old personality, of what he used to be.
でも、ひなたくんにとってはむしろ消されたままの方が幸せだったかもね。
だったら 強制シャットダウンして元の状態に戻ったらひなたは
ひえる
I love that you zoom in, change personality, zoom in. And that's it. That's the final twist on everything. That's the final rub. That's the cherry on top. Not only are they going to have to forget everything that happened in this program, but... Are you alright? Is it? What? Are you okay? Oh, is it that a reference to something else? But yeah. Not only are they going to forget everything that happened in the program, but Hajime, this Hajime, the person we've been playing as the entire time, he is going to vanish from existence because he doesn't exist in the real world. He is basically just an amalgamation. He is basically an amalgamation of, you know, a computer approximation of what Hajime Hinata was before he became Izuru Kamakura. He's almost like not even a real person. He's just something that the computer program managed to scrounge out from data from his memories. Yeah, this Hajime is basically going to die. And that's very depressing. Yeah, he's not only going to die, he's going to vanish from existence with not even necessarily a trace that he even existed at all. Besides maybe Makoto and them, if they remember what he was like.
そこには希望が峰学園が作った全く別の人格である神倉出がいるだけ。
So not only does Hajime have to give up all of his friends, everything he's, all of the friends, all of the memories he's made, all of his thoughts, all of his hope that he's gathered, he has to give up his entire existence.
それは日向はじめという人間ではない。
And it's what makes this also what makes this so cool is that, yeah, Izuru Kamakura was not something that just came out, just created for this game. Izuru Kamakura was already in Danganronpa 0. They already talked about Izuru Kamakura as this genius who possessed many talents. They already existed. And then the next game they say, that Izuru Kamakura shadowy figure I mentioned in that novel, that's the protagonist of this game all along. In fact, a few months ago, I think, or years ago, not that long ago, Kodaka pointed out on his Twitter account that you can read the kanji that make up Hinata Hajime to say Kamukura. I didn't make that up, that's true! Like shit! We were playing as that guy this entire time and we didn't know. Disappear. I'm going to disappear? Disappear. 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 And I think he's having a bit of a panic attack. Disappear, disappear, disappear. Disappear, 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 disappear. Hajime's having a panic attack. But, no matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Really? I don't really understand, but... I guess we have to part ways for a while. That's disappointing. We seem to get along pretty well. Hey, can I see you again? There is no reason to meet again. After all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. So, yup! That's what Hajime looks like outside of the simulation. Including ominous, glowing red eyes and really long hair. That's Hajime. That is what he has become. That's what he will end up being if they go back to graduating. And the Hajime Hinata we know, the fun, snarky, insecure boy, will be completely gone. Replaced by that guy we mentioned in Chapter 0. This weird guy who seems to only care about people's talents and doesn't mention anything else and doesn't care about conversations or empathy or emotion or anything. All he cares about is what is boring and what is not. That is Izuru Kamakura. That is what we will have to give up. You really don't play along, do you? And then Hajime realizes that Chapter 0 was him all along. He realizes Chapter 0, that was him all along. This whole time. And that's the foreshadowing too. That beautiful foreshadowing beforehand. Where, you know, suddenly Hajime gets that glimpse of Nagito with Junko's hand. How did he remember that? That was from Chapter 0. Like they foreshadow that there. The only reason he could have known that is if he was the other person on that boat. Alright, Hajime. I'm so sorry. He realizes it. It's the truth. And yeah, to be fair, I'd absolutely have a panic attack from this. I'd press the graduation button because I want to exist. That's the thing. Exactly. And yeah, he's definitely going to kill someone for being boring, for being bad at chess.
違うあんなの俺じゃない
No, Hajime, don't say that. You know what happens when you say that. Then your shadow comes out and tries to attack you. You can't do that. Sorry, Persona 4 reference. It's poetic the Academy made the ultimate hope, and then it helped kill them all because they didn't matter, only to be saved later by Makoto's hope because his hope cares for people. Exactly. I mean, that's the idea. There are two ideas of ultimate hope. There is Izuru Kamakura, the ultimate hope, a created ultimate hope, one who kills people, and then there's Makoto's ultimate hope, which is the hope that saved everyone. Anyway, Hajime's having an existential crisis on top of the existential crisis. We need to help him.
それがあんたなのよ。それが神倉いずるなのよ。この世界に私を持ち込んだ神倉いずるよ。黒幕と呼ぶにふさわしい神倉いずるなのよ。
So not only is that, but he was the one.
まさかお前を新世界プログラムに侵入させたのは
俺じゃない
Hajime was the one who put Junko in this program. And in fact, you hear him say that. He says, even I have the contribution they left me. Even then, even now it rests in my pocket. This was Izuru Kamakura's plan all along. This was Hajime Hinata's plan all along. He's the reason why they're like this. This is all his fault. But he doesn't even remember.
言っとくけど、脳内に直接干渉された以上は頑張れば戻れるとかいうレベルじゃないからね。
And so yeah, like this is the Junko method. She's not giving Hajime a break here. The moment he tries to even think about one point, she's like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't undo anything that happened to you because it was physical surgery. You can't undo it.
なら俺は
助かる方法はないのかって？その方法ならあんただって知ってんじゃん。
He knows. She knows. There's only one way for Hajime Hinata to be saved. I do? I already know how I can be saved. Only one way to save him is by uploading this version of himself into Izuru Kamakura. It might not undo the brain surgery, but maybe it should change some things. It should let him exist.
そうか普通に卒業を選べばいいだけか
Head hurting, exactly.
その場合は今
今のアバターひなたくんが本体に上書きされることになるので、無事にひなたくんが復活できますね。まさに王道的絶望ハッピーエンドじゃないですか。
And hey, maybe the brain surgery will just mean that like you'll just be Haji maybe with superpowers. Won't that just be like the best ending? You'll have the talent you always wanted.
それはダメだ。そんなことしたら死んだみんなが江ノ島のアルターエゴに乗っ取られて。
But I'm gonna
っていうか
here.
強制シャットダウンしてくれないと未来期間が取り残されちゃうもんね。
Like it's so like yeah, she just keeps putting more like she just keeps pushing them again and again and again.
超高校級の絶望なんかのために未来期間が犠牲になるなんて許されない。もう最初からそう言ったらいいじゃないですか。素直じゃないんだから。
そうじゃないわ。私たちが言っているのは、
世界を絶望から救わないといけないって。はいはい、しつこいって。だいたいさ、その世界って自分の存在をかけてまで守らなくちゃいけないの？じゃあ世界の希望と自分の希望が違ったらどうすればいいの？
This is the point where Junko starts bringing up actual legitimate points. Why do we have to sacrifice ourselves to save the world? What if, you know, what the world wants is different from what you want? Maybe sacrificing yourself isn't going to help anything.
いくら世界が幸せになったとしても、自分が幸せにならなかったら意味ないじゃん。
And yeah, you've got all this selfless stuff about saving the world from despair, but if you're miserable, then what's the point? If you're just gonna end up basically depressed and horrified and traumatized for life, to the point you can barely a functional human being, it's meaningless.
それは。
しかも未来機関って超高校級の絶望を抹殺したがってるんでしょ？
And not only that, but if you do come back, if you do come back as Ultimate Despair, the Future Foundation is going to try and kill you.
自分を犠牲にして超高校級の絶望に戻った途端に未来機関のお仕置きタイムが発動。
And what do you have? These 3 people are on your side, but who is anyone else on your side? Probably not. They probably all want you dead.
なんてことになったら最悪じゃのう。
最悪っつうか。
むしろ絶望的だね。
This is pretty hopeless. This is the definition. You know, normally when you have 2 choices, it's obvious there's a good one and a bad one, but what happens choices where the good choice involves so much pain and suffering you're gonna have to go through.
で、あんたらにそれが耐えられんの？
And I love this part here. Can you guys even endure that?
ここで起きたことの何もかもが無意味なただのゲームとして終わって。
Maybe notice Hajime just has the blank eyes because he's just completely gone.
ここで感じた感動や友情や愛情や何もかもがセーブデータにも残らないまま消えちゃって。
Not even save Zara.
大好きな彼女は動かないまま衰えていって。大嫌いな彼も動かないまま痩せ細っていって。
You know, like Peko and Nagito.
ひなたくんに至っては存在そのものが消えてしまう。それも憧れてた希望が峰学園のせいでね。
Because of the academy he admired so much, everything that he knows about himself is going to disappear. He'll never exist again. Hajime.
そんな絶望に耐えられんのかよ。誰のために耐えるんだよ。
Yeah, exactly. And then who are you doing this for?
顔も知らない連中のためか。感謝すらしてくれない連中のためか。
You don't know who these people are. If you know, if they were like your friends or something, maybe then you'd be able to put up with this pain for them. But you don't know any of these guys. The only people you know might be dead, or are actually dead, or brain dead.
それは希望なのかよ。
Do you consider that the hope ending? I can just imagine, seeing Hajime like this. It's like the Ralph Brigham thing, or sorry, the Simpsons clip. Stop! He's already dead. You don't need to traumatize him anymore, the poor boy.
惑わされちゃダメだ。それが江ノ島の手なんだよ。
あの 女はそうやってあなたたちを絶望におびき寄せようとしているのよ。
And yeah, I love this period. It's basically just like, this is how Junko works. She gives you the truth, and she gives you the horrible truth. Also, she can lure you towards despair. This is how she operates. This is how she probably brainwashed you guys in the first place.
そいつのたわごとに耳を貸す必要はない。それよりさっさと強制シャットダウンを。
But for Byakuya, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, for Byakuya, like, there's only one obvious option. Start the shutdown thing, because graduating is just going to end badly for him. He's got the right option and the wrong option. For these guys, everyone else, there's no right option and wrong option. Either way, people are going to have to die. And if it's them that are the ones that are going to have to die, can they endure that?
ちょっと待てよ。
They're not heroes, you know? Like, even when Monomi said, you don't have to try and force yourself to get people to acknowledge you. It's not that. They're not like that. And then, once all that comes to a boil, when they don't know what to do, when they just want to, get a break, try to find some kind of break, try to, get their thoughts together, because this is a lot to take in. Junko and everyone bickering is just...
なんだ。なぜ待つ必要がある？
It's making Byakuya impatient. Byakuya is just pressuring them more because he doesn't understand why these guys aren't just going to do the right option.
江ノ島を外の世界に出したらどうなるかまだわからないのか。
So then he starts threatening. And it's not like Byakuya's not a villain here, but he's just completely not understanding these guys' situation. He thinks that fine, I'll threaten you, being like, listen, people are going to fucking die if you don't do this. This is way more important than your existence. But just because you say that doesn't mean you can believe that.
いや、俺はただ。
It's like, do you really think you know what to do when we are saving the world here?
江ノ島が起こした人類史上最大最悪の絶望的事件でどれだけの人間が犠牲になったと思っている？
今ようやくそれが沈静化し始めているの。ここで江ノ島純子が外の世界に出たらまた大勢の犠牲者が生まれてしまうわ。また世界規模の暴動と混沌の時代に逆戻りしてしまう。
だからそれを防ぐために強制シャットダウンをしろと。こっちの世界で積み重ねた記憶の全てを失って超高校級の絶望に逆戻りしろと。中には存在そのものが消えるやつもいるけど我慢しろと。
Because she's being... Junko makes so much sense here. It's just like, yeah, there are people here who are going to cease to exist, and you're telling them they just have to deal with it? Like, why would they ever accept that? Why would you force them to accept something like that? Why would you force them to accept with dealing with the fact that they are going to disappear from existence? Like, Hajime, you poor thing.
だが現時点ではそれしか方法はないんだ。
It's not like Byakuya is trying to be the villain here, but...
いやいや、方法ならあるってば。普通に卒業を選べばアバターの記憶を引き継げるわけだし、少なくともここにいるみんなはそのまま手を取り合って生きていけるよね。ま、死んでしまった連中の体は私に乗っ取られちゃうけど。
And then you're saying, yeah, everyone who died will be taken by me, but...
それだってこの先ずっと動かないよりはマシだと思わない？
Yeah, they'll still be, at least their brains will be functioning. It won't be their brains, but like, isn't that essentially a better ending? Even if it means that I can escape?
みんな惑わされちゃダメだよ。どっちが本当の希望なのかよく考えてくれ。
どっちが本当の絶望なのかもね。
Hajime got fucked hard by this. I mean, it's true, but like, unfortunately, Hajime was the only one, well, whose very existence was pretty much tied to his memories. At this point, Graduate is seeming like the best choice. And yeah, that's the way. Graduate is the best option for them in terms of, it lets them stay alive and lets them stay themselves. But they know that's the wrong thing to do. And everyone else is sort of guilt tripping them, saying, you can't do that. If you do that, it could cause the apocalypse. And so it's like, suddenly, the fact that they're guilt tripping them, it's like, no, don't you understand? You can't do that. That's not, you should not do that. And it's such a good choice. And yeah, a lot of things are suddenly on their shoulders. And they're suddenly on Hajime Hinata's shoulders. Remember earlier on, I mean, they mentioned this as well. He's gonna mention this soon, but Hajime's just a normal guy. He doesn't have a talent. He doesn't have anything that makes him special. He doesn't have any ultimate hope powers. He's just some guy. And he has to deal with this kind of burden. Yeah, this is why I like Danganronpa too. Yeah, exactly. This is why I love this ending. And, of course, this is a difficult situation, and you know, maybe you'll see how this all ends.
どうするって言われてもよ。
俺らにそれを選べってのか。
That's the thing. At the end of the day, what happens? It comes down to them. They're the ones to decide. It's decided by a majority decision. There are 5 of them, 3 of the class 78 class, 3 of the DR1 survivors, you know. Maybe that's the other reason why they only brought 3 of them. There are more survivors here. The DR2 class, there's more of them. They have to be the ones to make that choice. They can't just send that burden off to somebody else because it's too difficult. It's gotta be them. And they're just high schoolers.
なんでこんなことになってんだよ。
All we can do is debate.
みんななら本物の希望がつかみ取れるはずだ。
So anyway, so okay, when you focus, normally it would say like warning and concentrating. Now it says mental pollution, contamination. The timer is running around like crazy. Everything is flickering, and we can't shoot any hope bullets. Truth bullets, sorry. We're trying, but our brain... I want to see Peko one more time. Can I do anything? Oh shit! I didn't even realize this! Holy shit! The truth bullets were... I didn't even know this! Every other truth bullet has been removed because it doesn't matter anymore. There's the shutdown sequence. If they choose the shutdown sequence, Hajime and the others will forget their camera memories and return to despair. The sleeping bodies of their dead friends will never awaken. Junko will be unable to escape from the Neo-World program and will be deleted. Graduate. If they press graduate, Hajime and the others will return to their original bodies and keep their current memories. Junko will be uploaded into the bodies of their dead friends. At the end of the day, that's all that matters anymore. Also, to be fair, it's probably also like that for anyone who decided to, you know, pause the game and start it again and forgot what to do. So, I love this game. And the future Might Nation map might kill us if we die. We won't let that happen. That Kyoko says, "Oh, we won't let that happen." But that's just her words. She can't back that up. She can't prove that they won't do anything. And yeah, this is the one that stuck us. And then you're saying that, you know, the Future Foundation was the one who made this happen in the first place. This wasn't our decision. The Future Foundation was the one who did it. That's what Akane's saying. Byaku's like, for your protection. There'll be countless victims if Junko escapes. We know that people are going to die if we do this. But please, can I do something? No, I can't. Graduate or shut down? The world or me? Hope or despair? They're telling us to choose? You probably can't see this because it's covered up by my face cam, but his health is slowly depleting as he realizes this. To choose between that? Why? And the music keeps switching around. Everything's glitching. Why do we have to choose? And it's gone. His health is gone. The influence is gone. And his mind just exploded. Hajime's broken. All of that 4.5 hours, it's broken him. He doesn't know what to do. And when forced to make a choice, but not knowing what choice to make, he just... You know how there's like fight or flight, and then there's also flop. There's like fight, flight, and flop. He decided to flop. Instead of choosing to either run away or, fight, he's deciding he's going to do nothing because he can't make that choice. And everybody else as well, of course. But for Hajime, well, it's more important, it's more personal, and it's important for us. Because we're the ones playing as him.
ダメだ。ダメって何が？俺には選べない。世界が滅ぶとか、自分を犠牲にしろとか、いきなり言われても、そんなの俺には決められない。俺にはどっちも選べない。ひなたくん。うるさい！放っておいてくれ！そもそもこんなのおかしいだろ。
Like, just his reactions here are so realistic, And like Makoto understands. He's like, Hajime, are you alright? Hajime, please let me help. He's like, no, leave me the fuck alone. This is too much to deal with. You can't just talk me into this.
どうして俺がこんなことに巻き込まれなくちゃいけないんだよ。
Why do I have to be a part of this?
だってみんなと違って俺には大した才能なんてないんだろ。
I'm not like you guys. I don't have a talent. I don't have something to fall back on.
それなのにこんなことに巻き込まれて、しかも存在が消えるって？意味わかんねえよ。
こんなのどっちも絶望じゃねえか。
私たちはどこまで犠牲を払えばいいのですか？
こんな責任背負わせんじゃねえよ。
俺らの手に負えるわけねえだろ。
みんなしっかりして。
Like everyone is like, get a grip, go believe and hope again. But it's like that doesn't help us. We're just gonna be in the same situation. It doesn't matter if we have hope or despair. We're still gonna be in the same situation and have to make this choice.
だから無理なんだって。俺なんかには無理なんだよ。未来なんて選べないんだよ。
Because he's just a normal, plain, average, talentless individual with no redeeming features. Someone like him can't choose that. He can't decide that.
希望だの絶望だの勝手にやってくれ。俺には関係ない。そんな。
Hajime, no. And yeah, that's the thing, Makoto, who's on the good side. You're like, no, Makoto, Hajime, don't do that. But you're like, no. Hajime, of course he's allowed to feel that way, even if it's the wrong choice.
そして答えは出ない。それがあんたらの選ぶ答えなのね。ああ、また私の予想通りになっちゃった。
And she knew. Junko knew if she just piled up the trauma, saved all of the big, confused the hell out of them, started, putting all these plot twists one by one, and, nailing into the coffin when they start getting, you know, crazy, you know, when they don't know what to do. It's just making things worse and worse. She knew if she did that, they would just break and not be able to choose anything.
こうやって何もかも予想通りってのもさ、絶望的に退屈なんだよね。ま、私があんたらのデータを持っている以上、そうなるのは当然なんだけどさ。
Also, yeah, because she has all of their avatar data and stuff, she can read it all. So, you know, she knows what their personalities are like, so she kind of knew these aren't the kinds of people who could make some kind of big resolve choice like this.
それこそ絶望的に予想不可能な出来事でも起きない限りはね。と言っても、そんな都合のいいことなんてこれまた絶望的に起きるわけがないんだけどね。だってこれってゲームだもん。全ての物事が予定調和で進む世界なんだもん。
Did Junko specifically choose them to live? What, in terms of like during the tragedy or whatnot? I'm not sure really. Like she definitely chose the DR1 cast to live specifically, but that was actually, no, because the reason why she chose the DR1 cast to live was because she actually cared about them. Because she, and because she, oh, during the school trip. No. I don't think she did. Like the only time where you can just obviously tell she very clearly targeted a murder was the Twilight Syndrome murder case, where she knew if she told Fuyuhiko, oh, by the way, your sister is dead, and Mahiro is the reason why. She knew that he would try to kill her, and whether he killed her or Peko killed her. That's the only one seems very targeted. The others, I don't think she really necessarily knew. She could have guessed, but like I don't think she was specifically aiming for people. I guess I like, you know, obviously, you know, really with someone like yeah, Gundam would be very interesting here. I mean, it is true, you know, some of these people, it might, some of the cast who were alive, it might be easier for them to make that choice compared to, well, Hajime. I mean, oh yeah, no, Chiaki, she was definitely going to find some way to kill Chiaki before they left, yes, because Chiaki would probably try to do that. But yeah, no, it's probably just a coincidence. I think she probably definitely wanted Hajime to survive so she could, you know, put in this whole big twist, but if he didn't, probably wasn't any skin off her back. Remember, they were planning to just choose Graduate before Hajime was like doubting them and being like, wait, shouldn't we think about this a bit more? So, you know. And yeah, the game, once again, this is just a game. It's like, you know, the metaphors all tie up together, like Junko being able to predict people, and that's essentially her talent, things being a game, and the fact, you know, games, you can't break the code, you can't break programming, things just go according to what the programming says.
ま、でもいいんじゃないの？無理して選択肢を選ぶ必要なんてないって。
I did not realize this final trial was so long. I mean, I'll survive, but we've still got at least another half an hour left.
未来なんて求めない。そういう未来があってもいいと思うよ。
Fake Byakuya wouldn't have made it all the way through, but part of me wonders if Chiaki made it further, or at this point, what she'd be doing at the moment. Well, I mean, unfortunately, the thing is, I mean, it really depends on, well, it also depends on her programming, really. She can only do what her programming told her to do, which was blend in until the end, and I get the feeling that when it came to the graduation exam, she probably wouldn't be allowed to participate because she's not part of it. She's not one of them. She can't make that choice for them. She's not allowed to, because it has to be their choice.
希望を求めなければ絶望に襲われることもないんだし。私だってそう。絶望を求めなければ希望なんてしないで済む。だからさ、みんなで呪いから解き放たれて、ここで仲良く立ち止まってようよ。ずっとこの南国生活にどっぷりと浸ってようよ。ずっとずっと。ずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとね。
Let's just stay here on this island and not have to make the choice forever and ever and ever. Jinko Nile Beam! No, I'm not joking, that's what that's actually called. At least according to the, what do you call it? The event gallery. Let's just Let's just forget about it for now. It sounds too difficult. I can't decide something like that. Let's just stay back in our island.
よーしゲームリセットですね
こうして世界はループしていくんだね。
All of our truth bullets have disappeared, replaced with Nile. Surging emotions, gentle words. Hope should be expected. Despair should be ended. Bullets should be fired. Nothing exists.
永遠に続く楽園のゲームなんて楽しそう。
しばらくこうしてんのもいいかもな。
おっちゃん、賢明な判断ですよ。
よかった忘れられずに済んだ
はい、忘れるわけないじゃないですか。
Yeah, we've still got mental pollution.
消えたし
よしパーティーでもしようぜ。
だったら腕を振るっちゃうって。
Remember Teru Teru?
ならば BGM は伊吹に任せるっつ。ねえ記念に写真撮ってもいい？
俺様のビギに酔いしれるか？
Aw, thanks, Gundam.
トレーニングのカリキュラムも用意したぞ。
Nekomaru's not a robot anymore.
怪我したら私に言ってくださいね
僕は自己紹介から始めた方がい
And
い
then
か
there's
な。
Byakuya, the real Byakuya,
今さらかよ。
actually giving an introduction, a self-introduction. With a different voice, maybe his true self. What was this again? Oh well. There's no need to think about it. I mean, Chiaki's not, I mean, yeah, why is Chiaki here? But why is everyone here? All the dead people are here. It's just a metaphorical, you know, it's just in our mind where everything's fun and happy and no one's dead and it's fine. Don't think about it. There's no timer. There's no health to lose. There's no need to think about it. I wanted this ending.
よーしゲームリセットですね
こうして世界はループしていくんだね。
永遠に続く楽園のゲームなんて楽しそう。
しばらくこうしてんのもいいかもな。
おっちゃん、賢明な。
これで
よしだったら
ならば BGM ね
俺様のビギトレーニングのカリ
僕は自己紹介から始めた方がいいかな。
Aww, it's got its own voice now.
今さらかよ。
違うよ。みんなはゲームなんかじゃないでしょ。
What was this again? Oh well, there's no need to think about it. I wanted this ending. I wanted this? Hi, James. Sorry, JMS. I'm pretty good. We're at the big climax here. Well, not the climax. We're at the end of the part of the third act where the hero just loses all resolve and is just kind of doesn't know what to do.
よーしゲームリセットですね
こうして世界はループしていくんだね。
That being said, what was that thing at the end there? That was new.
これでよし。
よしだったら
ならば BGM ね
俺様のビギトレーニングのカリ
僕は自己紹介。
今さらかよ。
違うよ。
Oh yeah.
みんなはゲームなんかじゃないでしょ。
Guys aren't part of the game. What was this again?
Yes,
こうして世界はループしていくんだね。
永遠に続く楽園のゲームなんて楽し。
But we're not part of the game. This world. Of course we could stay in the game forever, but we're not programs, we're not part of this game. That's what Chiaki said to us. Anyway, time for the best part.
お前は誰だ？
ゲームなのは私だけ。みんなはそうじゃないでしょ。
ナナミか。どうしてお前がここにいるんだ？
どうしてかな。
俺の記憶の中のナナミってことか。だってお前は消えたはずだもんな。まあなんでもいいか。それよりさ、あいつらむちゃくちゃだよな。
God, I love this part.
世界が滅ぶとか自分を犠牲にしろとか、そんなの選べっこないのに。
I love how Hajime's like, I mean, he's just accepted that he's given up. So when he just sees this, version of Chiaki floating in front of him, it's like, yeah, man, like, he just casually, he's just like, wasn't that whole thing so messed up? Don't you think those guys are all messed up? Just treating Chiaki like the friend that he always had, just being like, I mean, you saw that, right? That was so weird and messed up. Like, there's no way they could really expect me to do something like that. It's ridiculous. Don't you agree, Chiaki? Floating Chiaki? That may not be real or not?
俺なんかに選べっこないのにさ。ほんと散々だよ。いきなりこんなわけのわからないことに巻き込まれて。何の才能もないって突きつけられた上に、外に出れば超高校級の絶望だとか言われて、挙句の果てには消えるとか言われてんだぜ。意味わかんねえよな。
Like, I just, I just love how casual he is about this, right? Just like he's talking to, his fun, sleepy gamer friend. Isn't that messed up, don't you think?
なあ、お前だって嫌だよな。だって俺たちの記憶がなくなったら、お前の存在は完全になくなるんだもんな。俺たちの記憶にも残らず、完全に消えてなくなっちまうんだもんな。
なくならないよ。
え？
たとえ存在がなくなったとしても、私がみんなに忘れ去られちゃったとしても、だからって完全に消えてなくなるわけじゃないよ。私とみんなで作った未来をみんなが進み続ける限りは、私は消えてなくなったりしない。私が生きて戦って命を懸けたものがちゃんとそこに残ってるんだもん。
I need more tissues. Ah. Sorry.
そうは言うけどさ。
That's what Chiaki's saying, that, even if she yeah, but a part of her lives in those who remember and love her. Not just that, but she spent her life. She used her life for everybody to move forward, for everybody to survive this killing game. For everybody to give it a future for everyone. So, as long as they have a future, then she still exists. Because that's what she used her own existence to protect. But even so...
きっとひなたくんは怖いんだね。
There it goes.
自分が消えることもそうだけど、重い何かを背負って未来を進むことが怖いんだね。
You or Izuru or whoever this happened.
ああ、怖いよ。
That's what I love about this.
そんなの怖いに決まってるじゃないか。
That's why I think, one of the things... Obviously, you see stories where the protagonist breaks like this, and then, they get the courage to move on, but this one is very raw. Just really going down to, just the key thing is just the fact that, like, Hajime, you know what you should be doing, but you're just scared, right? Of having to deal with something like that. He's like, yeah, I am. Of course I'm scared. I'm terrified of something like that. Of course, that's what this is about. Chiaki.
おい、いつまでうじうじしてるんだよ。
え？
胸を張れる自分になりたいんじゃなかったのか？だから希望が峰学園に憧れたんじゃなかったのかよ。
だけど俺はその希望が峰学園にも騙されて。
I can't just use Hope's Peak Academy as a... even my dreams, even my goals, even the things I admired were the ones who were just trying to use me. Then what am I supposed to say?
ひなたくん、君は今までずっと大きな勘違いをしてたんだよ。
勘違い？
才能を持つことがゴールじゃないよ。才能があろうとなかろうとさ、それよりもっと大事なことがあるでしょ。自分自身を信じてあげることだよ。それができなかったら、いくら才能があっても自分に胸なんか張れないよ。きっと昔の君がそうだったみたいにね。
お前はなあ、お前は誰なんだ？だって消えたはずじゃなかったのかよ。
でも昔のひなたくんは昔のひなたくんだよ。この世界で私やみんなと一緒に過ごしたひなたくんじゃない。だから大丈夫。君はもう自分に胸を張っていいと思うよ。
He's scared. He doesn't know what to do. But at the end of the day, a lot of those fears are real, of course. And then there was the other real thing. That whole, why do I have to go through this? I don't even have a talent. I'm not like the rest of you. All he wanted was to be confident in himself. And he thought that being an ultimate was the way that he needed to do that. But of course there's always ways that you can be confident. Really, maybe he knew that all along. But he's not the same person he was in the past. He's not that person who apparently signed up to erasing his own existence just to be somebody to be proud of. He's something as well. If he could realize that, if he could remember that, maybe things will be all right. Anyway, comments. Chiaki bringing the hard truth, but unlike the harsh truth of Junko, at least Chiaki is encouraging and welcoming to what he needs to do. Chiaki's being supportive. She's helping him find a path. Chiaki is the real hope. Exactly. Well, yes, the truth is harsh, but sometimes it's not even... Yeah, she's not even telling him what choice to make, just to believe in his decisions. Believe in what he wants. Believe that it'll be all right.
なあ、ナナミ、教えてくれないか？俺はどっちを選ぶべきなんだ？自分の希望と世界の希望とどっちを選ぶべきなんだ？
It's just so powerful. And then Hajime's still lost, and then Chiaki's just like, Hajime, just believe in your own decisions. And he's like, but wait, Chiaki, now you're here. Listen, Chiaki, you're here. You can tell me what to do, right? You can tell me what choice is the right choice. Please validate me. Can you help me? I'm so lost and alone. I see this. He sees this comfort in front of him, and he's just like, wait, Chiaki, can you tell me what I should do? And what does Chiaki say?
君たちの未来は君たちだけに権利があるんだよ。もちろん責任もだけどね。
自分で選べってことか。
でも ちも選べないなら作っちゃえばいいんじゃないかな。
I like that as well. And then, you know, Chuck is like, I could give you an answer, but you're the only one that has the right to do that. You shouldn't just do it because somebody asked you. You shouldn't just do this for the sake of somebody else. You should come up with your own choice. But, that being said, I have an idea. If you can't choose either future, then just create one.
作る。
この世界はゲームかもしれないけど、君たちはゲームなんかじゃないんだよ。選ぶだけじゃなくって作ることだってできるはずだよ。
Because the world isn't a video game. You aren't a video game. You aren't just a piece of programming, Hajime Hinata. You're a human being. You're your own self. You're something completely separate from the Neo World program, so if there's something that you want to do...
俺なんかにできるのか。
Even someone like me? Even someone with no talent at all?
ゲームじゃないんだから、才能やスキルやレベルなんて気にしなくていいんだよ。君たちにはそんなものを乗り越えるとてつもない必殺技があるじゃん。
And I love that she's still using video game terminology in all of this. The video game metaphors are being used for life advice, and it's great. Yes, you can be your own man rider. I mean, Hajime. I need to play Metal Gear Solid 2. That's what I've gotten from these streams.
ほら、やればなんとかなるってやつだよ。
やればなんとかなるって。
まあ、それでなんとかなったらゲームならクソゲー扱いだけどね。
He's not basically saying, this isn't going to be easy though, you know, just doing one, choosing the thing you want, it's not going to be easy. But, you know, games aren't fun with it. Oh no, there's the mic screwing up. Shit. Tell me if it's better. No, you don't. You need to play other games first. And Mike, tell me if it's fixed. Okay, cool. Great. So yeah, games aren't very fun when they're easy to clear. It's not gonna be easy, but...
でもこれはゲームじゃないんだよな。
It's like, is this a game? Is this real? What's real? What's a game anymore?
ねえ、ひなたくん。誰かのためじゃないよ。君は自分自身のためにやるんだよ。
You can't do this for the sake of hope or despair, for the sake of impressing Makoto, impressing Hope's Peak, impressing Junko. You can't even do it for the sake of impressing me. You need to choose this for yourself.
さてと、じゃあそろそろひなたくんのかっこいいところを見せてもらおうかな。
No, I can't be cool. What are you talking about?
ほら、私も手伝うからさ。
手伝う？
Here we go! The ominous music.
憧れた希望が見描くにも騙されて俺は消えたくない。鎌倉譲るなんて俺じゃない。世界がどうとか死ぬかよ。自己犠牲なんて嫌だ。どうせ誰にも感謝されないし。
Oh, does anything actually happen? This is me? Is this really me?
俺には何の才能もない。憧れた希望、俺は消えた。鎌倉譲る世界がどう自己犠牲なんて嫌だ。どうせ誰にも感謝されないし。
God damn, I need a haircut.
私
Yeah.
の中に勝てこないんだ。悪いのは宮城くんだ。俺のせいじゃない。俺には未来なんて選べない。
ほら、やればなんとかなるってやつだよ。君なら未来だって作れるはずだよ。
This is me? Is this really me? So uncool. It's totally uncool. I will say, this part is pretty interesting, just because it's hard to say exactly if this is representing if this the figures just look like Izuru because it's just representing all of Hajime's inner doubts, or in a way, perhaps this is part of Izuru Kamakura as well. It's really hard to say exactly where Izuru as a person, as a personality, factors into this whole thing. But it's what makes it interesting. Hello, Nagito simp! We're at the best part! Where Hajime fights off like 5 gazillion versions of Izuru. Anyway, first thing we need to do though, we need to remember Chiaki's words.
ほらやればなんとかなるってやつだよ君なら未来だって作れるはずだよ
Let me just check. Okay, no, it doesn't show up in truth bullets, but are you guys ready? If we just do it, things will turn out okay. We can create our own future. If we can create our own future, all this stuff doesn't matter anymore. We can do something. We can do something ourselves. We can create the future. We can create that. We'll make our own world. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves. We'll appreciate ourselves. We can do it. We just need to try. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. Even so, Even so.
それがどんな未来だろうと君たちが進み続ける限りは私は消えてなくならないここでのことも無意味なんかじゃない希望も絶望も背負った君たちならきっと未来だって作れるよ
It's like, oh fuck, her mouth is moving. Yeah, I actually forgot what this is like in the dub because they obviously had to I don't know if they lip synced it to the dub either or they just did generic whatever. But yeah, it's just her mouth's moving.
都合のいい奇跡だってやればなんとかなるだから中途半端にうじうじしてないで全てを捨てる覚悟で本気になってやってやれ私も応援するからさ
I'll be cheering for you too, Hajime! From somewhere. And she disappears into light.
そういえば
And then when she suddenly disappears and he realizes she's gone again. Ah, that reminds me.
また言いそびれたな
Forgot to say it again. Thanks for the follow, Nagito simp. And no, you can still make quips, don't worry. But I forgot to thank her. That's what he wanted to do when she disappeared. And Monokuma just like left, cut the reunion short, the goodbye short, and he couldn't even get to say thank you. But time for hesitation is over. We've made our choice. We've made our decision. We're going to create our own future. Now it's time to awaken. Mash the mouse button. The music starts. First you hear the music, and everyone starts coming into focus. Then the first bit of the UI turns back to red. Awaken, guys! It's time to wake up! Then the rest of the UI. The breaking's gone.
結論なんて永遠に出ねえんだよ。希望を失っちゃダメだ。
We have it. We've got our bullet.
ここでも記憶が消えた。
Star power!
私は皆さんが死んだ理由すら。
You notice, Hajime's eyes are closed this whole time.
世界から絶望をなくさないと。
Future. Mirai.
ここでも記憶が消えた。私は覚えてあげられない。
It's yellow.
世界から絶望をなく悲劇は
And there are no weak points here. I'm not shooting this all up. There's no weak points here, but we're shooting through them anyway. Because this may just be a game. But we're not part of that game. And so,
それは違うぞ。
it's time to wake up.
きっと希望だけじゃない。絶望だってたくさんあるだろうな。どんな未来になるかなんてわからないけど。でも俺たちの未来は俺たちのものだ。もう誰にも渡さないぞ。
Okay, to answer the question that you're probably asking of Gabby, is the only reason you like this because Hajime goes Super Saiyan at the end? The answer is no, but it definitely helps. Because, in all honesty, when you go and lose your own self-confidence, you lose your resolve, you don't know what to do, and then you decide to believe in yourself, if you don't just use that as an excuse to then make that character go Super Saiyan, then why are you even writing? Isn't the whole point of writing a story to give an explanation as to why your character suddenly just goes Super Saiyan? What do you mean, no? That's exactly why. This being said, unfortunately, I don't know why. Maybe it's a feature of the ports or something, but some versions of this also, Hajime has like the glowing aura with the lightning, so Hajime's basically Super Saiyan too. He skipped one. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like my version has that. I've seen some version has the aura, some of the other versions don't. I don't know what the difference is, I'll be completely honest. But anyway, we're awake. Oh yeah, and also, not just that. We're not just awake. I mean, this isn't just, you know, normal Super Saiyan. His eyes aren't green, they're red. Red, the same color as Izuru's.
Huh? あんた誰？
俺は決めたぞ。もう逃げない。
So it's, and yeah, I don't, like I said, I think it's a bit different depending on whatever it is, but yeah. Also, did you see that little thing at the beginning? I loved that. So you know how Hajime's got that little, you know, cross on his eyes that kind of just looks like a no symbol. The cross on his eyes changes to what's essentially a target radar. Even if at this point it's just sort of glowing, but his eyes are still sort of the same. I love this! Yeah, let's go Super Saiyan. Let's do it. I'm done running away.
俺は自分の未来と戦う。みんなが作ってくれた未来と戦う。誰かのためじゃない。自分のためにだ。
まさか鎌倉。
And this is what I mean it's interesting as to what exactly Izuru's role of this is. Junko calls him Kamakura. Like somehow, if she knows who Kamakura is, after all she's met him, as in she can somehow recognize Izuru Kamakura inside him. Somehow? Maybe. Or maybe she's just so confused about Hajime suddenly having confidence she thinks he is Izuru Kamakura. We may never know.
ちょっとどうなってんの？これってマジモンのバグとか？
Izuru is the one person she fears. Probably, because Izuru is the one person who's more talented than she is.
俺は鎌倉いずるじゃない。俺は日向はじめだ。
Yes! I am not Izuru Kamakura. I am Hajime Hinata. And if that's even Izuru persona is saying that as well, that's even more powerful. Oh yeah, and he just broke through that. There was no argument, but he broke through it. It's time to rebut. Oh, speaking of, now that we're here. Okay. So, if you ever wanted to look at, if you go to the future bullet, future. If you just do it, things will turn out okay. As he experienced the enlightenment of believing in himself, Hajime Hinata truly became Hajime Hinata. That being said, yeah, it's see, obviously there's a lot of weird inconsistencies clearly with Hajime's awakened form, because you notice here on that one, he doesn't have the red eyes on this profile. So I don't know if they just changed their ideas or it depends on what version you've got, but either way, his awakened form is called in like merchant stuff. The design's been inconsistent depending on what, but let's go. It's time, we're done running away. Also, do you notice something? He has an infinite number of cuts. I won't let anyone choose again! He has an infinite number of cuts. Because this may just be a game, but Hajime is not part of the game. He also has an infinite amount of bullets in the this thing. We are infinitely on fever time. It's not running away. It's not running away. We're on fever time forever because we're not playing by the rules of the game anymore. Even so. No, I'm not giving up. Sore wa chigau zo. You think you can stop us with despair? We don't need that anymore. We've made our choice.
みんな強制シャットダウンをしよう。だけど
分かってんのかよ。強制シャットダウンをしたら俺らは。
たった一つの選択肢がなんだ。そんなもんで終わったりするもんか。
I love that. Like, there's no way I'll allow things to end this way. Like, you know, I'm not going to let that kind of ending happen to me, because we're not part of the game. This isn't just one. There isn't just one choice to make. We're gonna do whatever we can.
みんなが繋いでくれた未来にはもっと大きな可能性があるはずなんだ。
If it hadn't, then what would even be the point of them sacrificing themselves? They did that so that we could create a future, so that we could have a future. We're not just gonna give that up.
まずは胸を張って外に出て、そこから俺たちで作っていけばいいんだよ。俺たちの思い通りの未来をさ。
And we got the theme song is coming, which means.
何言ってんのよ。そんな都合のいいことばっか起きるわけないじゃない。
奇跡くらい起きたっておかしくないだろ。
Wouldn't be so strange.
これはゲームじゃないんだ。未来はいくらでも変えられるはずなんだ。
そんな風に強がったところで外に出たら何もかも忘れるだけじゃん。そんなのここにいる連中だって。
2つのボタンを同時に押せばいいんでしたっけ。
Sonya, she's listening to us. Despite what Junko's saying, everyone still has the same decision.
どうしてですかね。私にもよくわからないのですが、まだ見えたのです。真っ暗な瞬間に沈んでいくような気分になって、身動きが取れないほど体が重くなっていって、
We in real CG hours here, but I mean, it's the finale, so fair enough. Hajime showing us just how much stronger he is compared to Makoto, Izuru, and Junko. Yeah, Hajime, like, it's so fucking cool, you know, especially like Izuru Kamakura, the ultimate hope with every talent imaginable. But you know what? Hajime Hinata, talentless, like, you know, unsure, kind of snarky Hajime Hinata. He's still not going to give up and just disappear like that. And maybe even Izuru couldn't do something like that.
そんな時にふと日向さんの声が聞こえて、一瞬ですが確かに見えたのです。暗闇の大海原を照らす広大の明かりのような、厳しいけど温かい光で、きっとあの光を照らしてくれていたのは。
I honestly don't exactly understand what she means by this part. I don't know if she's talking about like she sort of felt Chiaki's presence like we did, or if she's talking about someone else like Gundam.
そういうことですよね、日向さん。
Alright, see ya, Nagito simp.
私たちがこれから作る未来は、皆さんが作ってくれた未来でもあるんですよね。
Yes, exactly. See, Sonya's whole thing was that she didn't want to forget about all of these friends that she'd made, all of the reasons that they died, because these are like the first friends she ever had. But she's saying, the future that we're going to create is the future that everybody was created. It's everyone's future. As long as she doesn't, you know, disappear. As long as she continues towards that future, it's like they're still with her, even if she doesn't remember.
だったら止まれるわけないですよね。
だからさ、自殺行為だって。
自殺行為なのは100も承知だ。俺らのメリットなんて見当たんねえしな。
See you.
だけどよ。
Aww.
俺にはあいつの声が聞こえたぜ。そういや、あいつに怒鳴られたのは初めてだったか。
So yeah, at this point, this thing where I don't think he's talking about Chiaki here. I think he's talking about Peko. I have seen a few like comics and pieces of art where it's, you know, the similar situation with Hajime and Chiaki, and then it's Peko who's comforting a Fuyuhiko who's similarly lost and confused.
いつまでもあいつにガキ扱いされてちゃたまったもんじゃねえよな。
So which definitely sounds like Peko, so she actually got angry at him.
いや、ごちゃごちゃ考えるのなんて俺の性に合わねえや。
I didn't think I'd like Fuyuhiko, but next time man's Kazuichi, he's my other mans. They're so good. I love them. They're all so beautiful people.
強いやつがいたら戦うってのが俺らしいよな。
That is who you are. You're right.
それが胸を張るって意味なんだよな。
I guess it does really. Just fight. Yeah.
だったら俺はこっちだろ。
So I didn't realize they put a little glowing effects for everybody as well when they're doing that. Ah, it's so nice. And Kazuichi.
まためんどくせえことになっちまったな。けどおめえらがやるっつってんのに俺がやらねえわけにいかねえだろ。
So yeah, because, you know, Fuyuhiko essentially was all hung up about Peko. I think Akane was just confused and whatever. Kazuichi's thing was he's basically scared that they're just gonna get killed by the Future Foundation after this, because after all, he's just a bit of a coward.
どこにも居場所がねえならせめてこの場所は守らねえとダメだろ。
She's got nowhere to go back to. Just protect our own place. Protect what we've got.
ただまでどうして自分から絶望に飛び込むような真似ができんのよ。
Oh, even if you look, Alter Ego Junko there is also all pain, being like, how can you do something like that? That's not possible.
信じてるからだ。
Because we believe.
俺たちは自分自身の未来を信じてるんだ。そこがお前とは決定的に違う。
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you.
新しいことも困難なこともやればできるって信じてるんだ。未来だって作れるはずだって信じてるんだよ。
Yes. We believe that.
そんな希望なんかじゃないじゃん。絶望ですらない。
No, it's future, motherfuckers. So you don't know the power of the future bullet.
日向君、それにみんなもありがとう。
And oh, thank you for the bits. The ultimate hopes, Hajime, Chiaki, Makoto. Shiko never wins against those powers combined. Lost friends, hope never dies, do better tomorrow. Hope, hope, hope. Thank you. And also speaking of, thank you for the bits. But also, what was I gonna say? Right. So, I don't like this part at the end where like, and then Hajime, Makoto is just like, Hajime, to everyone, thank you. Because after all, we're saving their lives for this, so. And then Hajime's response. After awakening as a Super Saiyan.
それを言う相手は俺じゃないと思うぞ。
I'm not the one you should be thanking. It's Chiaki. And that is the end of it. It only took 5 hours and 40 minutes. It's a B. I actually don't know what you need to do to get an A, to be honest, but it's not a big deal. You just get more mono coins, I think. But the game's not over yet, after all. We've decided we're going to shut the program down and choose our own future, but... Ah, crap, wrong button. Let's see what happens next.
じゃあ始めるか。
こんな簡単に終わっちまうんだな。
あん？終わりじゃねえだろ。
ここから始めるためですよね。
I mean, that's just because the executions in the R2 just generally aren't very good anyway.
まずはこの閉ざされた世界を終わらせて、
そこから先は俺たちが作っていくんだ。
I love that, and I love that they've got Super Saiyan Hajime in the CGs as well. So it's not just like, you know, some stupid thing they can't, like, you know, some random thing that's just inexplicably there. It's in the CGs as well. That being said, also notice he's still kind of glowing there. So I guess it's supposed to be like kind of a subtle glow, but they kind of give him the lightning and some of the other stuff. So let's go. We're the ones who are going to create. Time for the finale. Well, not finale, but there may be some Danganronpa here. We've got another video. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of lag. I can tell it's Danganronpa already. So, remember when I told you that you should play this one thing of Miracle Monomi? That's because I think without playing Miracle Monomi, you'd be really confused over how exactly Monomi even fights in the first place. But, you know, who gives a shit? So Usami is just beating up Giant Junko with rainbows and sparkles, and it's beautiful. She really can fight. But, so you remember? This is how you fight people in Miracle Monomi mode. You make the rainbows, and you wrap people around with them, and then, you know, you just casually make them explode. You Sailor Moon them to death. Exactly. We did it.
ああ、こりゃ絶望だわ。また絶望に絶望して絶望を絶望しちゃった。
That's a lot of despair.
ああ、楽しい。いっぺんあんな絶望を体験しちゃった以上はさ、もう戻れないのよね。
Listen, I'd love. Okay, I want. The likelihood of Hajime getting into Smash is like 0, unfortunately. Because if you're gonna do anyone, it's gonna be someone from the first game, most likely, first of all. And yeah. Or even the most recent games, but I love him. Not just because he goes Super Saiyan, but that helps.
過去の思い出だけを振り返りながら生きるのなんて、そんなの虚しすぎるじゃん。はあ、でもこれでもう絶望を希望しないで済む。そんなの絶望的。
今のはどういうことだ。なぜ消えたはずのウサミが現れた。
Yeah, how would... Why exactly did that happen? How? Did that make any sense?
日向くんの言った通りってことかしら。
The answer is, we don't know why that happened.
少なくともこれって用意された結末じゃないよね。
They decided to choose something different. So, who knows what's gonna happen?
これは彼らみんなで作り出した結末だよ。
あいつらはそんな不確かな未来をあえて進むというのか。
It's like this sort of idea, through this idea, although technically all they are is just, you know, doing the shutdown process, but this idea, the fact that they are, you know, they aren't just, you know, choosing to shut down, the fact that they're going to, they are basically just trying to do this, creating a completely new future for themselves. It's like that idea, that power basically broke the game itself. It wasn't what it was expecting. It broke its programming just like Chiaki broke her own programming to save us.
だとしてももう彼らに任せるしかないわね。じきにこの世界は終わる。もう私たちにできることなんてないわ。
どっちにしろその必要はないんじゃないかな。
Goodbye. Thank you. Like, yeah, sure, it wasn't... They...
あ
Oh,
あ崩れてくな。
your camera on yourself's completely blocking out Byakuya's face and I love it. Oh man, forgot about that. But yeah, it's... You know, I love that, you know, they... In a way, them being there doesn't overshadow the main story. I mean, it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. Like, you think Junko is literally just like, you know, this is just all about me and Makoto Naegi and the hope and despair conflict. But in the end, it actually comes down to these five. What they chose. They were the ones who were really holding the cards. They just didn't really know what kind of power they had. And their power was, we reject both of you, and we choose our own future. Our own decisions. And now, time for a fun little, them dealing with this.
そうだな。
See, Hajime still got the glowing eyes. It's very important.
もしもの話で恐縮ですけど、もしも外の世界で目覚めた時にここでのことを忘れてしまっていたとしても無意味ではなかったのですよね。
もちろんですよ、ソニアさん。うまく言えないけど、なんとなくそんな気がします。
マジでうまく言えてねえぞ。最後くらいもうちょっと頑張れや。
Oh, Fuyuhiko. Even near the end, they're still just being kind of, you know, making silly jokes at each other.
みんな簡単に変わらねえんだよ、人ってのは。
And that's also true. Listen, we may have made a really difficult choice, but it doesn't mean I've suddenly become a completely different person, alright?
無意味かどうかはこれからの俺ら次第だろうけどな。
Whatever we wake up as.
そろそろタイムリミットみたいだな。
I love it. You know, I love it. He's just like, you know, his glowy, red-eyed Super Saiyan Hajime of just being like totally confident about this. Yeah, time's almost up, guys.
やっぱ怖えな。
Like, I love it. I love just all this admitting weakness.
私も怖いです。
They're like, you know, they've made a decision. Doesn't mean they're not scared about it. They don't regret it, but they're still scared.
でもいいんだよな。怖くて当たり前なんだよな。
それが未来じゃ。
Oh yeah, she turned the robot back on. Thanks, Nekamaru.
おい俺はおめえらのことも他の連中のことも絶
Yeah,
対に忘れねえからな
yeah, it's okay to be scared because the future can be scary. It's alright to feel that way. And as the game breaks up, and as the graphics go around and break up, Kazuichi saying, "I won't forget about you, I swear."
おめえらも覚えとけよ俺の名前はソーダ和一だからな
てめえらみてえな濃い連中をそう簡単に忘れるわけねえだろ
Aw, thanks for you.
もし忘れたとしても意地でも思い出してみせますって。
Aw.
後でひなたがわけわかんねえこと言い出したら俺が半殺しにして正気に戻してやるよ
I love that part. Yeah, Hajime, if you start talking weird like Izuru Kamakura, I'm gonna beat you up till you turn back to normal, right?
助かるけどできるだけ手加減はしてくれよ
Like, maybe don't hit me too hard. Thanks. So, this is the end. But it's just the beginning. Isn't that right? It doesn't change how scared I am. I can't help feeling scared. So scared, but
ありがとうありがとうナナミ
arigato, Nanami.
やっと言えたな
I finally said it. He finally got to thank her. As they're all disappearing. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you for helping
私
me.
の方こそありがとう。みんなのこと忘れないよ。ずっとずっと忘れないよ。この先もどこかでみんなのことを応援しているからね。だってずっと仲間だもん。
Game over. Chapter 6. Goodbye, Academy of Despair. So we're almost done. Oh shit, I just realized. Oh no, I just realized something. Well, I mean... Oh, you've obtained the giant cell phone. It's not important, it's just that there's gonna be another credit song, and I kind of wanted to sing it. I wish it had karaoke. Yeah, I don't have the lyrics with me. That's what's my problem. Let's see. I know it's my stream, but I have to actually look up the lyrics. And it's gonna... You know what? I'll do another time. I'll just... Wait, no. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm doing it. It's almost over. Alright, what was it called? I know what it's called, actually. Don't tell me. I'm just being a weeb. Don't mind me. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I've got the wiki open. Alright, close that. Close that. Okay, good enough. And so, the incident is coming to an end. The incident riddled with absurdity, with nonsense, with sheer irrationality, is about to lower its curtain. An incident smaller than Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most tragic event. Smaller than the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. An incident so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. Not now, not in the distant future. As long as they remain here.
準備ができたらしいわよ。もういつでも出発できるって。
じゃあそろそろ行かないとね。
They're wearing suits. This is when they decided that, you know, the outfit of the Future Foundation is just that they wear suits, and it's really cute.
おい苗木、本当にこれでよかったのか？
I mean, presumably they had the boat because they were on Jabberwock Island to begin. Yeah.
お前が取り調べは僕に任せてなんて言うからその通りにさせてやったが、あいつらは本当に大丈夫なのか？元の絶望に戻っただけなんじゃないのか？
それはないと思うよ。だってそうでなかったらこの島に残るなんて言い出さないでしょ。
眠ったままの仲間を何とかしてあげたいって思っているのかしらね。
明確に言葉には出さないけど、僕はそういうことなんだと思うよ。
Of course they look good. I mean, they look good in anything, but yeah.
意識的にしろ無意識的にしろ、
And yeah, it's very ambiguous.
そんな気持ちを抱いている時点でもう過去の彼らじゃないってことかもしれないわね。
So maybe they didn't wake up as they sort of woke up as ultimate despair, but it's different.
どうやらここにはお人よしばかりが集まっているようだな。
Yeah, you're right.
だけど現実問題、眠った彼らが戻る可能性はほとんどないでしょうね。
Oh, look at them!
可能性の問題じゃないんだよ。
Look, you got like grown-up Makoto. Byakuya looks basically the same, but like, look at Makoto. He looks so much older now, and Kyoko just looks beautiful with her long hair like that. Oh, I love them.
ほんの少しの可能性しかなくても、その未来を作ろうと懸
Yeah,
命に前に
I'll
進む
be
こと
here
自体
soon.
が
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I know it is. You didn't see anything. Listen, I've been going for 6 hours, and if anything, I guess I'm probably glad that somebody didn't interrupt me until this point.
彼らにとっての未来なんだ。
The game's almost over, so you know.
ほんの少しの可能性どころじゃなく、奇跡と言ってもいいレベルだとしてもか？
Miracle.
でも不思議とさ、彼らならそこにたどり着ける気がするんだよね。彼らは絶望と希望をしっかり受け止めた上で自分たちで未来を作ろうとしている。きっとそういう人たちにこそ奇跡は必然として訪れるんじゃないかな。
Maybe eventually they will find a way to wake them up. All of their friends.
相変わらず青臭いな。まったく進歩しないやつだ。
Also, you notice then on their little on all of their outfits, they've got these little like Future Foundation pins on them. It's so cute. I love them. I love them in their Future Foundation outfits.
進歩しないって。
I probably should have gone for a bathroom break, but I was an idiot.
だからこそ私たちはあなたについていったんだけどね。
まあいいだろう。今回は苗木の判断を尊重してやるとしよう。
And I love the three of them. I love the three of them where they're like this and they're just like, yeah, Makoto, you're a bit of a you kind of are a bit still immature sometimes and a bit of an idiot and a bit of an idealist, but we're gonna be here to make sure to rein you in a bit sometimes.
だが、俺たちにとって大変なのはこれからだぞ。
彼らだけをこの島に残していくなんて、本部のお偉方が知ったら大騒ぎでしょうね。
Can you give me a treason? Just do a little bit of a treason for me?
隠蔽工作を頑張らないとね。
そういう問題ではない。
で、本部には何て説明する気なの？
それは船の中でじっくり考えようかと。
Makoto, you fucking dog. I love you.
頑張ってね。そこまでは手を貸せないから。
そんな。
You believe in the inherent eroticism of dunking Makoto Naegi.
お前の判断を尊重してもらえただけでもありがたく思え。
わかったよ。
He's such a fucking dog. I love him. Great. Now I want to write fan fiction of them, the Future Foundation again. Somebody stop me, don't. I won't actually write it, don't worry. Aww.
じゃあ私たちも帰りましょうか。まだまだ先は長い。やるべきことが山ほどあるわ。
I'm not pulling your ass out of the fire, Kyoko, basically. Yeah, she's just like one Goku and two Vegetas. Kind of like that, but yeah, it's basically just like, it's like, hey, Kiri-san, can you help? No. Why not? Because Makoto, you've made this decision yourself. You're going to have to face the responsibilities. I know what responsibilities are, but can't you at least help me a little? It's like
未来機関とのこともそうだけど、人類史上最大最悪の絶望的事件もまだ続いている。未来のためにも決着をつけないとね。
We must end this all. End this once and for all. We have our own fight to do. Like, you know, it's what I love about, you know, sequels where it's like, oh yeah, and then, you know, the characters from the first game are now all just like, they have all of, they're basically older and badass and have this big organization that's dedicated to fighting evil all the time. It's beautiful. I love them.
どうやらもうしばらくはお前たちと一緒に行動することになりそうだな。
あなたの帰りを待っている人もいるしね。
おぞましいことを思い出させるな。
That's the best part. Obviously, he's talking about Toko there. Don't make me remember something so horrifying.
じゃあ行こうか。僕らの未来を作っていかないとね。
You know, maybe they've learned something a little bit, learned a little bit from this as well themselves, from this whole situation. Like I love how ambiguous that all is. Is they're like, yeah, did they wake up as ultimate despair? I don't know. But anyway, let's let Hajime end this off.
そしてここから日常が始まるんだ。
I forgot that he narrates this part.
それは事件なんかよりもっと不条理で荒唐無稽で理不尽できっとずっと難しい。答えが出る謎なんてないし、ちゃんとした結末があるのかさえ疑わしい。
It's so ambiguous, I love it.
道というよりはどこまでも広がる海のようで、どこにでも行けるし、どこにも行けないかもしれない。それでも俺は生きていく。日向はじめとして生きていく。
And then you see, he's cut his hair.
俺の未来はここにある。
So, of course, the question is then, you also notice you don't get to see his face, so you don't know. Does he still have the glowy red eyes? Or are his eyes green again? Or is it something else? The answer to that, well, the answer to that is in Danganronpa 3, but, you know, like I said, it ends like this, with this very weird, ambiguous of, yeah, who did he wake up as? What did he wake up as? Was Junko telling the truth that he can't just undo what Host Big Academy did to him? What is his personality like now? All we know, though, is he's decided he's going to live as Hajime Hinata. And take from that whatever you believe. Epilogue. The day before the future. Which is such a cool name for such a cool way for name for an epilogue. I'll just have to say, I love that. Anyway, it's time for the end credits. Cast: Hajime Hinata, Minami Takayama. Nagita Kamaida's Megumi Ogata. Ultimate Swindler? Ultimate Imposter, Akira Shishida, Tamakazu Sugita. Yep, I don't know who that is. Let's go. Yeah, sorry. Monokuma half black and white in the credits, I see, yeah. Oh, it doesn't have the rest of it translated, sadly. I'm sorry, I'm like half-assing this. It probably sounds really bad on, you know, whatever, but whatever. Anyway, I found the full lyrics anyway. You should look up the lyrics for them, they're nice. Even if you cry out no to the road someone has laid out for you, go without fear, as there's no choice but to follow the unmarked path. Now when despair turns into hope, even if the dense fog deprives you of your sight, only a heart that knows despair can cut through and reveal the shining course that continues onwards, towards the future of tomorrow. Oh, that's it! Yeah, there we go. That was the thing where it didn't have him Super Saiyan, which made me think that the Super Saiyan thing was a last-minute decision, but I don't know. Anyway, Spike Chunsoft. And that,
今まで本当にありがとうございました。
thank
お前
you.
ら愛してるぞ。
Aww. He's like, thank you for playing, I love you. Cute. And he falls. Bye! So, that was Easter egg! Oh, and the Usami strap. And Danganronpa if! I forgot, there's a bunch of stuff to do now that you've been in the game. In particular, also, Danganronpa if, which is actually a short story that you can read. It is essentially a what-if of the first Danganronpa game. It's really interesting, surprisingly. Let's save that. I guess it's appropriate to leave it well, not the final one, but the last one here. Save file 30. So yeah, we've got island mode, which is like school mode in the first game. But island mode, I think, actually was created first, but I don't know actually. There's the novel, the Danganronpa if, and there's the extras. So that's Danganronpa 2. There is so much to talk about. But, in all honesty, I need to eat some food. For God's sake, I've been streaming for 6 hours. So, everyone. God, thanks everyone who managed to stick around this long. And all those who didn't, you're probably watching the board, but thanks for that. Hopefully I explained to you guys why I like Danganronpa 2 so much. And why when I played this ending, it made me fangirl and decide I'm really attached to the series now. So, it'll be great. Thank you all for watching, and thanks for sharing this experience with me. Hopefully I was able to, explain this to a few guys, what's so great about this game. Hopefully my incoherent fangirl babbling made a bit of sense at some points. And anyway, we'll see what we do from here on out. In the meantime, yeah, I need to have something to eat. I'm starving. So see ya, guys.